répondre. Merci beaucoup. It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming consideration of the motion for second reading of Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board, in the name of Mr. Aldag.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm certainly honoured to stand in this place today to speak to Bill C-374, which is an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act. I know that this bill has its inspiration in a very practical call to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It's from recommendation number 79, which reads, quote, "We call upon the federal government in collaboration with survivors, Aboriginal organizations, and the arts community to develop a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration. This would include, but not be limited to, amending the Historic Sites and Monuments Act to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada and its Secretariat." Mr. Speaker, currently the board consists of one rep from each of our provinces and territories, but no formal representation from Indigenous peoples or organizations. This would add 3 more seats to the table, one for First Nations, one for Métis, and one for Inuit. I know from my colleagues on the opposite side of the House, this issue is very near and dear to their heart. We all bring our life experiences to our work in this chamber, to making decisions on behalf of our constituents and all Canadians. For him, it's over 30 years at Parks Canada, including the last 10 with historic sites. He saw the need to increase the voices of Canadians in making, frankly, very important and challenging decisions about which places to protect, which individuals to promote, and which stories to preserve for future generations. I agree that this is a significant practical step towards long-term reconciliation, and that's why I certainly am looking forward to supporting my colleague's private members bill. And I want to congratulate him and his team for bringing it forward to us today. Mr. Speaker, I'll take a moment to tell you about a project I undertook over the past year. I wanted to find out an appropriate way to celebrate the 150th Canada's birthday anniversary of Canada's Confederation in my riding of Kamloops Thompson Caribou. And I know, it was certainly for many people, Indigenous peoples, it was something that they were somewhat hesitant to celebrate, but we did want to make sure that we had an inclusive conversation. So with my team, I decided we wanted to recognize 50 people, 50 places, and 50 events across our communities. Among these, I explored the trails near the ice caves on Bridge Lake, known to the local First Nations as entrance to the bear world, and I won't try and do the Indigenous pronunciation because it certainly is not up to the standard that would be expected. I watched the unveiling of stunning totem poles carved by local artist Jerome Boyce. I visited the Secwépemc Museum and Heritage Site. This is situated along the South Kamloops River in a building that was once the Kamloops residential school where First Nations children were taken after they were removed from their homes, their families, and their cultures. I'd welcome my colleagues to visit that area with me when they're in Kamloops. For me, the Secwépemc site symbolizes that not all Canadians have had the opportunity for their history to be celebrated, and this is a key area where the Historic Sites and Monuments Board can do good work. We're at a pivotal time, Mr. Speaker. Communities across the country are struggling with challenging questions of what to do with the awkward, messy, painful parts of our history. They're looking at statues, at plaques, and other memorials that have for many years been at the center of our communities. There are serious questions. How do we commemorate the accomplishments of men and women while learning from their failures? How do we recognize that Canada's history and its very creation was shaped by imperfect people? 150 years of Canadian history has passed, and now is the opportunity to chart a path forward for the next 150 years. Part of that, I believe, is ensuring that there are more voices at the table to make these vital decisions. And there's definitely reason for hope, Mr. Speaker. The Historic Sites and Monuments Board has evolved several times since its genesis in 1919. I'd like to point out that there are currently, I believe, about 6 female members of the board, but for the last 30 years, it typically consisted of white men of European descent, as was typical for that period. It certainly could be argued that the merits of national commemoration of individuals and locations came from that vantage point. We've come a long way since then, Mr. Speaker, and now we're looking to add voices, specifically from Indigenous peoples, voices that can help provide a more complete picture of the journey that Canada has taken, the moments to celebrate and the failures from which to learn. Commemorating and recognizing the history of Canada's Indigenous peoples is a key step along the road of reconciliation. And that's why the TRC made it a part of their calls to action. And I was very proud to be a member of the former Conservative government when the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was created. I stood in the room and listened to the former Prime Minister Stephen Harper's powerful apology on behalf of the government. Actually, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't quite elected yet, but I certainly watched. I didn't stand in the room, but I was certainly profoundly impacted like those so many others. I heard, too, the apology for Canada's relocation of Inuit families to the High Arctic and the honouring of all Métis veterans at Juno Beach. As I said in this place on February 14th, the contributions and challenges of Canada's Indigenous peoples were and must continue to be recognized and addressed. This is just a small step, Mr. Speaker. Much more work will need to be done, and we firmly believe that economic reconciliation must be a part of this journey. Governments of all levels and private businesses can empower Indigenous communities to share in the wealth that Canada is so capable of creating for its citizens. Conservatives can and will urge the government in its consultations to consider what impediments exist to the financial success of Indigenous communities and how can they be removed. That would ensure long-term prosperity rather than the continued reliance on short-term solutions. It is this way that the horrific poverty still pervasive in this country can be reduced. So, Mr. Speaker, we know that there's a number of calls to action that were put forward as part of the Truth and Reconciliation. I think we've made a good journey towards many of them. You know, certainly I know that the government had indicated that they were going to implement all 94 calls to action, and you know, one of my concerns is they've never really come out with a sort of a costed plan that really indicates what the implementations will be, what the what the impacts will be. So, you know, certainly I still wait for a more comprehensive look at how they've analyzed those 94 calls to action and what the impacts are going to be and what the laws are going to have to change and what, you know, perhaps the financial implications will be. But certainly there's many of them that we as Conservatives on this side of the House are very pleased to support. And, you know, certainly the this private members bill that has been put forward by my colleague is a welcome and a good step in the right direction, and I would again like to congratulate him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure for me to speak to this bill, C-374, a bill to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act in order to increase the number of members on the board. This recognizes the important contribution of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. This is a subject that is really dear to me. And when I had the opportunity to be re-elected, we were amending our swearing in, our oath of allegiance. We swear allegiance to Queen Elizabeth, but we were going to add, at least in our office, we added, and in respecting our treaties with First Nations. And this was something that seemed really important to me because, as a proud Quebec nationalist, I am very sensitive to the basic errors we have labored under in our way of seeing this country and our relationship with First Nations. So I'm very proud that there are militants Canada-wide who have worked at seeing that people recognize that the repatriation of the Constitution in 1982 was a mistake, because it seems that we simply ignored the rights of First Nations. And if today, and this is a very fascinating period in our history right now, for example, I have attended meetings of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I sat with Romeo Saganash. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm talking about the honourable member. It was at these meetings that I felt all the urgency of making changes. And I think there's nothing more fundamental in a society than its heritage and its historic sites and the importance attached to these historic sites. So these 3 new members of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board, their existence on the board is very important. When was the threshold of the unthinkable crossed? Well, it is now that we're finally recognizing the importance of their membership. And it is this bill of our colleagues which seems to me something that is simply so obviously something we should do, and it is the right thing to do for our friends, people we share so much with. I think it's time that this board open itself up to First Nations, because we're not only talking about sites that have been built or architectural sites, but it could be historical sites, could also be those natural sites that are significant to Indigenous peoples. So with respect to this bill, C-374, I think that this bill brought forward by my colleague has been really well received. I'm thinking about various people who have said,
reconciliation. This time, when we see a new change in government, there's a need for people to start thinking differently about heritage and moving it beyond built heritage and thinking about how Indigenous people perceive it and how we want to protect it. We do have our own mechanisms and we do have our own methods and approaches to protecting and interpreting heritage. And we feel it's really time now for Indigenous people to have a voice in this. Et j'ajouterais aussi...
And I would also add the statement of Mr. Sinclair of the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation, who says, and I quote,
committee has described the mountain. The calls to action issued by the TRC represent the path to the top. The calls to action represent the synthesis of one of the largest engagement sessions with Indigenous peoples in the history of the country. We must understand these calls as the articulation of the collective voices of thousands upon thousands of survivors, families, and communities across the country. Central in the work of reconciliation is the recognition that Canada, as a nation, has not accurately or effectively portrayed the perspectives of Indigenous peoples in the telling out of our collective history. So long as this continues, Canadians and visitors to this country will be prevented from knowing not only who we were, but we will be denied an understanding of what we can become. Including Indigenous perspectives and histories in commemorating National Historic Sites is paramount, ensuring there is a clear strategy to commemorate and honor community perspectives on the residential schools in our national interest. Through these collective steps, we have the potential to tell a much more accurate, richer, and honest story of who we are and where we're going. For these and many other reasons, we offer our full support for this bill and encourage all parliamentarians to do the same. Et je peux vous dire que
And at a period when so many things are being challenged, so many foundations are being shaken, I'm very proud to say that this Friday I'm going to be taking time in my riding to visit a neighboring riding, to visit the Kanawaki community, which is part of the riding of Montérégie. Now, it seems such a fundamental thing to really to be in contact with First Nations, and I would invite my colleagues to do the same thing. I want to say that as a Quebecer, as a Canadian with origins that are probably partly Indigenous, I really feel this appeal to roots, which can be shared either by blood or by a kinship of spirit. And last June, on Victoria Island, I had the opportunity of celebrating Saint Jean-Baptiste with elders, with First Nations elders, who were celebrating a site which was not an architectural one, but rather was a natural site. And this is why I consider it as a privilege as a member of the Heritage Committee to have taken part in this celebration with all the NDP team behind us.
We support this initiative, and we hope to see an immediate implementation of these provisions to ensure that, once again, and we all recall the images over the weekend, we know that we need action. We need parliamentary action. Now, I've got my fingers crossed, and I would encourage the government and all parliamentarians to support concrete action to make this bill a reality. And when we have a commission that will establish what we deem our heritage, the members of the First Nations, Inuit and Métis will have an opportunity to provide their input and views in a fully respectful manner. Thank you.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Environment Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important debate regarding Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act. I preface my remarks with an acknowledgement that we are on the traditional territories of the Algonquin and the Anishinaabe peoples. Acknowledgements such as this are increasingly common today as more and more Canadians recognize that Indigenous peoples have been marginalized for far too long in this country. Bill C-374 proposes a tangible way to address this problem by legislating First Nations, Métis, and Inuit representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada, which recommends which historic places, persons, and events receive official designation to the Minister responsible for Parks Canada. I salute my colleague, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale-Langley City, for championing Bill C-374, and I'm pleased to say that the Government of Canada will support this bill with amendments that would strengthen the legislation now before us. Aujourd'hui, à peu près de 1000 lieux.
Today, some 1,700 people and 500 events have been designated as National Historic Sites, and each of these designations encompasses stories that are part of our history across the country, and they help define us as a country.
Indigenous peoples have played and continue to play in Canada has consistently been ignored or downplayed. As a result, most Canadians simply aren't aware of Indigenous history in the way that they should be. This is precisely why the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, led by Senator Murray Sinclair, called for a concerted effort to educate Canadians about Indigenous history. Among the Commission's 94 calls to action are more than a dozen specific appeals for greater education about the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Call to action number 79 addresses the lack of Indigenous representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. Private Members Bill C-374 responds directly to this call to action. Since its establishment in 1919, the board has played a central role in this country's official historic designations. Ensuring additional First Nations, Métis, and Inuit representation on the board will help in the long process to promote recognition and understanding of the history of Indigenous peoples and the important contributions they have made to Canada and to their nations. Under the current Historic Sites and Monuments Act, the board comprises 16 members. They include a representative from each province and territory, as well as the Librarian and Archivist of Canada and representatives from the Canadian Museum of History and Parks Canada. Bill C-374 would authorize 3 additional representatives for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, alongside existing provincial and territorial representation. By modernizing the board in this way, Canada would take one more step towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. For my colleagues to fully appreciate the context of C-374, it is important to note that the Historic Sites and Monuments Act was first proposed in a speech from the throne in November 1952 to give a statutory basis to the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada in response to recommendations in the Massey Commission report of 1951. To say that the government at the time paid little attention to Indigenous history would be an understatement, given the history of assimilationist policy in Canada. There have been many attempts by the board over the years to look in a serious way at Indigenous history, but there have always been issues in reconciling the history with the existing narratives in the commemoration of Canada's history, which I believe can be partly attributed to the fact that there has never been a legislative requirement for Indigenous representation on the board. Lancé en 2000,
Launched in 2000 under the direction of the Minister of Canadian Heritage of the day, Sheila Copps, the National Historic Monuments Commission created one of the initiatives for national commemorations, one of the programs which is the most effective by improving representation of groups as deemed underrepresented. This initiative sought to improve recognition of the history of Aboriginal, women's, and ethnocultural history. After ending in 2011, the initiative had, in fact, a very significant impact, a positive impact on the network of sites, persons, and historic events in this country. The many official designations for women and ethnocultural groups, for example, increased respectively by 81% and 112%. The number of official designations for Aboriginals also increased by 31%.
The support of Parks Canada continues to take steps to broaden the representation of Indigenous peoples in historic designations. The text on many plaques, for instance, has been revised to more appropriately reflect Indigenous perspectives on history. In some cases, Indigenous language text has been added. These efforts, however, are not enough to fill the gap. With Indigenous representation, the board will be better able to include Indigenous history and heritage values in the designation and commemoration process. A report published in December by the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development reached the same conclusion. To quote from the report, "Preserving Canada's Heritage, the Foundation for Tomorrow," Indigenous peoples must be included on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada so that the board integrates Indigenous history, heritage values, and memory practices into Canada's national heritage and history. With respect to the amendments I mentioned earlier, we will propose to amend C-374 to ensure the text of the bill aligns more closely with the wording of Call to Action number 79. 3 other proposed amendments would further strengthen Bill C-374. One would clarify that the board can comprise up to 19 members. 2 other amendments address matters related to expenses for board-related travel, accommodation, and for administrative and clerical work. With the proposed amendments, Bill 374 would allow us to take another step towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and implementing the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. More than ever before, Canadians appreciate the relationship between the policies of past governments and the current circumstances of Indigenous peoples. Canadians believe in justice. They believe that Indigenous peoples should be able to participate equally and contribute fully to the commemoration of our shared history. This is part of what reconciliation is all about. The passage of Bill C-374 is only one step in the work required, as, in order to fully implement Call to Action 79, we also need to revise the policies, criteria, and practices of the National Program of Historical Commemoration to integrate Indigenous history, heritage values, and memory practices into Canada's national heritage and history. Mr. Speaker, the time has come to modernize the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada in keeping with the recommendation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The legislation now before us from the member for Cloverdale-Langley City, along with the amendments I have outlined, will help continue Canada's path toward reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. I encourage my honourable colleagues to join me and support Bill C-374. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in the House to speak in support of Bill C-374, which seeks to update and amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act. Specifically, it is a direct response to Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action, number 79, which calls on the government to include First Nations, Inuit, and Métis representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. The Historic Sites and Monument Board of Canada has been mandated to provide advice to the Canadian government on the designation of places, persons, and events that have marked and shaped Canada. Every year, new subjects are added to the list of designations, which the board considers. National Historic Sites are organized according to 5 broad themes: peopling the land, governing Canada, developing economies, building social and community life, and expressing intellectual and cultural life. These sites represent significant stages in the development of Canada, symbolizing cultural traditions and recognizing meaningful people and locations of national historic significance. As of 2018, there are 171 National Historic Sites that are administered by Parks Canada. The remainder are administered or owned by other levels of government or private entities. The sites are located across all 10 provinces and 3 territories. There are even 2 sites located in France: the Beaumont-Hamel Newfoundland Memorial and the Canadian National Vimy Memorial. I have been very fortunate that I have visited nearly half of Canada's historic sites, from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean and north to the Arctic. It is one of the pleasures in life that I treasure, and I hope to work towards the next half in my lifetime. I had the pleasure of serving with a member of Cloverdale-Langley City on the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee for a year and a half. During that time, we heard from Indigenous people from across the country on issues relating to the environment, sustainable development, and the use of their land. They have been on these lands for thousands of years, and they have a lot of knowledge and history to share with us. In my own riding, I have a number of historic sites, almost all of which are related to the exploration of Western Canada. These sites include Rocky Mountain House, Jasper House, Yellowhead Pass, Athabasca Pass, etc. In September, I attended the plaque unveiling of the Maligne Lake Chalet and Guest House in Jasper National Park. This is one of Canada's newest historic sites. Also in attendance was representatives of the Bighorn Stoney Nation, as well as the great niece of explorer Fred Brewster. In 1908, members of the Stoney Nation drew explorer Mary Schaefer a hand-drawn map that led her to Maligne Lake in the Rocky Mountains near Jasper. Later on, Fred Brewster built a chalet to lodge travelers who wanted to experience the great beauty that the region has to offer. The site represents a century of shared history between explorers and the Indigenous people of the region. In fact, the majority of National Historic Sites in Alberta and many more across Canada have their roots in the interaction between explorers and Indigenous people. Indigenous involvement is an important component in the management and development of establishing historic sites and monuments in Canada. When I lived in Fort St. James, British Columbia, I was privy to watching the opening of the new Interpretive Centre at Fort St. James National Historic Site, a former Hudson Bay Company fur trading post. Did you know, Mr. Speaker, that this site was recognized as a historic site while the Hudson Bay Company still operated it as a fur trading center up until 1952. And you know something else, Mr. Speaker? In the wisdom of Parks Canada, they now rent out the old Hudson Bay manager's home as a bed and breakfast. What a great way for Canadians to experience what it was like to live in the past. And this site is located right next door to the Nakiaksisiki First Nation Reserve, of which I have many friends. This is why I support this bill, which would ensure representatives from First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities are represented on the National Historic Sites and Monument Board. I do have a concern with the bill that I know has been shared by my colleagues. By adding 3 additional members to the board, it will require additional government expenditures. This is something that cannot be done by a private member's bill without a royal recommendation. Mr. Speaker, I understand that you also expressed concerns over the issue on November 22nd. And as far as I am aware, the member for Cloverdale-Langley City has not requested a royal recommendation. According to his comments on December 13th, he is hoping to deal with this specific issue at committee stage. In recognition of this, Mr. Speaker, I want to support the suggestion from the member for Saskatoon Grasswood to amend the bill to keep the number of members on the board the same and require that 3 of those members be First Nation, Inuit, or Métis. This would eliminate the need to increase expenditures and therefore eliminate the need to obtain a royal recommendation, while ensuring that there is representation from Indigenous Canadians on the board. This could be done relatively easily. We all know that this year British Columbia, New Brunswick, Northwest Territories, and Ontario will all have vacant seats. All of these vacancies are the opportunity to appoint Indigenous Canadians to the board and fulfill number 79 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission call to action. The final report of the TRC helped to explain this dark chapter in Canadian history and the calls to action, and advance the process of reconciliation. In the wake of the Commission's work, it is important that the Government of Canada continue to work towards meaningful reconciliation. This bill is the step in that direction. I want to thank the member of Cloverdale-Langley City for bringing this bill forward. And I look forward to hearing how he plans on resolving some of the concerns that I have been raised today. You know, Mr. Speaker, I see I have a couple minutes late. You know, and I had the great privilege as the mayor of the city of Fort St. John to build an international monument on the side of the Alaska Highway near Charlie Lake. And we built that monument when we heard a very sad and very tragic story of 12 United States soldiers that lost their lives in 1942. There were 17 of them on a barge going across Charlie Lake, a lake just outside of the city of Fort St. John. And bad weather overcame them, and their barge was swamped, and it went down with all 17 people. A local trapper who lived on the shores of the lake at that time saw the tragedy happening and rowed out there with a boat and managed to save 5 of the 17. Some of them drowned as he was trying to get back to shore as they were hanging onto his boat in the cold, freezing waters of April. You know, and we contacted the U.S. government, and a bunch of us from the community of Fort St. John got together and built a monument recognizing those 12 heroes that lost their life trying to build the highway to protect Canada and the United States. And the monument sits at the edge of the lake, and if you look through a window in the monument, you can actually see where the boat went down in the horizon. And I think it's so important that we recognize historic events in Canada, and this is why I so strongly, and I'm so glad that this member has brought this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Niwakoma kontek tanse. Nimiatane awapam tekuk. Monsieur le Président, je suis content.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have this opportunity to be in the House today to speak to Bill C-374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, and to do so on Algonquin lands. I fully support Bill C-374 in the name of my colleague, the member for Langley. This bill, Bill C-374, will modernize the operational activities of the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. Under this bill, the board will include representatives from First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. As proposed, the bill is an important step forward towards reconciliation with Aboriginal peoples, Mr. Speaker. The proposed changes by the government will improve the initial version of the bill, which is a private member's bill, in some very important ways, including clarification that the board can include up to 19 members. There are modernizations and changes with respect to languages, and the bill will be in keeping with Action 69 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. There are some fundamental components in this bill. Canada is a progressive country. Canadians are people with principles who honor the history of Canada and the way it's commemorated.
Canada, as well as our sense of commemoration, will continue to evolve. It is therefore appropriate. It is therefore appropriate that a mechanism such as the board evolve as well. Canada established a consultative committee for preserving historical monuments. One of the first official measures was to pass its official name, the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. This board took an inventory of historic sites and recognized their importance with plaques. A certain number of these measures still exist today. In 1953, the Historic Sites and Monuments Act set up a change in its functions. Today, the board advises the country on sites that should be recognized and designates what should be conserved and preserved, including sculptures. Today, Canada's network includes 700 figures and 500 events, among others. This network illustrates our varied heritage and shows all Canadians, as well as visitors, that there are opportunities, that there are ways to better recognize our heritage. These illustrate Canada's history, which focuses on geographic and identity of our country. It tells the story of who we are and has also illustrated what we've lost along the way. These designations encourage people to connect the past to the present and to look to the future. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that we are reorienting the board's mandate. Many of the subjects examined by Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada requires the participation of our citizens. The board evaluates every application and conducts additional research. The board includes 16 members. There are representatives of every province and territory, as well as the Canadian Museum of History, Parks Canada, and Library and Archives Canada. The ministers members for Parks Canada are the ones who are allowed to designate historic sites. Parks Canada will announce the declaration of new sites and will ensure that plaques are conserved. The designation is admirable, but a number of criteria used to evaluate applications are anchored in Canada's colonial history. These faults are apparent for a growing number of Canadians. As a progressive country, we must take appropriate measures. More and more Canadians recognize that no relationship is more important for this country than the relationship with the Indigenous peoples. These last few years, Canadians themselves have made great progress in the reconciliation process. 2 years ago, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission published calls to action, a list of 94 real measures to reinforce links between Canada and Indigenous peoples. The Private Members Bill responds directly to a recommendation in the report. Indigenous peoples have been here for thousands of years on this land that we now call Canada. Colonies were established on the East Coast. Samuel de Champlain paddled along the rivers that flow behind this building, our Parliament. Indigenous Canadians prosper throughout our country. Most historic designations does not include very many designations to explain the contributions of Indigenous peoples. It is appropriate to ask why this is so. It is also appropriate for the answer to this question to encourage us to do better. We cannot change the past, but that should not prevent us from creating a better future and offering other perspectives on our history. Furthermore, Parks Canada works with more than 300 partners and Indigenous communities to preserve and restore national historic sites and cultural sites. Bill C-374 intends to ensure that this benefits all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation requires recognition of basic facts. First of all, for centuries, Indigenous peoples were prevented from fully contributing and from fairly taking part in Canada's prosperity. And secondly, Indigenous peoples have a great deal to offer on an economic, social, and cultural level to the country. The designation of National Historic Site should recount all of the history of this great country and should include people, places, and events from the last century, but also over the last few thousands of years. Canadians need to understand the determining moments of their country as well as cultural and creative perspectives and ensure that we have a longer-term perspective. We need to take measures to achieve this objective.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. Right of reply, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise today to close debate on my private member's bill, C-374, which seeks to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act and provide the much-needed inclusion of Indigenous representation on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. I would like to thank my honourable colleagues on both sides of this House who have risen to offer their perspectives and support for this legislation, including members from Saskatoon Grasswoods, Kootenay Columbia, St. Boniface St. Vital, Richmond Athabasca, Yukon, Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Longueuil St. Hubert, North Vancouver, Yellowhead, Winnipeg Centre, and in particular I'd like to thank Senator Murray Sinclair for his work with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I'd like to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. As my honourable colleagues know, This recognition is a small but important way in which to advance reconciliation. Similarly, Bill C-374 seeks to advance this very same goal of reconciliation. Drawn from the Truth and Reconciliation's Call to Action 79.1, this bill would enshrine First Nations, Métis, and Inuit perspectives on the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada. These perspectives are crucial in ensuring that our designation of historic places, persons, and events reflect and incorporate the perspectives of Indigenous peoples. In their summary of final report, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission discussed the assault on Indigenous memory, reflecting the implications of the presence and absence of Indigenous voices in commemorations in history, telling, and I quote, "One of the most significant harms to come out of the residential schools was the attack on Indigenous memory." The federal government's policy of assimilation sought to break the chain of memory that connected the hearts, minds, and spirits of Aboriginal children to their families, communities, and nations. Many, but not all, survivors have found ways to restore those connections. They believe that reconciliation with other Canadians calls for changing the country's collective national history so that it is based on the truth about what happened to them as children and to their families, communities, and nations, end quote. Our government has been steadfast in its commitment to advance reconciliation and build a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples based on recognition, rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership. As the Prime Minister put it in his remarks on a new legal framework with Indigenous peoples, and I quote, "To truly renew the relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples, not just for today, but for the next 150 years, we need a comprehensive and far-reaching approach. We need a government-wide shift in how we do things," end quote. That process is taking place, Mr. Speaker, with progress having been made on 2/3 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action under federal and shared responsibility, including $2.6 billion in First Nations education, collaboration for updated language to the Newcomer Citizenship Guide, and full support and steps taken to implement UNDRIP. But the work doesn't end there, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it is only a beginning. Reconciliation is a journey. It is a Canadian issue, and it requires each and every one of us making a conscious and meaningful effort to advance it. That is why I've brought Bill C-374 before this House, to hopefully make a small but not insignificant contribution towards advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Through my 32-year career with Parks Canada working in commemorations, I witnessed firsthand the implications that the absence and presence of Indigenous perspectives had in capturing the way in which we recognize historic people, places, and events. We cannot hope to repair and strengthen our relationships with Indigenous peoples unless we take a new approach that moves beyond the colonial and paternalistic approaches of the past and allows us to more authentically commemorate our collective past. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-374 provides the opportunity for us to advance meaningful reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. It implements the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's Call to Action 79.1 and ensures that Indigenous perspectives are more directly considered in our commemorations process. Members in this place no doubt recognize the critical importance of reconciliation and the need for us to move beyond outdated colonial structures and better integrate Indigenous perspectives in government decision-making processes. When it comes to the involvement of Indigenous peoples in commemorating our history, we must do better, Mr. Speaker, and we can do better. Bill C-374 offers the opportunity to just that. I would like once again to thank my honourable colleagues for joining me in debate and consideration of this bill. I am hopeful that all members in this place will join me in supporting Bill C-374 and send it to committee for consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Excellent.
The question is as follows. Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mr. Badaway, moved that Bill 374, an act to amend the Historic Sites and Monuments Act, composition of the board, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Did I get a unanimous yes on that, or all those in favor? Yes? Yes. Okay. You skip over? Okay, carried. It's kind of nice to see.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Okay. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. We now stand adjourned until noon. Sorry. We now stand suspended until noon. Madame Trudel, appuyée par
Ms. Trudel.
Ordre amenant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, motion de l'opposition.
Opposition motion, standing in the name of Ms. Trudel. Ms. Trudel, seconded by Mr. Julian, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government committed a gross error in judgment when it operationalized the previous Conservative government's Phoenix pay system over the clear objections of both the affected unions and departmental staff, and that the House call on the government to A, pay all employees correctly and on time, every time, for the work they do. B, exempt those who have been overpaid by Phoenix from having to pay back the gross amount, despite actually receiving a substantially lower net amount. C, compensate those in the public service who have experienced damages from Phoenix, both financial and otherwise, and D, publicly apologize to all of those who have endured hardship as a result of the government's error. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Burnaby New Westminster, to address a problem which affects hundreds of thousands of public servants, and this for months now. It's a colossal administrative scandal, a financial hemorrhage, and a social fiasco. The government had committed an error in judgment by greenlighting the costly second phase of the Phoenix system over the objections of unions and departmental staff. We want to guarantee the future and heal the wounds of the past, and this is why we move the following movement. We want the government to commit to compensate all employees correctly at the appropriate time and every time. We have workers who work all week long, 40 hours a week. There are also contract workers who cannot even receive complete, adequate pay for the hours they have worked. In the past, I used to work in a convenience store while I was a student, but when there was high traffic in the store, when we had a lot of customers, and when there weren't as many customers, I always was paid the amount I had been guaranteed. I want to ask in this House that public servants paid by the federal government to be paid adequately, which at the present time they are not in receipt of. We're asking that those employees overpaid by Phoenix, that they not have to pay the gross amount, while the net amount they have received is far less. Mr. Speaker, there are some people who, unfortunately, these are regular and contract workers, and even people who have retired, are still being paid too much or too little. Sometimes they get over $50,000 more. It's completely ludicrous. There might be a worker who gets her monthly pay but gets overpaid, and who, after deductions, might get about $6,000. Now, they want these people who have been overpaid, they want them to pay the gross amount, but we think they should only have to pay the net amount. And also, there should be damages paid to those who have suffered, either financially or otherwise, from the failure of Phoenix. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about a subject where there are people who have suffered and are still suffering from the fiasco that is Phoenix. All of us are being paid, we members of Parliament. But there are people in the public service who have expenses. They have to pay for their mortgages, their cars. They have to help with their children. So some people have to put things on credit cards. Some of them get loans or try to get lines of credit. They become indebted. And this leads to suffering, both psychological and financial. Some of these people, and we can think of names, people who have lost their credit rating, which was a source of pride for them. So finally, blaming the former government doesn't work anymore. The Auditor General's report is clear. The government failed to do what was necessary to correct the Phoenix pay system. Now, that's not me. That's Public Services and Procurement Canada and the Treasury Board neither recognized sufficiently early the problems with Phoenix. And this is why we're asking the government to take ownership for this situation and to be responsible for their mismanagement and help people and compensate people who have suffered damage from the system. And there are a lot of them, Mr. Speaker. There are all these public servants who have suffered from the government's inability to remedy the Phoenix pay system. Over 193,000 public servants. In my riding of Jonquière, people have been affected. And I can talk to you about certain examples, a few anecdotes. These are situations which I had, well, I won't say the luck of having, but these are people I was able to talk to in my office, of people with problems, and I'm glad I talked to them because it helps me in putting forward the need for changes. There was a contract worker, a young father who was also continuing to study part-time, but he started having problems with his pay. Now, he is owed $8,000, and this for a long time. Now, besides being out of money, this person had to go onto employment insurance, and because it is the Phoenix system which has to give EI the correct hours, this doesn't work. Everything is affected by the Phoenix pay system. It's like quicksand. Now I have other examples of people working on a military base, of other people who can't pay their creditors and have to go to their managers. There was a lady I met at the hairdresser, and she was a victim of the Phoenix pay system. She's a woman who lives alone. Her husband has died, and she has to assume all expenses, and she can't even get answers as to when she will get her money and when she'll be able to pay for her expenses. You know, there are people who work on contract, and nobody can tell them when they're going to get the money owed them for the work they have performed. This has a great impact on family life, on the environment, and on people's financial health. They could be refused credit cards, or they get overly indebted, or they can't make their mortgage payments. Now, they wanted to bring in a system that would work miracles because of the IT system, but now they are caught up in a system that simply doesn't work. For months now, Phoenix has been siphoning off salaries, pension plans, overtime. Thousands of public servants have to live with the financial stress, the stress from not being properly compensated. There are even workers who are saying no to promotions because they know that they will have to change their wage bracket and they're worried about Phoenix messing it up. So everyone's losing. We're deprived of quality people being promoted. So there is this problem of not being properly compensated, and yet the supervisors in Phoenix can get up to $5 million in performance bonus. And this is over the past few years. This means that there are families who are having a hard time putting food on the table for their children. The Liberal government continues to defend these people who are being paid out of the public purse while they have not fulfilled their obligations. It's time that the Liberals give us a date when we can stop this financial shipwreck and this human disaster. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have to act. They have to say when this will end and put an end to this financial and human fiasco. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. We'll have a great deal more to say over the course of the day. But I'll start by asking my colleague, the member for Jonquière. Her motion reads that the government committed a gross error in judgment when it operationalized the previous Conservative government's Phoenix pay system over the clear objections of departmental staff. I'd like us to share with us immediately any proof she might have to this effect. The Honourable Member. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Now, it's very simple. There were several warnings that were made either from unions or even from departmental staff. There were all kinds of articles in newspapers, there were various investigations, and I would remind my colleague that it is this government that implemented the second phase of Phoenix. They were the ones who hit the green light before having listened to the unions and the department. So, Mr. Speaker, they want to wash their hands of it and say they had nothing to do with it. But they could have looked at Australia. Australia had been sending warning signals. So they could have seen that this fiasco was a possibility. But no, they greenlit the whole thing. And now they're acting as if they had nothing to do with it. They didn't test it properly.
Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Jonquière for her excellent speech. And I'd like to thank her for being there for public servants countrywide. I find that what she's doing is very important work to help them have their rights respected. Now, in Australia, in Queensland, they went through the same debacle. And the Queensland government dealt with it within 4 months. Now, why is it taking 2 years here in Canada, whereas in other places where they dealt with the same kind of problem, they were able to remedy the situation in 4 months? Why is our government dragging its heels? Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, I mentioned Australia, but we do have documents that show that Australia went through the same problem, and they warned Canada. They said, don't get on board with this. There were various stages of the Phoenix system, but I would say listen to the unions. There are civil servants who are specialists in IT, and they have solutions to offer. You have to listen to them. Maybe we simply have to set aside the Phoenix system and get public servants who are experts in this area to come up with a system and come up with better adapted programs. But it's up to them to make these proposals. But Australia did warn us, and we should work the way Australia did to deal with the situation. We can, both sides can blame one another, but what we want is that the situation be fixed and that people be paid for the work they perform. That's a very normal thing to want. Now, these are people who should be compensated correctly. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
I wanted to thank the Member of Parliament for Jonquière for her very eloquent speech that she gave just a few moments ago. And I will say, just starting off, I was very disturbed by the question coming from the Liberal side, but I'll come back to that in a moment, Mr. Speaker. I need to start, I think, as all members of Parliament need to start, by paying tribute to the incredible diligence and dedication of the public servants that run our government and provide services to our citizens right across the length and breadth of this land. Mr. Speaker, they are incredibly dedicated. They are people who give their lives to public service, who make sure in every part of the country, in the National Capital Region, like in my riding of New Westminster Burnaby, they make sure that citizens receive good quality of services. They are an incredibly dedicated group. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we are now facing a situation in this country that has no parallel in any other industrialized country. Certainly the only time you can see this kind of situation where public servants working with such dedication don't receive the paycheck that they deserve, so richly deserve at the end of the week because of government mismanagement. Mr. Speaker, it's hard to find a parallel. Only in terms of warfare or insurrection do public servants end up in the situation that they end up here. And yet we have a government that simply refuses to take responsibility and refuses to take the important measures that would actually lead to us fixing the system. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to come back to the date of February 28th, 2016. Liberals have been in power now for a number of months, and they made the decision, the Liberal government made the decision to operationalize the Phoenix system. They made that decision. Now, we just heard a very disturbing question from a Liberal MP trying to say it's not our fault, and I find that deplorable, Mr. Speaker. The heart of our democratic system is governments taking responsibility for the decisions they've made. Yep. And yes, of course, the Conservatives shouldn't have actually started down that path of getting Phoenix into place. But the Liberals had the choice to make, and they chose on February 28th, 2016, after months in power, to operationalize Phoenix. Now, what should they have done, Mr. Speaker? Well, as my colleague, the member from Jonquière, just pointed out, people in the public service had pointed out the problems that would arise with Phoenix. Liberals ignored them. And it would have taken a 30-second Google search, Mr. Speaker, for them to find out what had happened in Queensland with a similar system. In Queensland, they didn't have the benefit of a debacle occurring with a similar system before, so Queensland moved forward with IBM and put in place a system that was catastrophic. Within weeks, they realized that public servants in the Queensland area were not getting their paychecks. Within weeks, the Queensland government realized they had to take action. And they ended up, for a system that was supposed to save them money, paradoxically, Mr. Speaker, they ended up paying over $1.2 billion to fix the boondoggle that was the Phoenix-like system in Queensland. So, we should have learned from their error. We should have had maybe one Liberal MP. Just do a Google search and find out. Should we put this into place? We've been in power for months now. We have this important decision to make. Do we move forward on February 28, 2016 with the Phoenix system, or do we take a step back the way so many public servants are requesting that we do, and not put this into place and save the public money and save public servants that heartache of working as hard as they do and yet not receiving a paycheck at the end. And Liberals made that choice. In this democratic system, they are the government. They made the decision. They put it into place. And now, Mr. Speaker, today we're saying they have to fix it. They have to fix the problems with Phoenix. So what has the impact been? They could have avoided it. They could have learned from the Queensland example. They could have rapidly moved once it became evident that Phoenix was a debacle, that public servants weren't getting their paychecks, that there were catastrophic personal and family impacts for the bad decision they made on February 28, 2016. And in the Queensland case, in 4 months, with the investment of money, they were able to fix it. We're 2 years later, and that has not been fixed. And the government doesn't even seem inclined to fix it. They love to point fingers at the Conservatives. And I would too, Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives were at fault. The Liberals made that operational decision, and the Liberals have to fix what they broke. What does this mean? I've had public servants come to visit me in my office in Westminster Burnaby, tears in their eyes, because they're so dedicated to the country. They believe so strongly in public service. They want to give to the population and serve our citizens. And yet they are going deeper and deeper into debt because they're not getting a paycheck. Some have lost their homes, as you know, Mr. Speaker. There's the embarrassment of a public servant working full-time, going into a grocery store and not being able to buy food for their children because their credit cards are maxed out and this government has done nothing to fix it. And, Mr. Speaker, as you know as well, in each one of those cases, and there are thousands of these tragic cases, it takes a toll on the family, the emotional stress, and on the individual. These are not little things, to work full-time and not receive a paycheck. But then to compound it, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government made the decision to start demanding, when there are occasionally payments that are too high, overpayments, to do what most loan sharks do across the country. It's not a laughing matter, Mr. Speaker. When a public servant receives a paycheck that is a little higher than it should be, instead of asking for the amount back that the public servant actually received, the Liberal government has vastly inflated that amount. So, yes, the public servant in some cases was overpaid, but they are now facing the stress of having to pay back far more money than they actually received. Mr. Speaker, that again is a Liberal decision, and that again is addressed in our motion today. We say very strongly that this kind of activity has to stop. It's not just the toll on the individual. It's the toll on communities. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, cities like Prince Albert have written to this government saying that it's not only the toll on the families and the public servants, but on the whole community. Businesses are impacted because public servants aren't getting their money. Local businesses are struggling now because of this government's refusal to fix the system. So the impact goes all the way down the line. And Mr. Speaker, through you, I would encourage city councillors who are listening tonight, or people who are listening today, to contact their city councillors and get their city councillors to write, as Prince Albert did, to the federal government and say, you've got to fix this system. Mr. Speaker, this impact has been tragic on so many Canadians of good faith, hard-working, who go to work every day and want to serve the country. And all they ask for in return is a fair paycheck, to be able to take care of their family, to be able to pay their rent, to put food on the table. That's not asking too much. And yet for two years now, this has festered with the government refusing to take the actions that the Queensland government did. They fixed it in 120 days. And yes, albeit it was a significant investment, but as the Auditor General has mentioned, this government failed public servants in this country. And yes, it will cost us $1 billion, possibly more, that bad decision, but it needs to be fixed, and those public servants need to be compensated. Mr. Speaker, Liberal MPs will have to make a decision when this comes to a vote. And I'm encouraging public servants across the country, you work so hard, take the time to phone your local member of parliament, email your local member of parliament, tell them to vote yes on this motion, because we cannot have this become a partisan issue where Liberals say we're not going to take responsibility, so we're not going to vote for the motion. We have to fix this system. We have to respect our public servants. We have to respect the communities they serve as well. We have to respect them, and that means adopting this motion this week. And that means every member of parliament will have to make a choice. Do they choose politics, or do they choose supporting the hardworking public servants that are the backbone of public administration in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I didn't have much of an opportunity earlier to make comments in one official language, so I'll try the other.
This is a very serious charge, Mr. Speaker, that the government committed a gross error in judgment when it operationalized the Phoenix pay system over the clear objections of departmental staff. Now, we heard the member from Jonquière fail to produce any substantiation for that allegation. This is in the motion, a solemn motion in front of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the member who spent 10 minutes, and like I asked the member from Jonquière, could he produce for this House documented evidence of the very serious charge and the very serious allegation that his party is making in this motion?
Well, member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Seriously, Mr. Speaker. Seriously. This is unbelievable. I hope that member is not representative of his party, because if he is representative of his party, what he has just shown public servants right across this country is a profound lack of respect. He wants evidence that Phoenix has failed. He wants evidence that it failed in Queensland. He wants evidence that unions spoke out about Phoenix before his government implemented on February 28th. Are you serious, Mr. Speaker? I expected the Liberals to try to weave out of this. I didn't expect them to deny the problems with Phoenix, to deny the problems in Australia, to deny that the unions came forward and said there are problems with Phoenix, and to deny that the Liberals actually operationalized what has led to catastrophic repercussions for public servants across the country. I would hope that Liberal MPs disavow what was just said in this House. And I hope that Liberal MPs will vote for their constituents and vote yes for this motion when it comes up for a vote later this week.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
And further to that, Mr. Speaker, to support the Honourable Member in his response, if the Honourable Member opposite in the Liberal benches wants evidence, it's called the Auditor General's report, which they solemnly said they would be supportive of and that they agreed with, and now they are denying. So my question to the Honourable Member, though, is would he think it would be germane to the NDP motion if he were to hear that the minister in charge of this file, the Phoenix pay system, during the Conservative rule, the Honourable Member for Haldimand-Norfolk, had a presentation to her in the month of July 2015, wherein the people responsible for the pay system in the bureaucracy said, "We are ready to go, please press the start button." And she refused to press the start button because she realized that there were still problems with the system and that we weren't ready to go. So that is why it did not occur during a Conservative government, because the minister responsible did the right thing and did not press the start button, and yet the Liberals did press the start button when they weren't ready, when there were still problems in the system. Is that germane to your motion, to the honourable member's motion?
Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, of course it would be. But I'm still stunned, Mr. Speaker, by the lack of remorse from the Liberal side. I'm stunned. I did not expect this, Mr. Speaker. I expected some weaving back and forth. The Liberal government generally doesn't take much responsibility for its own actions. I expected that. I did not expect an outlined denial of Liberals actually being involved in the decision-making process, pushing the start button, operationalizing it, and even knowing that it was going to have catastrophic results. All of that is on the record. As the member points out, from the Auditor General, the Auditor General says this Liberal government failed public servants. The evidence is there. I didn't expect to have Liberals basically say, the way Donald Trump would, well, no, you're all public servants are inventing your facts. This isn't fake news, Mr. Speaker. This is a reality, a tragic reality for far too many public servants, and the Liberal government has to make right what they broke, and that's why Liberal MPs have to vote yes on this motion this week.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in the debate on the motion put forward in the name of the Honourable Member from Jonquière. I thank the Honourable Member for her initiative, which gives us all an important opportunity to discuss this very important issue, the problems with the Phoenix pay system and their impact on the everyday lives of hardworking public servants and their families. I've said it before, Mr. Speaker, and I'll say it again. It is completely unacceptable that our hardworking public servants are not being paid properly. Every day I'm troubled by stories of hardship, of anxiety and stress caused by the failings of the pay system. I hear from and speak regularly with affected public servants from across the country. I read their stories in the news, and I hear regularly from unions about the personal toll that this is taking. I hear about the family who has a hard time making ends meet during a maternity leave, of the parent who had to tighten his belt during the holidays to buy gifts for his children, of the young professional who is worried about accepting a promotion in case she won't get a paycheck. These stories remind me daily of the impact on the lives of Canadians, and these stories are heartbreaking. I want to assure every public servant and their families that our government is doing everything necessary to resolve this intolerable situation. We recognize that we've lost your trust, and we realize that you have been more than patient. Since I've been named the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, I've put a renewed focus on clear communication with employees in a genuine effort to be open and transparent. As we work towards stabilizing the system and resolving outstanding transactions, it's important for public servants to understand the nature of the issues, the work being done to address them, and most importantly, the support that is available when experiencing Phoenix-related pay issues. I'll take this moment to call on public servants who are still experiencing pay issues to contact their manager directly to discuss the situation. Managers should be the first point of contact when experiencing Phoenix pay issues. We know that the strain of pay issues is also being felt by the numerous public servants working hard to resolve this issue. And I want to acknowledge the employees at the Pay Centre in Miramichi, in satellite offices, and in departments and agencies across the public service who are working hard to help their fellow public service colleagues. I deeply appreciate their tireless efforts. Resolving employee pay issues has been the most important file on my desk since my appointment as Minister of Public Services and Procurement 6 months ago. The challenges are complex and numerous. The project was a long time in the making, and the problems run deep. Service Public et
Public Services and Procurement Canada is in charge of paying the 290,000 federal public servants in more than 100 departments, organizations that make up the federal public service. The need to undertake a project to modernize pay services in the public service was raised for the first time in 2008 by the Standing House of Commons Committee on Government Operations. Shortly thereafter, in 2009, the Conservatives began developing plans to transform the administration of pay services. In 2011, the Conservative government purchased the PeopleSoft pay system from IBM and decided to centralize frontline pay services for the entire government in a new public service pay service center in Miramichi, New Brunswick. The objective of this project was to put in place a pay system that was cost-effective and sustainable, but it goes without saying that the transformation was a complete failure. An independent assessment conducted by Goss Gilroy in 2017 provided detailed analysis and indicates 17 lessons learned in 6 different sectors. As the report concluded, underestimating the complexity of the project led to its failure. So why in 2018 can the government not ensure that pay is accurate and paid in a timely fashion?
The complex business transformation initiative across the entire government of Canada was a massive undertaking that I believe history will record was set up to fail. The reality is that the Harper Conservatives botched the Phoenix pay system from the start. They chose the high-risk, cost-cutting route that has landed us in this present situation, Mr. Speaker. To put it bluntly, this project was designed to save money. It should have been focused on serving employees. And as we have seen, it accomplished neither. Technology was stripped of important functionality to meet budget and timelines. The Conservative government chose not to purchase expert training and change management support and instead tried to handle this internally as cheaply as possible. It ended up being ineffective and insufficient. I cannot overemphasize the extent to which the lack of proper governance, oversight, business processes, technical and human resource capacity, and change management in the early stages of this initiative have contributed to getting us where we are today. The Harper Conservative government spent $309 million to create an unproven and flawed pay system and prematurely booked savings of $70 million per year. The design and implementation were rushed and staff were not trained. So rushed that in the summer of 2015, the function of supporting retroactive transactions was postponed indeterminately. And years later, the decision to descope this feature still has a significant impact on employees accepting acting positions and on pay advisors processing collective agreements. There was no change management strategy in place, Mr. Speaker. In fact, 700 specialized compensation staff were fired before Phoenix was launched. Many were given notice as early as April of 2014. Perhaps the former president of the Treasury Board, the Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka, will help us understand the decisions made under his watch. It seems that he made decisions about slashing the back office without really understanding the full impact of what they were doing.
Would be appropriate.
The second report of the Auditor General, which we expect later this spring, may provide further information and insight into these decisions and their impacts. When Phoenix was launched, the existing pay system slated for decommissioning was in poor shape and at high risk of failure. Senior officials advised that Phoenix was ready to go. Let me be clear, there was no other option. The employees responsible for delivering pay service using the old system had already been informed that their positions were cut, and many had already left. Once launched, Phoenix problems ran so deep that it took time to understand what was wrong and identify solutions to stabilize the system. In addition, there was a backlog of 40,000 existing employee cases that were unresolved from the previous system. To make matters worse, the learning curve associated with Phoenix was underestimated, so transactions were not processed as quickly as planned. But more importantly, there was inadequate capacity. The public service no longer had enough experienced, knowledgeable pay experts in their ranks to help transition to the new system. Those 700-plus compensation advisors would have been a game changer had they not been cut by our predecessors. How did our government respond? We opened satellite offices and then hired over 200 compensation staff. These were critical first steps in help make some progress in reducing the backlog. We shifted resources at the request of the union to prioritize transactions involving parental and disability leave, and as a result, those transactions have been processed on time. However, as the 2016 tax season approached, employees were rightfully concerned with the implications of overpayments for their tax reserves. The resources required to handle the overpayments and issue accurate tax slips meant that the backlog of outstanding transactions increased. Last spring, the department shifted its attention to implementing the 21 collective agreements that our government had signed with the public service unions. I should note, Mr. Speaker, that these agreements had been ignored by the Conservatives. When we took office, the Harper Conservatives have let all 27 public service union collective agreements expire. Some had been expired for several years. Our government made negotiating these agreements a priority, and as we said, we've successfully negotiated 21.
It was an awful mess.
Which will cover over 90% of represented public servants. This is a great news story, Mr. Speaker, one that has been lost in the shadow of the irresponsible behaviour of the previous Harper Conservative government. The job of implementing these collective agreements further exacerbated the strain on the pay system. Implementation added hundreds of thousands of transactions to the pay system. We had to calculate retroactive payments going back several years in some cases, and this required data to be pulled from the government's now decommissioned pay system, as well as requiring significant manual calculations. These agreements should have been dealt with much sooner. Again, the Harper Conservatives' adversarial relationships with unions created an added pressure on the new pay system. Again, the department reassigned compensation advisors to processing these agreements. The number of outstanding pay transactions continued to rise. As the government has needed to respond to pay problems, Public Services and Procurement Canada has also been looking at their root causes. One of the major causes for pay delays was the inconsistencies between Phoenix and the patchwork of 32 HR systems in place across government. Because pay is directly linked to human resource processes, we saw that an integrated pay and HR approach was necessary to address issues. It was also clear that one department alone could not identify or implement all the solutions. A whole-of-government approach was needed. Addressing these challenges is front and centre in our approach. In November, the President of the Treasury Board and I outlined a series of measures focused on bringing the pay system to a point of stability. Our efforts to stabilize the pay system fall into four broad areas: governance and informed decisions, improved processes and technologies, increased capacity and service, and partnership and engagement. We know that a whole-of-government approach with strong governance and oversight is crucial. We are addressing mistakes from the past, but the solutions remain imperative today. This is why the Prime Minister established the working group of ministers to ensure that all ministers and deputy ministers are focused on addressing the issues of paying public servants. Mr. Speaker, we have all hands on deck. An integrated team of senior officials from my department and Treasury Board Secretariat is leading an overall effort to stabilize the pay system, both at the pay centre and across the government. A strong governance model that brings together views and realities from across the public service is supporting the work of the integrated team. They are supported by Deputies Ministers' Oversight Committee and interdepartmental working groups. Our government is also undertaking significant initiatives that underlay the stabilizing of the Phoenix pay system and will improve payroll processing for our employees. These measures include implementation of legislative changes to deductions and tax rates, improvements to system functionality to process and manage retroactive payments, stabilized payroll processing, and HR to pay integration, among others. We've also signed a new application managed service contract with IBM to shift to outcome-based management on key functional streams. And to improve process and technology, we are addressing the root causes of human resource to pay system problems, especially the way Phoenix interacts with these 32 HR systems. Our current human resources pay and finance processes and practices do not align with Phoenix, resulting in many time-consuming manual calculations and delays for employees waiting for their pay. Solving these issues means looking at how pay requests are generated in departments, the HR processes to enter, approve, and send transactions to Phoenix. This whole-of-government approach to examine and adjust these processes and practices should have been done well before the implementation of Phoenix's. The integrated team is putting in place much-needed changes in how we manage our business processes from human resources to pay. We have to make sure that the pay system is aligned from start to finish, from the initial staffing action to pay request to pay receipt. We are also redesigning the HR processes that are creating many of the pay issues employees are experiencing, such as transfers in and out, termination, and pay for acting positions. We are also looking at how work is organized so that transactions can be handled more efficiently. For instance, at the Pay Centre, we've piloted a new approach that organizes compensation experts and support staff into pods that specialize in specific departments or transaction types. Early results are promising and suggest that this approach can help reduce our backlog. Monsieur le Président, il ne fait aucun doute.
Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that the decision of the previous government to eliminate 700 experienced compensation advisor positions had serious consequences. We are rebuilding this capacity, and I would like to thank public service unions who have provided valuable support to our efforts. Last May, the government invested $142 million in our capacities and technologies. An additional amount of $56 million in new funding is outlined in Supplementary Budget C for this year. A significant part of this funding will help to reinforce capacity at the Pay Services Center and satellite offices. We have provided a host of measures to recruit and to maintain compensation advisor positions to help us do the work that must be done. We have doubled the number of compensation advisors since launching Phoenix, and we are continuing to look for new ways to better serve employees. My department has concluded a partnership with Veterans Affairs Canada in order to create temporary pay offices to process transactions in Charlottetown and Kirkland Lake. From the very first day, we concentrated on helping employees, which is very different from the approach of Harper's Conservatives. That is why we will soon have 100 people in our client contact center who will have access to Phoenix in order to respond directly and provide more details to employees who call about their payroll problems. To conclude, we're reinforcing partnerships and mobilization. When it comes to feedback from unions, departments, human resources experts, experts on payroll and technology, all of those are essential to make sure that we do things right. The members of a union and management committee on Phoenix meet regularly to discuss problems and possible solutions. Furthermore, we provide monthly dashboards to departments and organizations that will better pilot decision-making. We are determined to implement the lessons learned mentioned in the Goss-Gilroy and the Auditor General's reports in order to make sure that we never find ourselves in such a situation again.
Mr. Speaker, we are going forward with these measures, but it will take time and concerted efforts across all departments. There is no easy or quick fix for the problem to fix the system. To think otherwise would see us repeat the mistakes that got us here. Poor planning, rushed analysis, and an overly narrow focus driven by savings, not service to employees. The well-documented history of this file provides the reasons why we are having this debate, but I am not offering it as an excuse. To be clear, we didn't create this problem, but it is ours to fix, and we will. As a responsible employer, we will do right by our employees. Nowhere is this better demonstrated than on the issue of training. We may never know how many pay problems could have been avoided had the previous government made proper investments in training. And I will let the former president of the Treasury Board Secretariat explain why training was not a priority for his government.
That'll be interesting.
Better training is a key solution moving forward, and we are also looking at other ways to help employees. One of the most vexing problems being faced is overpayments, more specifically how repayments are being handled. One of the particularities of federal tax law requires employees who were overpaid in one tax year to repay what they received plus tax withholdings in the following tax year. This is complicated and unfair for employees who are already under strain and stress. We are working with the unions to address this situation so that we can ensure that no employees are out of pocket because of pay issues. Clearly, public service pay is complex, and issues with Phoenix have only made things more difficult. Understandably, many employees want to know why we didn't simply scrap Phoenix and implement a new pay system. I can tell you that we are drawing from lessons learned and expert advice and are exploring longer-term options to ensure we have a sustainable, reliable, and efficient pay system. But while we explore other options, we must forge ahead on addressing the Phoenix pay system issues and backlog. Public servants deserve a modern, state-of-the-art pay system. Our immediate goal is to stabilize the pay system, but we are also exploring longer-term options to ensure that we have this system. We have to keep paying the close to 300,000 public servants every 2 weeks So we have no immediate choice but to bring Phoenix to a point of stability where pay is being provided accurately on time, and this is my #1 priority. Mr. Speaker, we will get through these pay problems, but there is much hard work ahead. As I've said many times, we will leave no stone unturned. With regard to the motion at hand, our government supports the spirit of the motion. This being said, the motion contains elements which are factually inaccurate. The NDP claims that our government made a gross error in judgment in implementing Phoenix. This is not the case. The die was cast when the previous government sacked hundreds of compensation advisors and the previous pay system was slated for decommissioning. There was no system to go back to, Mr. Speaker. The NDP also states that the system was implemented against the advice of our employees. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, there is conclusive evidence that demonstrates that officials advised in favour of moving forward with Phoenix. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jean.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for the historical overview of the Phoenix Pay System. I would like to remind her that they've been in place for 2 years now. In 2016, the person who pressed on the button to implement it, well, they were the ones to do so. They can blame the implementation of the process on the Conservatives, but they are the ones who set up, or rather implemented, the second phase. They're the ones who decided to go ahead. And my question for the minister is that there's a lot of problems that have been caused. Public servants and unions, press conferences have been held, and there have been cries for help from public servants. Everyone is asking for solutions and the way to ensure that they get paid adequately. I would like to know if the minister has solutions to offer in order to compensate people who have been affected, either through their credit score or the psychological effect from not being paid. Some people have lost everything. The Honourable Minister.
Thank the honourable member for her colleague, Mr. Speaker. Make no mistake, the choice that our government faced was not between going to a new system and keeping the old system. It was a new system or no system. And at that point, we forged ahead and very quickly realized what we were dealing with. With respect to the question, I cannot overemphasize how much we sympathize with public servants, how committed we are to resolving these issues for them, how apologetic we are that we have put them, we as a government, partisanship aside, have put them in an untenable situation and their families. Mr. Speaker, I encourage, as I said, public servants to speak with their managers. We have provided compensation for out-of-pocket expenses. There are emergency pay services. We are working with unions on discussing compensation because of all these other factors. But let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, that there is literally no stone. And if anybody has a suggestion, I am completely open to hearing it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the minister for coming today, giving her view on Phoenix. Now, it's very clear she hasn't read her own government's released ATIPs and OPQ, so I'm going to point out a few items. She blames the previous government for Phoenix. She mentions the backlog. Well, her government received, as part of the transition activities checklist on December 23rd, a note saying, clear the backlog before you go live. Now, about a year ago, from this minister's deputy minister, here's a letter to her stating one of the main problem of the Phoenix disaster was the backlog not being cleared. She talks about capacity issues, about the layoffs. Well, here's a OPQ from her own parliamentary secretary saying there were internal project assessments done, independent third-party assessments done. Both assessments came to the conclusion there was sufficient capacity. So she blames the layoffs of the staff, but her own department says that wasn't the issue. Further, another OPQ shows between the Liberals pulling the trigger on Phoenix in January of 2016 and July of 2016, when they were finally forced to agree to an emergency committee meeting, guess how many job postings they had for pay advisors? Let's see. Oh, they had one, and they had it for 10 days only. So I do not place any merit to what the minister has been saying. But my question to her is, when she appeared in committee in OGO committee in November, we were asking in a nonpartisan way with the NDP as well for help and having for the constituency offices to the MPs so we can help our constituents with Phoenix. At that meeting, she promised us by December 15th she would get back to us on this issue. December 15th came and went. We've written letters to her. We've written emails to her. There's nothing. When are you going to get back to us on providing the constituency support that that the member promised us in November? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I can assure you that the 40,000 cases that were in the backlog when Phoenix was implemented were there because there was no other choice but to move forward with that pay system at the time. There simply wasn't something to go back to, and we didn't have people to run it, even if there was. 700 people had been laid off, Mr. Speaker, and had moved, many of whom had retired or been given layoff notice or had moved on to other positions. With respect to the offer to provide help for MP offices, I can assure the member that we are working on this. We are trying desperately not to divert resources from the backlog of transactions. We are trying really, really deliberately or intentionally not to interfere with existing processes, whether they be union grievance processes or existing relationships that employees have with managers. We recognize that we have to support MPs and give them the most up-to-date information, and I look forward in the very near future to advising MPs of what we had come up with. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the minister. What I wanted to just to highlight and maybe get the minister to provide some additional comment on is that since taking over the reins of government, we have actually had to build upon a faulty system, along with dealing with a number of non-union agreements. In fact, there were no union agreements achieved under the Harper government. We had to accomplish that. That also had to be factored into the Phoenix system. And at the end of the day, as the minister has pointed out, we are very much concerned about the civil servant and ensuring that that civil servant is treated in the best way possible when it comes to the pay and benefits. And what would she recommend personally if there is a civil servant that is being frustrated by the system? What would she recommend that individual do?
The minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. With respect to collective agreement implementation, Mr. Speaker, it was a very exciting time for our government to come in and make good on our promise to work with public servants, to renew our relationship with unions, and of course to negotiate long outstanding collective agreements. We negotiated in good faith. We attempted to implement these collective agreements in good faith, but as I said, it added hundreds of transactions to an already belabored and clunky pay system that we had inherited. Mr. Speaker, if I may, if public servants are experiencing pay system, I encourage them, first of all, to speak with their managers. I encourage them to access emergency pay, to access payment for out-of-pocket expenses, to speak with their pay advisor in Miramichi, and to take any step that they think necessary to talk to their unions. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of avenues of recourses for our public service, and once again, I apologize that they even have to take them.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the minister. This whole disaster reminds me so much of Cortez in 1519, took a fleet of Spaniards to the coast of Mexico, and arriving, before they'd found the golden treasure, said, "Burn all the boats. No going back." The Phoenix pay disaster was set up like that, and so I think partisanship should be set aside. This was a bomb left to us by the previous government. The Liberals haven't diffused it. I wonder, why are we not talking about suing IBM? We had a system that worked. Federal civil servants were paid on time all the time, and no one thought it was a big success when it happened. How did we privatize paying our civil servants in such a way that we keep paying the people who've ripped us off because the contract says every time we go back for more, we pay through the nose? Sue IBM and get our own civil servants to fix this mess.
The honourable minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question and comment, and I agree that this was an unequivocal disaster and a bomb that was left to us by the former government. Mr. Speaker, we have to understand what was scoped. It is imperative to understand that the contract with the provider was extremely narrow in scope, and we have been holding the provider to task on everything that they were supposed to deliver. And I can assure the member that Phoenix will be fixed by public servants. It will be fixed by the hardworking experts in our midst who are working tirelessly to resolve this issue. We have a relationship, an ongoing relationship with the vendor whose sole purpose is to ensure that we hold them to the terms of their contract, and they are very willing to help us as much as they possibly can. Mr. Speaker, it is a partnership, whether it be with unions or public servants or vendors or other parties, that's going to get this resolved, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage, once again, us all to work together, because we are all impacted by this particular issue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Edmonton West, if you don't mind, and I do want to thank my NDP colleague from Jonquière for bringing this motion forward. It is important that we recognize that public servants across the country are still suffering as a result of the Liberal government's inability to address the mess that they caused by prematurely hitting the start button on the Phoenix pay system. Like many of my colleagues in this House, Mr. Speaker, my office has heard those stories, those terrible stories of families, retirees, hardworking citizens of our nation who have had their lives severely damaged by the implementation of this government of the Phoenix system before it was ready for the rollout. This is a basic issue. As the member for Jonquière herself said, surely one of the basic tenets of administration of government, which this Liberal Party claims to be good at, is that you pay your people on time for the work they do. Surely that's one of the basic things that one can expect out of a government. And yet, for year one of this government, for year two of this government, and now for year three of this government, this has been an abject failure of this party in government. The failures of this government have played havoc in people's lives, their finances, and we know now that this problem will be compounded for years to come as employees' retirement situations are left in the lurch thanks to the mistakes being made and left unrectified today. As my colleague's motion addresses, the government has been completely oblivious to the warnings being sent out by departmental staff and by the unions to not move forward with Phoenix. And in fact, the previous Conservative government, as I mentioned in my questions and comments, held off on hitting the start button more than once because of similar warnings. So after starting the system prematurely, the government continued on its clueless path and now created this runaway train. There is plenty of evidence to bear this out, Mr. Speaker, much of it in the Auditor General's report that was released before Christmas. The Auditor General reported that it took the Liberals 4 months to recognize that there were serious pay problems, and it took about a year to have a better understanding of the situation, Mr. Speaker. And by the time the Liberals woke up to the mess that they had made, the number of public servants in departments and agencies using the Miramichi Pay Centre who had an outstanding pay request quadrupled to more than 150,000. And until about a year after Phoenix was launched, the government was still responding to pay problems willy-nilly as they arose. The Auditor General reported that by last summer, which is almost 2 years into the Liberals' mandate, they still had no roadmap to deal with the problems that they themselves had created. The problems grew to the point that as of June 2017, unresolved errors in pay amounted to over $500 million, $500 million, Mr. Speaker, of unresolved pay amounts. But the evidence doesn't stop there. Let's look at the Liberal ineptitude on reviewing the system-related issues with Phoenix. The system has about 200 custom programs to handle some of the 80,000 federal government pay rules and to work with departmental human resource systems to process pay. The government determined it needed to analyze all 200 of these programs to identify the system-related sources of pay errors. However, the government started its analysis only in March of 2017, Mr. Speaker, more than a year after the pay problems started to be reported, and by last fall it had only analyzed 6 of the 200 custom programs. Not good enough, Mr. Speaker, not good enough at all. To make the situation abundantly clear, here is a quote from the Auditor General's report, and I quote, "Public Services and Procurement Canada and the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat did not recognize early enough that they needed a comprehensive governance structure to resolve pay problems and develop a sustainable solution. Public Services and Procurement Canada initially responded to pay problems on its own and did not fully involve departments and agencies in developing a plan to resolve pay problems." End of citation. The Auditor General found that 16 months after the pay problems first arose, there was still no comprehensive governance structure to resolve the underlying causes of the problems. In contrast, as my honourable colleagues in the NDP have indicated, Queensland Health, a government department of the Australian state of Queensland, which had similar problems with the pay system, put in place a comprehensive governance structure within 4 months of the pay problems arising. 16 months of non-response with the current Liberal government versus 4 months of response in Queensland, Australia. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is very evident. It is very evident that the Liberals' lack of awareness and the complete lack of willingness to address this mess is not only astounding, it's a complete and utter failure of competency that is hurting many thousands of public servants and their families. Mr. Speaker, today's motion is a reminder that the Liberals are still, unfortunately for this country, floundering on this file, while public servants' lives and the lives of their families continue to be irreparably damaged. So many of them have reached out to their members of Parliament for assistance, really as a last resort. Yet I must report in this place, Mr. Speaker, that our offices have received little by way of support from the government. In November, as my honourable colleague from Edmonton West has already indicated, in November the minister said that she was willing to help MP offices by providing specific resources for the Phoenix cases pouring in every week. But after months of no response, we've learned that the additional resources amount to Liberal staffers taking down details in the minister's office. Not good enough, Mr. Speaker, not good enough by a long shot. And so we still have these outstanding cases, and I'm sure if we were to add in the cases of the NDP and Liberal colleagues on top of what we Conservative colleagues know, that number would rise significantly, Mr. Speaker. There are 300 cases amongst the Conservative caucus alone. I dare say that's the tip of the iceberg. And it's another example of how the Liberals promised more support, Mr. Speaker, but they have failed to deliver. So today, in a spirit of holding the government to account on this file and not letting the voices of Phoenix victims go silent in this House, I and my colleagues will be supporting this motion and sincerely hope that members on the government side do the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Longueuil, Saint-Tite.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his speech. Now, I don't think I'd ask him or his party to recommend a software to me, but it is the Liberals, I agree, it is the Liberals who hit the start button. I'd like to ask him, does he sincerely believe that we could get this government, this arrogant government, an admission of the fact that they are responsible of all this fiasco? Does he think this government will admit its error? Well, I think the Honourable Member is right. It is the fault of the government of the day, which hit the start button. For this fiasco. It was this government who decided to go forward with this system. But the government wasn't ready.
The signs were there. The warning signs that meant that the previous government, which did initiate this process, I want to be clear on that, but we declined to start the implementation because we knew better based on the warnings of experts and of public servants, Mr. Speaker. And yet this government, not a scintilla, not a speck of responsibility taking, of, in a sense, apology for their mistakes. They apologize for what they say are other people's mistakes, but not for their own mistakes, Mr. Speaker. This is classic Liberal government subterfuge.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm proud to be the Parliamentary Secretary. And I'm proud to say that we will be coming up with a solution, taking part in coming up with a solution. But now I'm speaking as the member for Gatineau.
Not understand that he sounds like the arsonist who complains when the fire department shows up? Does he think that residents of the National Capital Region do not remember his dreary DRAP program, his steadfast refusal to negotiate with public sector unions for 3 years, 3 years without a collective agreement? Does he not remember the order from on high, his office? $70 million in savings must be realized from the pay system. Does he not remember any of that? I sat here and listened to this member moralize and lecture this House for 10 straight minutes. Does he not realize that the citizens of Gatineau, the citizens of the National Capital Region, and public servants all over this country expect, want, demand that this person take responsibility for the problem and the time bomb that he left them?
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
That was vaguely not Churchillian, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of my record in government. I'm proud that I led the program that got the budget in balance, which they squandered in 5 seconds flat as soon as they had the reins of power, Mr. Speaker. So yes, I'm proud of my record, but I would ask the Honourable Member to consider his words carefully, because the Honourable Member is on the side of this chamber, which means he's in government. He's responsible for activities. They're in the 3rd year, Mr. Speaker, of being in government, and they're still blaming, oh, it's their fault, or this happened before our term. Mr. Speaker, when are they going to take responsibility and show leadership and pay employees on time, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, normally I start by saying it's a pleasure to rise to talk about a bill or a subject or motion, but I cannot say that this time. I mean, as we've heard repeatedly, it's well into 2 years of the Phoenix fiasco, and it's a disgrace that we're still chatting about it right now. Earlier in a question, I brought up a commitment made by the minister that she promptly blew off to provide resources to the constituency or to the constituency offices on helping people with the Phoenix disaster. She waxed on eloquently. I'll talk to your manager talk to your supervisor, talk to this person, but I'm going to give an example, a personal human example of why we need the assistance and why this government continues to let down Canadians and public servants. We have a lady in my right. Her name is Sebastian Critchley. I'll write part of her letter. She goes, in April 2016, I took leave without pay for medical reasons. My pay should have been stopped, and it wasn't. I received an overpayment. I notified my manager, as was requested, so I could try and resolve the issue. I returned to work in June, reduced my hours, continued to be paid full-time. I took additional leave without pay in July of 2015 and continued to be paid. So she took the right steps. She told her manager and supervisor nothing. October, I suddenly didn't receive a paycheck. No notice, just no pay one day. It had been clawed back due to the overpayments. In November 2016, I went on maternity leave and had my son, Logan, who she brought into my office. Logan, I realize you're probably only about a year old, but hello. We spent over 3 weeks in neonatal care. I should have, the time I should have been with my son, instead she spent in the hospital bed, and then later in the hallway of intensive care, calling, trying to get a record of employment so I could actually receive income during the stressful period. I was told at the time that it would take 6 months. She went on to talk to a different pay advisor about the overpayment, and he suddenly stopped responding to me. She called back again. She was told it was $7,500 she was overpaid, and then $22,000, so $30,000 in total. But then she was told she was just a Category 3, the lowest priority, and therefore they wouldn't even take a message to have someone call her back. February 26, 2017, I received my T4, followed by an amended T4. Now, those who have been following the Phoenix saga for so long will remember in the emergency debate that the Conservative Party, the emergency committee that the Conservative Party forced in July of 2016 that the Liberals fought against, we brought up the T4 issue, and we were told by the minister, the deputy minister, don't worry, it's all in hand. So apparently it's not all in hand. She goes, I began working with a new compensator advisor who advised me that my overpayment was now $30,000 because Phoenix had generated additional payments of roughly $15,000, which would never actually pay to me. The T4 was low. Well, here it continues on. Because my T4 was so low, I had credits I wasn't able to use, so she passed them over to her husband. But then her child tax credit was calculated incorrectly because of the T4 issue. She goes on, I estimate I've spent over 200 hours attempting to resolve this, taking time away for caring for my children. I've had late nights attempting to analyze this information, depression, lack of sleep. She decided to review her pay stubs. Imagine her surprise when the pay stubs printed off with each pay, the new ones available to her now didn't match. Goes on and on. I lay awake at night fearing I'm going to end up repaying $30,000 when it should have been $21,000. I went on maternity leave and indicated I wanted to pay my benefits coverage in advance with post-dated checks. I tried, and so did my team leader and manager, to find out how much I needed to pay. I finally went on leave without that information. I've just come back and have a letter stating if I didn't pay in advance, my benefits coverage would not cover the period I was off, and I needed to repay back any benefits. Several $100s I didn't have because she's currently being asked to pay approximately $9,000 she never received. Came back to work September 5th. September 26th, I received an email from the agent that was actively working on the file that he'd add information to me later that week. October 3rd, followed up, no answer. October 5th, received an email asking if I had reviewed my pay stubs, as if somehow it's her responsibility. October 12th, sent another message asking for this information. Today is October 16th. Despite numerous requests, I've had no response whatsoever. Now, Ms. Critchley came into my office. I saw this letter. We called her into my office to meet face-to-face to try and help her. I realize it's a disaster. There's lots of other people trying to get their Phoenix fixed. So I took it upon myself. I said, we're going to have the deputy minister in committee. I will personally ask them to take this on. Now, we actually had to filibuster committee to get the minister to show up to talk to us about Phoenix, about what the plan was going to be to fix. We got no information of that. But we did get a commitment from her in November that by December 15th, we would have a plan on how to help the MPs help those victims of Phoenix. We've seen very clearly the minister stands up and says, oh, MPs shouldn't do that. They're going to interfere. Let the managers do it. Well, we see very clearly the managers are not capable. I want to continue on with Ms. Critchley's case. I went to the Deputy Minister LeMay and Deputy Minister Linklater, who were in charge of the Phoenix disaster, for lack of better words, I asked them, I pleaded with them, could you please help this one person? Help her out. No one, there's 150,000 people affected by Phoenix. I realize I can't help them all, but I wanted to help this one lady in my riding because she was not getting help. So I went to the very top and I was promised, yes, would have someone get in touch with her. So 4 pages of issues. She spoke to someone. Her email back from the department, from this government was, talk to your manager and request your overtime that you're owed. Came back to me, that was enough. So I went back to the Deputy Minister and started following. I asked Ms. Critchley to keep me copied on all of the correspondence. I have them here. I realize it's a problem. 58 emails back and forth. And we're into another year and the T4s are still incorrect. And then I have more. So this just goes to show that you can't just fluff it off and say, go to your manager. The MPs are here for a reason, and they're here to help those who are getting affected by Phoenix. It's not enough to make a promise and say, oh, we'll get back to you with how you're going to we'll support the MPs, and then just take off. Ignore emails, ignore letters that we sent to the minister, and then have the minister stand in this House and say it's interfering if the MP is trying to help someone else. It's disgraceful. The minister made a promise. She should keep that promise and give the resources to the members of Parliament to help their constituencies. Now, I want to get on to Phoenix itself. You know, Liberals will sit there, thank you, and blame the Conservatives. They'll look over the fact that they were warned in advance by the unions. Now, we have documentation showing January of 2016, the unions warning them it wasn't ready. Now, if you go back a few months to summer 2015, when the PSPC wanted to start Phoenix, the Conservative government said, no, it wasn't ready. We've seen the documents that said the training hadn't been finished, that there was lots of errors in the system, so the Conservative government said, no, go back to getting it working properly. The unions went and said it wasn't working. In committee, the Deputy Minister of this government told us, no, we've never spoken to the union, and then backtracked when presented with the facts. Now, of course, they're going to blame the Conservatives, even though that they knew it wasn't, the Liberal government knew it wasn't ready, and they went ahead. They're going to blame the bureaucrats. We've heard it today, oh, we were told to go ahead. But there's something called the Gartner Report that went to the Treasury Board, very specifically said it's not ready. If you wanted a smoking gun, that was a perfect example. It went to Treasury Board. What did the Liberal government say? Oh, they didn't pass it on to PSPC. We didn't know. They knew about it. They're going to blame the vendors like IBM and PeopleSoft. But it's very clearly the blame for the Phoenix fiasco sits with the Liberal government. You know, they talked about the backlog. Well, we have documents showing the government was told in advance as part of the pay process, clear the backlog. December 15th, clear the backlog. A year later, Deputy Minister LeMay, to the minister, writes a letter that says the problems of Phoenix were caused by not clearing the backlog. We have documents to their government stating very clearly all the issues, problems with pay changes, problems with the Coast Guard said we're having 50% failure rate in December. Fisheries and Oceans stated the same thing. Very clear, right to the government. So they knew it was all there. When the Phoenix problems started rolling out in January, the first wave, and then February, in committee, we warned the government. The minister at the time said it was only 77 cases. We knew it was a lot bigger. The problem still continues, and the biggest problem is this government will not take it seriously. This government will not take a plan to help Canadians, to help MPs, help their constituents. This government is doing nothing, and that's the problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Belleuil-Chambly.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm eager to put the same question to my colleague for Gatineau later on because he called for evidence that the government was aware of the problems dealing with the Phoenix pay system.
That was provided to Treasury Board from January 13th, 2016, a little more than a month before they pressed the big metaphorical red button. And it's a readiness assessment of Phoenix that has such gems as system readiness is questionable. Out of our 25 outstanding defects, 10 are still critical and not fixed. Increase in overpayment at the moment without the Phoenix implementation. What will be the impact later? On the fix, there will not be any testing before go live. What is the contingency plan? Not serious for not having this. Here's another gem, Mr. Speaker. Public Safety Canada that says testing results issue 30% errors, not satisfactory, issues with conversion. Mr. Speaker, you get the picture, and I'm sure this is an access to information request. There's a great long read in the Ottawa Citizen for the member for Gatineau, but to the member who just spoke, and I thank him for his speech, I'm just wondering if he can explain, at the risk of posing a rhetorical question, why the government refuses to do what governments should do, take responsibility, and fix the problem.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
And that truly is the question of the day. I remember about a year ago posing a question to the previous minister and making a statement. If she had spent half the effort into fixing Phoenix as she did in blaming others, we would have had the Liberal Phoenix fiasco fixed by now. We've seen it from day one when we brought this up, when previous Minister Foote stated, even though we knew it was much higher, we have documents showing there was 40,000 outstanding backlogs. She said there was only 77 issues, and there wasn't a big worry. We've seen the Treasury Board president in committee with his deputy ministers saying it was a great success, and they will not go with the February 26 rollout unless they were 99% ready. They ignored the warnings, and then when the Phoenix blew up, they denied there was an issue. It took an emergency committee meeting in July for them to actually act. And it looks like that meeting was the emphasis for them to actually start hiring some staff. It boggles the mind why this government ignored the problem and still to this day is more intent on blaming others than taking responsibility and fixing the problem.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Gatineau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened very carefully to my friend opposite from the Conservative Party of Canada. The transformation process began in 2008. It went through a number of steps, and that took us to 2015 with a recommendation to proceed. That was clear. And that I would like to advise my colleague from the NDP of that as well. Now, my question, however, is for the honourable member. It's taken now over 2 years to resolve the issue. We have accepted the responsibility for fixing the problem that was left to us with the pay system. We have never denounced our responsibility. We have made it our business to fix it. My question for my colleague is what part of the responsibility is he, on behalf of his party, prepared to accept? Is he prepared to accept any responsibility for the development of the Phoenix pay system? Is he prepared to accept any share of the responsibility? And
Député de Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Gatineau for the question. This goes to the crux of the issue. We are looking for a plan to help our constituents. We are looking for a plan to help the several hundred thousand affected by the Liberal Phoenix fiasco, and all we get from the government is, will you accept blame? Again, it goes to the question, if they put half the effort into fixing the problem as they do blaming others, we could have solved this issue a year ago. The evidence is clear. They went ahead when it wasn't ready. Right. They knew it wasn't ready. They've got a problem, and instead of fixing it, it appears they're intent on blaming. No different than the issue with inviting a convicted attempted assassin to meet with the Prime Minister. It's someone else's fault. Maybe they should put that person ahead of Phoenix, and maybe that person will get a bit more work done. Thank you.
Before resuming debate, I just want to remind the honourable members, I'm sure they're talking loudly to someone next to them, but it is carrying across from both sides. So I just want to remind them that if they are talking, maybe just whisper to each other rather than talking loud enough that it carries across. It makes it very difficult when we're trying to hear the question and the answer, depending on which side it's coming from, regardless of what side it's coming from. Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, like to let you know that I will be splitting my time with the member from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that you'll have the patience to indulge me for one short moment. This week past in the riding, I was honoured to have a few moments in 2 stops of the Wounded Warriors Run in BC. You know, these folks ran all the way from Port Hardy to Victoria to talk about the challenges that so many veterans and first responders face. They're fundraising to make sure that they can provide that immediate support. And I just appreciated so deeply their dedication, their vigorousness in their run, and how committed they are to the people that rush in when we are rushing out. So I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate them.
Well said.
So here we are today talking about something that's really a fundamental issue. It's about being paid on time, making sure that when you have employees, they get the pay that they deserve for the work that they do. And I think the most important thing that we must do in this speech, in this House today, is recognize that our public workers are still out there every day doing their work. And that is a tremendous testament to their dedication to this country, because they are showing up not often knowing if they're going to be paid, if they're going to be paid less, if they're going to be overpaid. And I just cannot say enough for all of those people. Thank you so much for continuing that amazing work, even in this very precarious environment. So I think it's important that we remember, I'm hearing a lot of partisanship in this place today, and I think we need to let go of that. We need to let go of blame, and we need to get moving on action. The reality is we have people in this country that are refusing position changes or promotions or parental leave because they are afraid that they are not going to get paid.
Wow.
So if you think about that right now, there are people in this country making decisions on if they're going to have children or not because they are afraid that they are not going to get paid if there's any change to their employment. This system was put in place, it was meant to save $70 million a year, and now we are over $40 million trying to fix it. We have 73% of the total amount of federal employees that are struggling under this issue. Mr. Speaker, that is close to 200,000 workers in this country. And at the end of the 2017 audit period, 49,000 employees were still waiting more than a year to have pay requests processed. So, the reality on the ground is there is often no compensation for shift work. Overtime is being recorded or paid improperly. Income taxes are being calculated incorrectly. Delays are happening for pension payments. Employees are getting overpaid, underpaid, or not paid at all. I remember one constituent telling me, I've worked in this position for over 20 years. Suddenly, my full-time job is being paid as a part-time job, and I just keep showing up hoping that this will get fixed. And the result is incredible stress for workers and their families. And I think we cannot leave that out of this conversation. We have families that are in incredibly precarious positions because they are not getting their compensation. So, Madam, or Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for having us here to have this really important discussion. I want to talk about some people in my riding. I think this is so important because, again, it goes back to that part. This is a human issue. There are people in this country that are struggling. I want to talk about Graham. He's a member of my constituency. He worked with DFO for over 32 years. He retired in 2016. He was expecting to be paid his severance pay. He's been asking for it since 2016, was told that it was being processed. Then he called again in the early 2017. He was told then that he was supposed to fill out a form that he had never heard of before. And then he was told he had to fill it out online. Well, Mr. Speaker, he is not really comfortable working online and was very distressed that nobody had even spoken to him about this form. So trying to figure that out, did that, and then told on the May 4th, 2017, with help from a local financial advisor, that he would submit it, and now it's February. And what is Graham being told? It's still being processed. So this is somebody that dedicated 32 years of their life to this job, to this country, and now being told, you still have to wait. And then we have Nate David, who worked for DFO from 2001 to 2016. He received a pay increase in 2014, but it never appeared on his pay. Now he's old for the 2-year period, still has not received that, has called numerous times since leaving in 2016, and is always being told that his file is being processed. He just called again last week and was advised that no one has been assigned yet to his file, nor has anyone looked at it. He is to call back in the next few weeks for yet another update.
Unbelievable.
So the reality is this is causing him and his family significant emotional and mental stress. I think it's important that we recognize that people who are trying to do their job are being forced to not only do their job, but try to fight for their pay. And I'm pretty sure that that's not what they're supposed to be doing, and they shouldn't be asked to do that. So for David, he just wants to see this resolved. He wants to move on over 2 years of money owed to him for that pay increase. Then we have Scott. Scott actually worked for DFO for 36 years. And I think this is important, Mr. Speaker. When I started here, we knew that the Coast Guard station in Comox was going to be shut down. We fought hard to not have that happen. And unfortunately, it did. So after all those years of service, Scott was asked to go to Victoria and help change that over. He did all of that work, and then he came back to Comox and now is working for the Department of National Defense. So I just think this is important. Scott is still being paid as an employee of DFO. That hasn't even been fixed yet. So the other reality is he got a small increase of pay, and that is still not being given to him. So recently, Scott went online to track his case and noted 26 outstanding items needed to be processed under his employee number. 26. So this is 2 years. This is 2 years of dealing with this pay system, having the reality that he gets zero earnings sometimes, and other times he's getting huge lump payments. His child tax benefit has been hugely impacted by this because he got overpaid and then underpaid. This is incredibly stressful for this family. And then Stacy. Stacy actually went out and got a mortgage. You know, that's something you do. A single mom supporting her family, doing the best that she can. She is now 2 annual increment payments behind. That was a large part of how she was going to be paying her mortgage. She still hasn't received this. So again, going back and forth between HR team and the pay center being told to go back to there, back and forth, trying to find time in her busy work schedule where she's dedicatedly working for the people of this country, and she doesn't have time to be calling and trying to fight this fight, filling out numerous forms, and living off debt because she does not have the money to support her family because this government hasn't fixed it. So these are the realities on the ground. And so I just want to make sure that the members of my riding, North Island Powell River, know what our party is asking for today. This is it. That in the opinion of the House, the government committed a gross error in judgment when it operationalized the previous government's Phoenix pay system over the clear objections of both affected unions and departmental staff. And that the House called on this government to A, pay all employees correctly and on time every time for the work that they do. Exempt those who have been overpaid by Phoenix from having to pay back the gross amount despite actually receiving a substantially lower net amount. Compensate those in the public service who have experienced damages from Phoenix both financially and otherwise, and D, publicly apologize to all those who have endured hardship as a result of the government's error.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, I think this is a reasonable request. I think this is a request that honors the realities on the ground of families who have lost so much. You know, I've had constituents tell me stories about having to borrow a tremendous amount of money just to make the basic needs of their life be met. I've talked to constituents who have had to eat at numerous friends' houses. Communities are coming together to support these people, but it is completely unacceptable that they're being asked to do this. And so many businesses have come to talk to me as well and said, if we ever did this, we would be charged, we would be held accountable. How is it that there is 2 sets of rules for small businesses and for this government?
Right.
So we ask this government to do the right thing, to honor the people who work for us every day, make sure they are paid, and fix this fiasco.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Gatineau.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, Where we see a lot of common sense is with the wording of the motion that says what needs to be done in order to fix the problem, to compensate for it and to fix the problem with this system that was left by the previous government. Now, what we find bothersome, what perturbs us about this, what we find absurd, in fact, with respect to the motion, standing in the name of the member for Jonquière, is the lack of evidence that the government acted despite comments made, despite the position. Now, I asked a question of the member for Jonquière. I asked a question of the member for New Westminster. And now I would ask the current speaker if she can produce evidence, because the previous two couldn't, if she can produce some kind of proof or evidence that the government acted on the opposite advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. And just so that he knows, my riding is called North Island Powell River. It is a beautiful riding with amazing people who work for the Department of National Defense, that work for DFO, and are not getting paid. And if that is not evidence enough for this House to step up and do the right thing, then I'm really shocked. You know, this member referred to it as absurd. This is not an absurd motion. This is a motion based on the realities that workers are facing in this country. People are losing their homes. That is not absurd. That is outrageous. And that you are not or this House and this government is not standing up and getting this fixed. I remember one constituent said to me, where is the people that just write the checks? Like, I understand the system is broken, but we just need to be paid. When children are not getting fed, when houses are being lost, then there is something significantly wrong. And you know, this government can say as much as it likes that they're putting systems in place. I have people who have not been paid for months. And that is totally unacceptable.
Very good.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I'd like to thank my colleague from the West Coast for her speech. I've been to Powell River several times, a beautiful area. Now, I spoke previously about the work done in committee by myself and her colleague from the member from Regina Luan, where we had a commitment from this government in November to have by December 15th resources for the members of Parliament so they can help those affected by the Phoenix issue. The government says that's not a priority. People should just call their managers. I'm wondering if my colleague believes that these people affected by Phoenix should just simply call their manager, or should the government fulfill their commitment stated in November by December 15th to have resources for the members of Parliament to help those affected by Phoenix?
Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Good question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. I absolutely agree that we need to do something fundamental. You know, in my office alone, since this started, we've had over 50 cases. And that may not seem like a lot, but I know of offices that have had well over 200. So the reality is that we need to be providing the resources so that people can get the help. And when I talk about the stories in my writing, this is the challenge. We have workers who are being told to go to this office, go to that office, go to this office, and then trying to work those offices off each other so that they can get their issues put forward a lot faster. That is a lot of time. That is a lot of time for workers to have to go and engage those different places and try to get them to leverage each other so that they can get action on their file. So I think what we really have to take a moment to do here is recognize we need to serve the people who are facing this challenge, not serve the people who are incredibly responsible for it. Thank you.
Very good.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate, l'honorable député de Rose.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague as well for her speech, which was entirely exact, fact-based, based on the reality and the experience lived by men and women who serve our country and who are not respected by the current Liberal government. I would like to start, Mr. Speaker, by saying, you know, We all agree here that the primary mission of a government and a state is to ensure public safety. The worst thing that we could do as managers of the public good and collective well-being is to ensure that people can live in safe communities, go to work, send their kids to school, and so on. I think we all agree on that. The second thing that a government must do is to offer public services. People in our cities and towns need those services. They need doctors and nurses. They need schools. They need universities. They need professional training. We need people who ensure that public safety, whether it be police officers, the army, whether it be people who are public servants, who go and inspect the quality of food to make sure that people are not poisoned when they do their groceries, whether it be scientists who conduct research, to ensure that the medication that we take is safe. All of those people who offer those public services are people who are part of the public service. People in the public service are at the heart of our actions and our mission as part of the state. Once we've set the objectives of that mission, how we want to live as a society, what kind of justice we want to live in, what kind of equality we want to live in, fighting against poverty, and so on, we need to adjust our taxation policy and ensure that we have the financial means to reach those objectives. One of the fundamental differences between the left and the right is that on the left we set social goals and then we make sure that the financial resources are there and not the reverse. Once we have set our objectives, we have public services. We need to treat the people who work for our society well, people who are part of the public service. Right now, members of the public service are not respected. The people that we put on the ground to make sure that the government can have a positive impact, to move society forward, those individuals are being mistreated. They are in horrible situations. They have been experiencing stress for years because of the incompetence of the managers of the state, because of the incompetence of successive governments, and today because of the incompetence of the Liberal government. The scope of the problem created by the Phoenix pay system must be looked at. I would like to thank my colleague Jean-Pierre for putting this matter on the orders of the day and outlining the NDP's position to remind everyone of how urgent it is to act. We have let this situation drag on for far too long. 193,000 people are affected. Nearly 200,000 people are not paid correctly according to the work that they do. Sometimes they're not paid enough. Sometimes they're paid too much. And it can seem funny to say that being overpaid is a problem, but I'll come back to that. It causes real problems, especially when that situation is not resolved quickly. It creates a whole host of problems. Evidently, when it's time to file taxes, and that's coming up soon, it can lead to extremely problematic situations. We're talking about nearly 75% of the federal public service, which has been victimized by the Phoenix pay system. And I say victimized because those individuals are real victims. They serve us all. They obey the orders of this government to fulfill missions that we think are important, and they are unable to pay them correctly. And yet Canada is a G7 country. We look like a banana republic. There are people who need to remortgage their homes because they are not being paid. There are people who have to use their credit card and take it to the max because they don't know when their next pay is going to come in and whether that pay is going to be enough and correspond to the hours that they worked. Collective agreements are not being upheld. And yet, it is an obligation of the federal government. It is a legal requirement to pay employees on time with the appropriate amount according to the work and the hours that they have done. What is going to happen to all of those people, Mr. Speaker, who have borrowed from the bank in order to be able to pay their rent, to pay their groceries, who have to pay those loans back, who have to pay interest on those loans, who have to pay interest on their credit cards? Why is it up to them to take on the incompetence and mismanagement of this government? Why are we asking the men and women who serve us to live in those situations that are absolutely horrible? It's been 2 years, Mr. Speaker, that this situation has been going on. And we have a government that keeps telling us it's coming. In June of last year, $520 million had not been paid because of Phoenix pay errors. $520 million that we owe to members of the public service that was not paid by June of last year, and that continues to increase. The problem is not being solved. Ministers change, but there is still no solution. Listen, this is a monumental farce. We were supposed to save $70 million a year with Phoenix. $1 billion has been spent to try and solve this problem. $1 billion. And everyone agrees that this will not be solved for years. It's the Auditor General himself who said so. How much will it cost Canadian taxpayers? How much more will it cost taxpayers in Quebec? Some are talking about $5 or $4 billion. And where do we get those numbers? We get those numbers because there is a precedent, Mr. Speaker. Surprisingly, it's not the president, rather, it is a precedent, not a president, from another country. In the state of Queensland, the Department of Health decided in 2010 to use a payroll system invented by IBM in order to pay 90,000 people who work in the field of healthcare in the state of Queensland in Australia. It was a catastrophe from the get-go. The same problems that we saw here with Phoenix. Payroll problems, pays that weren't paid, amounts that were incorrect, too low, too high. And what's unbelievable is that the Canadian government, before setting up and implementing the Phoenix system, never contacted the state of Queensland in Australia to find out what happened and what problems they had noted, what problems they had faced. Radio Canada and CBC talked about it this week. People in Queensland are completely stunned that the Canadian government decided to go ahead blindly, without ever checking, without calling, just a little phone call, the Australian government, the government of Queensland. The Auditor General, the president of the Nurses Union in Queensland, said, "I cannot believe that a Google search wasn't done with the words IBM and pay." She cannot believe that essentially the same fiasco occurred in Canada a few years after theirs. A public inquiry was conducted in Australia on this disaster, which created personal and family problems among the public service in Australia. There was a public inquiry led by Mr. Richard Chesterman. He had the same reflex. I did a Google search this afternoon, and in 30 seconds, I found a reference to my own inquiry, which is to say, before implementing Phoenix, the Canadian government didn't have the bright idea of checking whether it had been done elsewhere and what consequences it had had on members of the public service. Well, that, Mr. Speaker, I call that serious incompetence. I call it serious incompetence because Phoenix was set up in February 2016. February 2016, that's 4 months after the Liberal government was elected. They're the ones who pressed the start button. They are the ones who pressed the on button, and therefore it is their responsibility to make sure that members of the public service are paid correctly. We want action. We want compensation for those public servants, and I hope that the Liberal government will take into account the words respect, accountability, and responsibility. The honourable member for Gatineau. If there is a political party, Mr. Speaker, that has taken this problem seriously, and that from the get-go, as soon as problems emerged, it is indeed the Liberal Party of Canada. What I'd like to ask of my colleague from the New Democratic Party, order.
Attention, une seconde.
1 moment, please. It's very difficult to hear the answer when there is shouting. We would ask the members to moderate their volume to perhaps whisper amongst themselves, but not to yell. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. The New Democratic Party drew up a motion to blame the government. This same government that is deploying technological and human resources and financial resources in order to solve this ticking time bomb that we inherited from the Conservative Party. The NDP drew up a motion which the Conservatives can agree with when it comes to the Phoenix pay system by trying to send the blame. I have a riding that has the highest percentage of federal public servants in Canada. And I live those problems associated with the Phoenix payroll system, and it feeds my motivation every single day. I have been asking repeatedly, Mr. Speaker, I've been asking the New Democratic Party if they can produce a single piece of evidence that the government did not listen word for word to what public servants recommended when the Phoenix system was deployed. They cannot do it. And so I ask them again. This is the fourth time I ask this party to produce an iota of proof, and they cannot do it. Can this member do it? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, I find the comment of my colleague on the other side pitiful. He's trying to play partisan politics when it is his responsibility. It is his responsibility to make sure that he pays public servants. The NDP is asking who's going to pay the interest rates on the credit cards of the men and women who are serving this state. They are doing absolutely nothing. They're trying to blame opposition parties. They're the ones in power. When are they going to put their big boy pants on and get this problem solved?
Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for his excellent speech and his many wonderful points. My colleague from Gatineau keeps asking about where the proof is. Do you think maybe he should just look at the thousands and thousands of pages of ATIPs that are available on kellymacaulay.com? Or perhaps he should Google the Gardner reports.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Patrie. I would like to thank my colleague for his constructive comments. It would be my pleasure to go and check on those various sources of information that will be able to support the debate and demonstrate that the Liberal government is responsible for its own inaction in this file. It still has been unable to solve this problem. This problem is not just linked to the past. It is linked to the current negotiation of collective agreements. There were people from CAPE with whom I spoke recently, analysts from the government, economists, people who are professionals who are unable to get their new contract applied for 220 days, beyond the regular limit of 90 days. Why can this government not respect the contract it signed? It's because it cannot deal with its own pay system. Only 30% of public servants have received, or rather 30% have still not received their retroactive payments based on the collective agreements they signed. 1/3 of those professionals have received nothing of what they were owed in terms of retroactive pay. The 70% that received it, they're unable to know whether or not the amount they received was correct. That is unbelievable incompetence. And I call upon the Liberal government and Liberal MPs, if they take this catastrophe seriously, to support the NDP motion and to be supportive of public servants and to set up a compensation fund for people who have been suffering for far too long. We will have time for one brief question. The Honourable Member has a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this morning, the member for Gatineau has been asking for proof, and so I ask the unanimous consent of the House to table some proof. It's a memo written by the Comptroller General's Office from the Treasury Board 1 month before the implementation of the payroll system.
Mr. Speaker, that says things such as unknown if collective agreements are well coded into Phoenix, testing results unknown, less than 50% success rate, 30% errors. Mr. Speaker, I think you get the picture. This is proof enough for that parliamentary secretary to show that they knew full well this system did not work, and I would ask for unanimous consent to finally give the parliamentary secretary the information he ignores.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent of the House to table the document? No. There's no unanimous consent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent of the House to table a document dated February 18th, 2016 from the Department of Public Services and Procurement, which states, are we ready on technology? Ready to go. Are we ready on process? Ready to go. Are we ready on people? Ready to go. I would ask that the House consent to the tabling of this document.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have the unanimous consent of the House to table the document? I hear some no's. There's no unanimous consent. Of course, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary knows that ministers can table documents should they so wish. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Koyanamiko Kakti, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my riding, there's a monument in Resolute Bay of an Inuk man looking out across icy Arctic waters. Many don't know, but this man actually faces another monument over 300 kilometers away, a monument of a woman and a child in Grise Fiord. Both stand as a tribute to those Inuit families that were split up and forcibly relocated by the federal government in the 1950s. Mr. Speaker, I know I don't need to explain to this House that Canada's history with Inuit is not always pretty. Although recognizing the mistakes in our past is difficult for many, I believe that these tragic acts must serve as a lesson for the future and should never be forgotten or repeated. Canada's National Historic Sites are areas that tell a unique story about our history. Mr. Speaker, I believe the locations in Resolute Bay and Grise Fiord, where they were left on the beach, tells a unique story and should both be National Historic Sites. I and the residents feel this designation is the least we can do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about Sir Winston Churchill Collegiate and Vocational Institute in Thunder Bay, which will be closing in June of this year after 52 exceptional years. Since 1966, Churchill has been providing high school students in northwestern Ontario with a top quality education and a huge range of extracurriculars. Earlier this year, the boys football team, the Trojans, brought home the OSSA Northern Bowl Championship, while the boys volleyball team went on to win the Nuwasa tournament and went on to play the best teams in all of Ontario. These are huge accomplishments, Mr. Speaker, but are just two on a list of many. I was just at Churchill last week, and I was honored to be there in person to thank the teachers, administrators, volunteers, support staff, and students for all they have given to our community. You've made Thunder Bay and indeed all of Northwestern Ontario proud. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Canada-Azerbaijan Friendship Group, I rise today so that we may collectively pay our respects to the civilians who lost their lives during the Kajoli tragedy in the broader Nagorno-Karabakh War. It has been nearly 26 years since this tragic loss of life occurred, and I invite the House to reflect on the consequences when nations abandon reason and diplomacy and resort to violence and war to resolve disagreements. The history of innocent civilians caught up in armed conflict is heartbreakingly a long one. The distinction between combatant and civilian can be complicated. However, this does not discharge governments from their duty to protect the innocent. As a nation of peace, Canada has a vital role in helping nations like Azerbaijan and Armenia resolve their disputes. The Nagorno-Karabakh War region remains a fractured one where people still live under the daily threat of renewed conflict. I therefore invite my colleagues, in the name of humanity and in memory of the innocent lives lost, to help promote peaceful relations between the people of Azerbaijan and Armenia.
The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, as the home of Canada's third busiest port and Eastern Canada's largest port by volume, St. John is the beating industrial heart of the New Brunswick economy. The Port of St. John is a diverse cargo base, handling an average of 28 million tons annually. With global connections to 500 ports worldwide, the Port of St. John has easy access to central Canadian inland markets by rail and road. I'm proud to say our government recognizes this, and that's why it has invested over $68 million in infrastructure improvements for the port that will ensure its long-term viability and competitiveness. I would like to commend Port President and CEO Jim Quinn for his tremendous leadership in advocating for this project. This investment will create thousands of well-paying jobs in my riding in the near and long term. This project will be truly transformative for St. John Rothsay. Investments like this are key to strong economic development, helping to eradicate poverty in my riding. This is what real change looks like. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, as an MP for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert in Ottawa, I must say that I sense a kind of contempt for Quebec in this building. Last week, official sources said in a press release that the Prime Minister, during his costume pageant in India, said he dealt with a problem of separatists in Quebec, and that he'd fought the dangers of sovereigntist violence. What a disgrace. This same Prime Minister, who, with the complicit silence of Conservatives and Liberals, spent 2 weeks ignoring the consensus of Quebecers on tax inequity, Netflix, and culture. He takes Quebecers for a bunch of rubes and hicks. Now, we know that quiet nationalism is a matter of consensus in the National Assembly. It is our duty to represent Quebecers in Ottawa and the Quebec nation, and this independently of personal or political convictions. If this has meaning for you, then take a stand for Quebec. This is more than ever the responsibility of all Quebec MPs.
Mr. Speaker, BC's Team Tardy will represent Canada for their second time at the World Junior Curling Championships happening in Aberdeen, Scotland from March 3rd to 10th. This honour comes after winning the Canadian Men's Junior Curling Championships in Shawinigan, Quebec in January. Team Tardy consists of skip Tyler Tardy, third Sterling Middleton, second Jordan Tardy, lead Zachariah Curtis, and coach Paul Tardy. During Canadians, Team Tardy was one loss away from elimination but scored a victory over Northern Ontario in its final round-robin game. The team then beat Alberta and Manitoba to secure a spot in the finals. In the championship match, our boys stole single points in the first two ends and took a deuce in the fourth. 3 points in the eighth proved to be the decisive blow to Northern Ontario, ending 8-4. Colleagues, as all good curlers say, please hurry! Hurry hard! And join me in wishing Team Tardy all the best at World Juniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Olympic Winter Games has come to a close. The Olympic journey continues for many athletes competing in the Paralympic Winter Games commencing March 8th. And Wallacestown, Ontario will be represented at the Games in South Korea. 17-year-old James Dunn will be leaving this week to compete in sledge hockey, representing Canada. This story has a happy ending, but hard work and determination is truly what this story is about. In 2011, James was diagnosed with cancer and had part of his leg amputated. In 2012, cancer spread to his chest, but now, 5 years later, he is cancer-free. His determination and inner strength is what took a young man who started playing ice hockey at age 6 to jumping on a sledge while he was still having treatment at someone in the hospital and mentioned it to him. James is the youngest member of the 2018 Canadian Paralympic sledge hockey team. Last week at West Elgin Secondary School, the community had an official send-off for this amazing young man. James, from all the residents of Elgin, Middlesex, London, and your friends and family from Dutton, Dunwich, we wish you all the best. Go for the gold.
Yeah. The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, March is Developmental Disabilities Month, and to kick it off, RENA Community Residents Team, the Intentional Community Consortium, and Community Living Toronto are holding a reception tonight to share with us their plans to increase housing and supports for those with developmental disabilities. Last November, our government announced a national housing strategy with a priority of helping the most vulnerable Canadians access safe and affordable housing. As a result of this new strategy, communities will be able to access funding to build units across the country for people with developmental disabilities. I've had several opportunities to visit RENA community residents in my riding. They provide housing, employment services, and a vibrant community for adults and seniors with a range of special needs, such as developmental, physical, and/or mental health. I invite everyone to join me tonight in the Speaker's Lounge from 5 to 7 to meet with the representatives doing transformative work in our communities supporting those with developmental disabilities. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to pay homage to Black History Month and Black Canadian leaders across the country who have contributed so much to a proud and essential part of our heritage. One such Canadian is Kay Livingstone. Always with her heart focused on others, Kay was a renowned actress, journalist, and community activist who helped found the Congress of Black Women for Canada.
quoi que ce soit dans son travail avec...
Whether it was in her work with the Black Women's Congress of Canada, her career in broadcasting, her work with the Privy Council, and many other organizations that she was affiliated with, Kay Livingston was a pioneer.
To unveil a Canada Post stamp as well as an historic plaque in Kay's honor. That plaque now rests in my neighborhood. In every aspect of life, Kay broke down barriers, treated people with respect, and promoted equality for all. As Black History Month comes to a conclusion, her contribution as a woman, as a member of the Black community, is truly something to celebrate.
The member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to share the story of local hockey player and mental health advocate Kendra Fisher. Kendra grew up in Kincardine, played minor hockey there, and made it all the way to Team Canada's Olympic program. Issues with mental health ended her dreams of Olympic gold, but with strong family support and true Bruce County grit, Kendra made a comeback to win numerous medals playing in the Women's Inline World Championship. In her own words, Kendra best describes life since being diagnosed with mental illness. It has been 12 years since I chose life. I didn't cure it. My mental illness isn't gone. It's as much a part of me as being a goalie, a wife, a daughter, a sister, a mother, a professional speaker. Kendra now shares her story to help end the stigma surrounding mental illness with her organization, Mentally Fit. Thank you, Kendra, for sharing your story. She chose life, and you can too. God bless.
Honourable member for St. Margaret's, South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about the inspiring fishers in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's and the Live Well Challenge. The Live Well Challenge was created by Captain Todd Newell of Cape Sable Island as an effort to raise money to help families of the tragic fire in Pubnico Head, where 4 children lost their lives. Todd challenged other captains to follow his lead by jumping into the icy cold waters of the wells in their boats and donating $1,000 to local charities of their choice. The challenge has raised almost $900,000 and counting, with participants jumping into their live lobster holding tanks or even doing backflips off the stern of their boats into the harbor. Thank you to all of those involved, and to Captain Newell, I accept the challenge and I look forward to my jump in the freezing water.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle Fortin. Mr. Speaker, on February 12th, more than 75 medical students from all over Canada came to Parliament Hill to meet with MPs in order to discuss support for the mental well-being of Indigenous populations, especially given that there are enormous disparities in mental health and that there are alarming suicide rates. These medical students are asking for greater self-determination for Indigenous communities in the way in which financial support is used. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the Canadian Federation of Medical Students for its work and its support of this very important issue, and this in cooperation with Indigenous communities. This is an issue that deserves to be studied and debated, and student involvement is an important aspect of steps forward in this cause. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is always talking about his respect for diversity, but once again, he's not putting his money where his mouth is. This summer, he only supported those groups that would endorse liberal stances. And people were not allowed liberty of thought, liberty of conscience. People in our country should have the right to present a request for government aid without thinking that they'll be rejected because they have values or beliefs that are contrary to liberal dogma. Will the Prime Minister remove this requirement? Because this should be a program to create jobs, not an ideological propaganda tool.
For London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to highlight 2 Olympic medal winners who call London, Ontario, their hometown, Tessa Virtue and Alex Kopacz. Both secured gold for Team Canada in Pyeongchang, and Londoners are beaming with pride. Alex Kopach and his partner Justin Cripps tied the German team to win gold in two-man bobsleigh. It was Alex's first Olympics, making the accomplishment that much more special. The performance by Tessa Virtue and Scott Moyer was nothing short of a masterpiece. From being flag bearers at the opening ceremony to helping Canada win a gold medal in the figure skating team event and securing gold in their final ice dance competition, Tessa and Scott are now the most decorated Olympic figure skaters in history. Though Scott's hometown of Ilderton is just minutes away, Londoners see him as one of our own. Mr. Speaker, all in this House share pride and admiration for Team Canada. Their dedication and heart is not forgotten and will always be celebrated. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
I rise today with a heavy heart to honour one of our recently passed former colleagues, Howard McCurdy. Howard, an Order of Canada recipient, was an impressive man who devoted his life to social justice with conviction and grace. Howard was the first African-Canadian New Democrat to be elected to sit in this House and second to be elected in Parliament in our history. He was a brilliant man, holding a PhD in microbiology and chemistry, published in over 50 times for his academic work. Social justice, however, was his true calling. He never stopped advocating for people and a more equal Canada. He was a leader in every sense and was a founding member of the National Black Coalition. Howard was an incredible orator, equal to anyone who was ever to sit in this chamber. He was an inspiration to many, a true icon of the Canadian civil rights movements. Black History Month reminds us that people committed to equality and justice like Howard McCurdy made Canada a better country. I offer sincere condolences to his family and friends and to all those affected by his passing from our Canadian House of Commons to the McCurdy family.
You're well done. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has failed Canadian grain farmers with Bill C-49. According to AG Transportation Coalition, CNCP supplied only a combined 38% of hopper cars ordered in Grain Week 29. Week 29 was the worst week to date during 2017-28 grain year. This is a crisis for grain farmers, Mr. Speaker. They need to get their product to market and pay last year's bills. Guess who pays the penalty for delayed delivery for shipping the wheat at the port in Vancouver? Not the port facility, not the shipper, and of course not the railway. Mr. Speaker, it's the farmer who pays the penalty. We urge this government to split up their omnibus C-49 so we could pass the interswitching provisions quickly and protect the grain farmers. They failed to do so, and now Canadian grain farmers are feeling the consequences. The government needs to act quickly. We have winter in Canada every year, and they quit using that as an excuse. It's time to get it done, Mr. Speaker. Let's fix it for the grain farmers.
Honourable member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today with the honourable member from Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe, to honour an incredible young woman who impacted lives around the world with her simple yet profound wish. Becca Schofield of Riverview, New Brunswick was just 15 when she began her battle with cancer. She found clarity, meaning, and purpose during her battle and had a simple wish to spread kindness in the world. Becca's inspiration led to a global online movement to do something to make someone smile and to share it with hashtag Becca Told Me To. Mr. Speaker, Becca touched the lives of people's touched people's hearts, inspired acts of kindness from Riverview to Iqaluit to Kuwait. Humankind responded with thousands of acts of kindness. Last week we said goodbye to Becca, but her story does not end here. Becca reminded us and then showed us how easy it is to be kind to each other. To Darren, Anne, and Gabrielle, thank you for sharing her precious time here on earth with us. Know that Becca will be in our hearts forever.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Is it the Prime Minister's belief that the government of India conspired and manipulated events in order to ensure the attendance of Jasbel Atwal, a convicted terrorist, at a reception in India last week with the Prime Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member knows, I cannot discuss security details on the floor of the House, but I can tell her with absolute assurance that all Canadians can be assured that our police and our security agencies have done their job in relation to this visit, and they have done it very well.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
According to multiple media outlets, a briefing was organized by the Prime Minister's office with a high-level national security advisor who suggested that the government of India's own intelligence service orchestrated the ability for Mr. Atwell to be in India at the same time as the Prime Minister's visit. This is a very serious allegation, Mr. Speaker. What proof does the Prime Minister have that the government of India did this?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I can say that the invitation that was issued to this particular individual, Mr. Atwal, should never have been issued, and indeed, as soon as it was discovered, it was rescinded by the Government of Canada.
Honourable Opposition House Leader.
According to a Global News report, the PMO organized a briefing where one of the most senior members of the civil service advanced the following theory, and I quote, "The Jasbel Atwell, the terrorist invited by the Liberals to Mumbai, may have been planted there by the Indian government or maybe the Indian security agencies or perhaps by factions in the Indian government," unquote. The media did not make this up, Mr. Speaker. This briefing happened. The Prime Minister needs to tell Canadians if this allegations against the Indian government is believed to be true, and if so, where is the proof?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, I make the very strong point that all of the police and security officers and agencies of the Government of Canada in dealing with this issue have done their job in the national interest, and they have done it extraordinarily well.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand the Minister's answers, but last week we saw this big circus, the Liberal Party travelling across India, and we could see the Prime Minister's affection for terrorists. One was invited to a dinner. Now, I'm sure that the security officials in Canada did their job, but were they listened to? Why was that individual there?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, let me make the point. As soon as the invitation to this particular individual was discovered, it was rescinded by the Government of Canada. Let me also quote the headline from the India Times on Saturday, which said, quote, "Canada's tough stand on terror soothes India," end of quote.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Order, please. Order.
Order.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, now, the Minister of Public Safety has provided some answers, but that's not what we want to hear. Since last Thursday, there's been a problem with this invitation issued to Mr. Atwal. The member for Surrey was blamed. Now, India, we want proof. If India issued the invitation, then it needs to be tabled in the House, the documentation going along with this. Otherwise, the Prime Minister has to accept responsibility and acknowledge he made a mistake by inviting that individual to the event. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the record is clear. When this invitation was discovered, it was in fact rescinded by the Government of Canada. I would also note, Mr. Speaker, a quote from the Prime Minister of India. The talks, this is the quote, "The talks with the Prime Minister of Canada were fruitful. Our discussions focused on closer India-Canada cooperation in various sectors, including investment, trade, energy, and stronger people-to-people relations." End of quote.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. As the Prime Minister got bogged down in his fiasco last week, a coalition dealing with tax havens attempted to meet with the minister. Unfortunately, this group, led by Vincent Gratton, among others, tried to meet with the agency and had to settle for senior officials. And they learned some interesting things, that the KPMG wasn't worried by the agency because they were doing cost assessment evaluations to determine whether or not they should be enforcing the act. How can the minister defend this double standard in the justice system? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I was at the OCDE last week. Our government is committed to ensure the tax system is fair for all Canadians. We are cooperating with our international partners to fight tax evasion abroad by improving practices. This collaboration, as I've mentioned in the past, as I pointed out, I was at the OCDE last week. I announced that Canada would host a meeting for large corporations and the international sector, and tax experts from across the world will be invited to it. The question is, we have legislation and we want to know if it's being applied or not. That makes no sense.
Went scot-free for the Isle of Man scheme, while the U.S. KPMG officials were convicted of criminal charges for setting up a similar scheme. And while KPMG executives here were treated with kid gloves, we know that everyday Canadians get prosecuted to the full extent of the law. In tomorrow's budget, the government will have a chance to start fixing what's wrong with our tax system. Will we see measures to ensure that everyone is treated the same way, no matter the size of their bank account?
The Honourable Minister. The fight for tax evasion is access to data. We are making considerable progress in this regard thanks to our investments, thanks to our cooperation with our international partners. The agency now has access to better data, and this year, thanks to the implementation of common reports, we have access to information on banking accounts for Canadians abroad. This new standard will bring Canada and 120 countries to exchange data, something that was unthinkable 3 or 4 years ago, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I am sure the Prime Minister is glad to be home from his trip to India. Canadians were certainly getting tired of reading the bad international press. And while we all have a number of questions for him, those will go unanswered today, it seems. Yeah. But I'm wondering if somebody on that side might be able to explain what the whole point of the trip was. I mean, 8 days in India over...
The Minister of Science.
Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing the opposition can't recognize the importance of the Canada-India relationship. India's growing economy offers significant opportunities to strengthen Canada's middle class. The Prime Minister welcomed more than $1 billion in investments between Canadian and Indian companies, which will lead to the creation of almost 6,000 good, well-paying middle-class jobs for Canadians. We know our deep Canadian-India ties create high-quality jobs in both countries.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. But, Mr. Speaker, it's not $1 billion, it's 250 in Indian investments here that probably would have taken place at it regardless. Now, a huge delegation, 8 days for that, without talking about the diplomatic blunders. I really have trouble understanding what the government finds positive about the trip. We would have liked the Prime Minister, for example, to talk about trade, security in the region, tariffs on chickpeas and lentils that increased some 30 to 40% this year. So perhaps between two photos and his many costume changes, the Prime Minister may have raised these issues. Did the Prime Minister raise these issues on Canada's behalf? Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing to note that the opposition can't acknowledge the importance of the relations that exist between Canada and India.
Offers significant opportunities to strengthen Canada's middle class. The Prime Minister welcomed more than $1 billion in investment between Canadian and Indian companies, which will lead to the creation of good, well-paying middle-class jobs for Canadians. We know our deep ties between Canada and India create high-quality...
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, on his sightseeing trip last week, the Prime Minister saw a lot of India, and it's clear after a week India had seen enough of our Prime Minister. After scrambling to lay the blame at the feet of many people, the Prime Minister's office trotted out the National Security Advisor to come up with a conspiracy campaign with respect to the trip. The Canadian press is reporting that the Prime Minister's office set up a briefing with the National Security Advisor to raise the conspiracy theories. Can the Prime Minister confirm this fact?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me again say that the security officers of the Government of Canada, all of our police and security agencies, have done their job in relation to this trip, and they have done it extremely well in the Canadian national interest.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Minister is answering these questions, so the government knows how serious this security breach was. So my question is very simple. Can the Prime Minister confirm that his office set up a media briefing with the National Security Advisor where the Indian government conspiracy idea was floated?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, again, let me repeat for the benefit of the honourable gentleman that Canada has very strong, very proficient national security and police agencies. They are well trained in what they need to do to protect and advance the Canadian national interest, and they have done their jobs in relation to the trip to India. They've done that job exceedingly well to make sure that the best interests of Canadians are served and protected.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, during his family trip to India, paid for by Canadian taxpayers, the Prime Minister stirred up a great controversy by inviting a terrorist convicted of attempted murder to a state dinner. Initially, the Prime Minister blamed a Liberal member for having invited him. Then it was blame laid on the High Commissioner. And now, apparently, they're saying that the government might have slipped the invitation to the terrorist to damage relations with Canada. Is the Prime Minister really saying that India is attempting to sabotage relations between Canada and India?
Mr. Speaker, it's very clear. The government has said for a number of days, as soon as this invitation became identified, it was rescinded by the Government of Canada. That invitation should never have been issued in the first place.
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, this answer is ridiculous. The Prime Minister started by blaming his own Member of Parliament, who said that he showed a lack of judgment. And then they're talking about an Indian government conspiracy. And then the security advisor, the National Security Advisor, was asked to get involved on the file. This is ridiculous. We really wonder where the Prime Minister is going with this. Is the Prime Minister saying that India wanted to sabotage relations with Canada? And if that's the case, then he should table the proof here in this House.
Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the security interests of Canada are extremely important. Those interests need to rise above any partisan considerations. Mr. Speaker, the government fully respects all of our security officers and agencies to perform and behave in all circumstances in a completely non-partisan fashion, and that is what happened in this case.
Member for Thornhill.
Not good enough, Mr. Speaker. We're still looking for some straight answers on the Liberal blame game. First, the Prime Minister's office blames our High Commission in India. Then the PM blames a backbench Liberal MP. And then the Prime Minister forces the National Security Advisor to pitch a conspiracy theory to selected journalists blaming India for trying to embarrass Canada by giving a visa to a convicted terrorist. Mr. Speaker, when will these Liberals give some straight and honest answers to Canadians?
Mr. Speaker, the insinuations and accusations from this member and other members of the opposition today are absolutely and utterly false. We respect our national security agencies and we respect their non-partisan public service. We respect in particular their ability to provide non-partisan advice to the government. And that is indeed what happened in this case.
Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's office forced a non-partisan public servant, the National Security Advisor, to plant unattributed stories in the mainstream media to try to influence and redirect stories about the Prime Minister's embarrassingly disastrous trip to India. Does the Prime Minister have any evidence at all of this conspiracy theory, or was this tale concocted to protect the Prime Minister's political interests?
Well said.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman is wrong.
Honourable Député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since it was implemented, the Phoenix Pay system has wreaked havoc in Quebec. More than 44 Quebec public servants suffered the consequences, the financial consequences, and it's far from over. This has been going on for 2 years. 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and this is unworthy of a government in the 21st century. It's time for the government to take up its responsibilities and to stop blaming the Conservatives. Can the Liberals ensure us that they will quickly find a solution and to offer apologies and compensation to people affected by their bad decisions? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we sincerely apologize to public servants for everything we've put them through as a government. And it is unacceptable that these public servants who continue to come to work and work on behalf of all Canadians are not being paid regularly. We are leaving no stone unturned in order to fix this problem. We are on it every day. Our hardworking public servants in Miramichi and our satellite offices will be the people who fix this. And with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, it sincerely was the former Conservative government who did this.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Mr.
Order.
Speaker, this government has to take responsibility for the Phoenix fiasco. It was their decision to proceed on February 28, 2016 that has led to this debacle. Dedicated public servants are losing their homes. Communities are being devastated. And this government should have done its due diligence. The Phoenix system in Australia was a fiasco, and Liberals didn't even bother to check. It took 4 months to clean up in Australia. Here it's been 2 years, and the government has done nothing. Why such profound lack of respect for Canada's public servants?
Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly have the utmost respect for our public servants, certainly more than the previous government, that's for sure. Mr. Speaker, we had a choice in February of 2016, and let me tell you what that was. A choice between the new system or no system. The previous Conservative government had fired compensation advisors, had decommissioned the former system, and as an aside, Mr. Speaker, we were being advised that it was okay by our officials to proceed. Thank you.
Here. Honourable members seem to have forgotten the rule against interruptions. I have to remind them of that and ask them to listen despite what they may or may not like and what they hear. I'm sure members on all sides have things they don't like, but most on all sides are able to control themselves. The honourable member for Brantford Brant.
August 24th, 2015, the Prime Minister made this pledge to veterans. Quote, "If I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned." That was when he was trying to get elected. Now that he's in power, the Prime Minister says veterans are asking for too much. But he has plenty of money for his pet projects, including
a disastrous trip to India. Will the Prime Minister do the honourable thing and quit breaking his promise to veterans?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
An increased pain and suffering award, an increased income replacement, increased estate exemption for veterans' funerals and burial, an education benefit of up to $80,000 that will come in with this new budget, redesigned career transition, a recognition benefit for caregivers, a Center for Excellence for PTSD, 460 more staff hired, 10 offices, a pension for life. This Prime Minister has kept his promises, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian veterans are tired of being left in the cold by a Prime Minister who can't spend a dime on them but has money to burn on luxury travel. Right. Canadian veteran Roger Perot wants the Prime Minister to tell him why he has $10.5 million for Omar Khadr but can't nut a crumb for the soldiers who were critically injured by roadside bombs in the line of duty.
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Firstly, I want to congratulate the honourable member on winning her nomination. And we're happy to. And as everybody in this House knows, I also very much welcome the opportunity at any instance to compare the record of this government in 2 years compared to the record of the past or previous government. In fact, I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, I commend the other side for the vim and vigor that they bring to this debate. I only ask, where was it for 10 years?
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Benefits. That's the story they don't want to tell.
Today, the Prime Minister has an excellent opportunity to show veterans that he still respects them. And this evening, he can vote in favour of our opposition motion, Mr. Speaker. A Prime Minister simply can't claim that veterans are asking for too much when his own government is making so many exaggerated and irresponsible expenditures day in and day out. Will he vote in favour of this motion this evening? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for everything that the Conservatives have taken away over 10 years, in 2 years we have replaced. In 2 years we have made better. An increased pain and suffering award. A pension for life. An education benefit of up to $80,000. I would be happy to occupy more of this House's time with the accomplishments of this government in 2 years.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Whoa. Later today, Liberal caucus members, including some who are veterans, will vote on a motion asking the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans and live up to his campaign promises. 4 weeks ago, a veteran in Edmonton said, "I was prepared to be killed in action. What I wasn't prepared for, Mr. Prime Minister, is Canada turning its back on me." The Prime Minister's response that veterans are asking for more than he can give them right now was appalling. Actually, what veterans are asking for, Mr. Prime Minister, is what you promised them. Will the Liberals support this motion, yes or no?
Madam Member for Barrie Innisfil is an experienced member, and I'm sure knows that in this House we direct our comments to the Chair, and we don't use the word "you," unless, of course, we're referring to the Speaker, which I don't think he was in this case. I'm sure it is. The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs is rising to answer.
Mr. Speaker, the diagnosis is in and the amnesia has set in very, very thick. 10 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to assume that the honourable member forgets the protests that occurred over 10 years protesting this government. Mr. Speaker, if they had gotten it done, it would have gotten done. It didn't get done. We're doing it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, the pulp and paper industry on Vancouver Island is facing a severe crisis from grossly unfair U.S. trade practices. The U.S. Department of Commerce demanded that Catalyst Paper pay a 6% countervailing duty, and more anti-dumping duties are expected in 2 weeks. These unfair duties could cripple this industry and put hundreds of good-paying, family-supporting jobs on Vancouver Island at risk, and possibly thousands more indirectly. What is this Liberal government going to do to stand up to unfair U.S. trade practices?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Canada-U.S. Relations.
Speaker, the Department of Commerce decision on supercalendered paper did not comply with the NAFTA panel's decision. We have therefore requested that a NAFTA panel review the determination by the Department of Commerce, and we will be challenging this decision on the World Trade Organization rules. We will always defend our industry and its workers against protectionist trade practices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, from Softwood Lumber to Supply Management System, the United States is attacking our Canadian industries. In January, the U.S. Department of Trade decided to levy countervailing duties of up to 10% on imports of Canadian paper, and more anti-dumping duties are expected next month. Quebec is one of the main producers of pulp and paper in the world, including in Estrie. Will the government stand up to defend the thousands of jobs in this industry? The Parliamentary Secretary of Canada-U.S. Relations. The decision of the U.S. Department of Trade is not in line with the NAFTA Special Working Group. That is why we have asked for the special group to review the Department of Trade's decision as soon as possible. We contest this decision before the WTO. We will always vigorously defend this industry and its workers against protectionist policies. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Montarville, we know how important tourism is for the economy. For example, Mount St. Bruno's Park received 750,000 visitors, and the St. Bruno Ski House received 300,000 visitors as Canadians and visitors from around the globe celebrated Canada's 150th.
Understanding that Quebec province alone, we set a new record of almost 3.1 million. Can the Minister of Small Business and Tourism update this House on last year's record-setting tourism year?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague from Montarville said, I'm very proud to announce that last year was the best year for Canadian tourism. Over 20 million visitors came, and there were an international level of international visitors.
Operators, most of which are small businesses, and to the 1.8 million Canadians who work in the tourism sector. Mr. Speaker, this year we celebrate the Canada-China Year of Tourism, and I am certain this amazing news will continue for the tourism industry and for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, last June I asked the Prime Minister why he approved En Bang's billion-dollar takeover of BC care homes. Quote, if the company dissolves, who will gain control of our seniors' care facilities? Are seniors in my riding going to find out that their landlord is the People's Republic of China? Yes. On Friday, we learned the answer. It's yes. China, Communist China, is now the landlord. How could they ever have thought that this was an acceptable outcome for our seniors? How will the Minister explain this mess to our vulnerable seniors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Economic Development.
Speaker, as we do with all investments under the ICA, we're actively monitoring Cedar Tree because they have, Mr. Speaker, made a number of commitments in their takeover of the seniors' home. We are monitoring those commitments. Our officials remain closely engaged with Cedar Tree, the Canadian operator of the homes, and to verify that their investment continues to be made under the conditions under which they were allowed to do it. Due to confidentiality provisions, Mr. Speaker, on the Investment Canada Act, I cannot comment further than that.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
En Bang Insurance is a massive Chinese corporation that is mired in corruption and scandal. Conservatives warned this Liberal government not to allow En Bang to buy up BC senior homes, but they rubber-stamped the sale anyways. Now the Chinese government has seized control of the company. That means that the communist regime in China will now be collecting rent checks from BC seniors. When will this government apologize for allowing that to happen and for allowing communist China to become the landlords of BC's vulnerable seniors?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, while the opposition might engage in scare tactics and fearmonger, let's talk about the facts. The day-to-day operations of the seniors' home remain under the control of Cedar Tree, Mr. Speaker. They continue to be managed by Retirement Concepts, the same management that was there before. The residents continue to be subject to the same provincial health regulations that they have always been subject to. The residents and healthcare workers will continue to be protected under the same legislation and regulations as before. As I have said before, as we have said before, Mr. Speaker, we continue to actively monitor Cedar Tree and their compliance to their legal obligations.
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister and 6 of his ministers went on a tour of India, grain farmers in the West experienced difficulties because the Liberals decided to play politics instead of managing affairs of state. They refused to split Bill C-49. A whole harvest cannot be shipped by train for ideological reasons, and the Minister of Agriculture has done absolutely nothing. When will the Prime Minister finally play his role of Prime Minister and act to make sure that grain farmers in Canada have access to markets and can sell their harvests? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. We are there for grain farmers here in Canada, unlike the former government, which for 10 years did absolutely nothing except to set up a temporary measure. We care about grain farmers, and that's why we prepared Bill C-49, and I hope that the other House will pass this bill as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, we had that provision in place so we wouldn't be facing the crisis that we're facing right now. Grain farmers are facing a crippling rail backlog because the Liberals ignored our advice to pass a separate grain transportation bill. Now Canadian farmers are literally paying the consequences for Liberal inaction. The sunsetting of important provisions like extended interswitching, a rail company meeting just 17% of its grain car orders, and now demurrage costs are being passed directly to producers. Will the Liberals commit to reinstating extending interswitching immediately so our Canadian farmers can get their product to market?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, let me correct the honourable member. For 10 years, that previous government did absolutely nothing for the farmers in this country except to put in place a Band-Aid temporary bill. We put in place Bill C-49 to give our farmers and shippers and railways a modern freight rail legislation. We certainly hope that the other chamber is going to pass this bill as quickly as possible, and I would encourage my fellow member across the way to encourage his fellow Conservatives to pass the bill as quickly as possible.
An honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Tina Fontaine was 15 years old. Her 72-pound body found in the Red River. She was brutally murdered. And the system failed her every step of the way, including seeking justice. Canadians are heartbroken. There's no justice for Tina. But this isn't the first time Canada's justice system has failed Indigenous women and girls. How can families have any hope in the face of another heartbreaking injustice for Indigenous women and girls?
The Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to deepest sympathies to the family, the friends, and the whole community of Tina Fontaine. Tina's death put a face to the ongoing tragedy of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Her story underscores the important work now being done by the National Inquiry. The families and all Canadians need answers to the systemic and institutional failures that led to her murder and far too many other Indigenous women. We can and must do better.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, last week I took our pension theft campaign to town halls throughout British Columbia, talking to people about their pension. One thing that was clear is that people are worried. People are worried that they won't have enough to live on in their retirement. They were shocked the Liberals continue to allow big companies to claim bankruptcy and shortchange their pensions. They want their government to do more than monitor the situation. They want this government to fix it. When will the Liberals actually come to the table with real solutions to end pension theft?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, our heart goes out to all those affected by the closure of Sears. We note that we are monitoring this situation. The regulation of the Sears pension is governed by the province of Ontario, and we are following that. We have done outreach with Sears employees across Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, we are open to listening to any good proposition that comes forward. We are working towards, hopefully, improving the situation for the pensioners in the future.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 years ago, the Prime Minister put forward an unprecedented financial theory that a budget balances itself. It is clear that since these people have been in place, this ridiculous theory has yet to get off the ground. On the eve of the budget, can someone in this government, if not the Prime Minister, get up and tell us if, yes or no, we're going to come back to balanced budgets, or if, on the contrary, the government is going to continue to spend billions of dollars on things such as last week's trip to India, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. With all the respect I have for my colleagues, and I have a great deal, I don't think he's understood the theory. When growth is there, it is easy to achieve balanced budgets. And that's what the FM, the International Monetary Fund, encourages. We have observed over the last 2 years that thanks to careful investment and by being financially responsible, our debt to GDP ratio continues to go down. We've created hundreds of thousands of jobs. We have the strongest rate of growth in the G7.
There they go again, Mr. Speaker. Last election, they promised that the coming fiscal year would have a deficit of just $6 billion. But when we point out that they missed their last deficit targets by between 80 and 100%, they say, don't worry, the international bankers are very happy with our policy. Well, of course they are. They're getting all the interest payments on that debt that middle-class taxpayers have to pay in return for nothing. Will they keep their promise and keep the deficit below $6 billion in tomorrow's budget?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can reassure the member as well as all Canadians that we've always been very fiscally responsible, making sure that our debt-to-GDP ratio remains firmly on a downward track, and it will be at its lowest level in close to 40 years. We're in the best fiscal position in the G7. However, in 2015, Mr. Speaker, Canadians had a choice between the failed austerity policies of the Conservatives, which were also in the NDP platform, with a progressive agenda that invests in communities, in infrastructure, and in reducing inequalities in this country, and the results speak for themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lots of jobs. Honourable Member for Carleton.
They do speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. The wealthiest 1% are paying $1 billion less. The wealthy lenders are getting billions of dollars more in interest payments from Canadian taxpayers. And who's paying more? 80% of middle-class taxpayers are paying higher taxes today than when this Prime Minister took office. Will this government reverse course, give a break to the middle class for a change, and stop handing our money off to the wealthy international bankers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I understand the member opposite is eager to see what's in the budget. He'll have to wait until tomorrow, but I can assure him that we'll continue on a path to favour growth in this country, to work for the middle class like we've done when we reduced taxes for 9 million Canadians, and when we introduced a Canada Child benefit that's lifting 300,000 kids out of poverty with a more progressive approach, something that they failed to do in the decade they were in power. We have a record to be proud of, and I look forward to tomorrow's budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Whether you are a young person going to university or to college for the first time, or a Canadian looking to improve your skills or start a new career, access to affordable
post-secondary studies is essential.
Direct role in strengthening our middle class and helping everyone working hard to join it. Could the minister update this House on what our government is doing to ensure more Canadians can afford to pursue post-secondary education?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for her question.
Depend on Canadians of all ages getting the experience and the education that they need to succeed. So that's why we've increased the amount of support for Canada Student Grants by 50%. We've ensured that no graduate who applies will have to repay their Canada Student Loan until they're earning at least $25,000 per year. We've expanded eligibility for Canada Student Grants and Loans for part-time students and students with dependent children. And recently we've launched Skills Boost to give adult learners the support that they need to succeed in the workplace. By making post-secondary education more affordable for everyone, all Canadians will have that chance.
Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, politicians from Newfoundland and Labrador, including the Liberal Member of Parliament for Bonavista, Bear Trinity, are concerned about the expropriation of the surf clam quota. Provincial Fisheries Minister Jerry Byrne says it's a loss to Newfoundland and Labrador worth $100 million. Can the Minister of Fisheries confirm how many jobs his decision will cost Newfoundland and Labrador?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of a process that we began last September to include Indigenous communities in this very valuable offshore fishery. I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that the process to add a new entrant to this fishery was begun by the previous Conservative government in 2014 and 2015, except they forgot to include Indigenous communities in that process. So, Mr. Speaker, we're convinced that the decision that we took last week is good for the industry, it's good for the benefits for Indigenous communities, and it will be good for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador and Atlantic Canada as well.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, one day before the budget, we hope that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Heritage have spoken with each other. Not only has the Minister of Heritage still not answered the letter from Quebec's Minister of Culture sent in October, it would seem that there's nothing in the budget to finally ask web giants to do their fair share. The Liberals are going to continue to give tax credits to Canadian businesses that by advertising on these platforms. It will be almost 6 months now that the Minister of Heritage has been hearing concerns about the taxation of web giants. When is something actually going to happen? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that the sector for media is facing significant challenges. That is why we have committed to updating policies to ensure that they can deal with digital challenges. The Minister has been clear. We made a promise and we will keep it. Over the longer term, we need to develop an overarching strategy to deal with digital platforms. We will not do things piecemeal. The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, the Pyeongchang Olympic Games ended in South Korea. Like many of you, I had the opportunity to watch several events where our athletes performed brilliantly among the best in the world.
It's very emotional, and while they host great moments, I stood with each other as we stood with pride for the contribution that all of our Olympic athletes have made and the Canada medal count. Can the Minister of Sports and Persons with Disabilities tell us about Canada's success in South Korea?
Honourable Minister.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous avons eu droit.
Mr. Speaker, we saw some spectacular performances from our teams at the Pyeongchang Games. This is our best performance with 29 medals.
We have experienced countless beautiful stories and moments at those games that make us proud to be Canadian. But Team Canada's success at Pyeongchang does not stop there. On March 8th, the adventure continues with the start of the Paralympic Games. Let's keep shouting, "Go Canada, go!"
Honourable Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Liberal government awarded a quota to harvest Arctic surf clams to a company who's a brother of a Liberal MP. This decision is worth millions for the company that received the quota. Was the Minister of Fisheries aware that he awarded a benefit worth millions of dollars to the brother of one of his Liberal colleagues?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, what we were aware of is a valuable resource that is a public resource that belongs to the people of Canada and could be better shared with Indigenous communities in Atlantic Canada and in Quebec. And Mr. Speaker, we began an open and transparent process in September, and after 8 weeks, we were really pleased to have received 9 proposals which were carefully studied by the department. And Mr. Speaker, we selected the proposal that will bring the greatest economic benefit to Indigenous communities and to the people of Atlantic Canada and Quebec, and we're proud of that process and we're proud of the decision.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's trip to India was nothing more than a masquerade. 8 days of tourism, little diplomatic work, no significant contracts during this visit. Just an opportunity to take more nice pictures and to parade around in traditional dress to the great dismay of India's nation. These politics look an awful lot like pandering for votes. Can the Prime Minister tell us how much his futile trip cost, which was paid in part by Quebec's taxpayers? The Honourable Minister of Science.
Opposition, we know it is important to Canadians that we deliver on the world stage. While we were in India, we announced more than $1 billion in two-way investment, $7.9 million to Grand Challenges Canada in support of women's empowerment, health and rights, $11.5 million to the Right Start Initiative to empower the world's poorest women and girls. Mr. Speaker, if the opposition wants to start criticizing on costs, they better first check their own record.
La Pointe-Lille.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe-Lille. When the Prime Minister dresses up to play to the crowd, it doesn't give the impression that he is a government leader that is serious and credible. But to insinuate that Quebec's movement for independence, which is both democratic and peaceful, is synonymous with violence, sullies at an international level the reputation of Quebec and the millions of Quebec men and women who support this project for freedom. Will the Prime Minister apologize for the disgraceful, out-of-line comments that were attributed to him? The Honourable Minister of Transportation. Like the Prime Minister said himself, those comments are false. He never said any such thing. On the contrary, the Prime Minister has always been clear when it comes to Quebec. Luckily, in Canada, we respect diversity. And yes, the differences of opinion. But we do that with respect and we do it peacefully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. In the 1950s, Inuit families were split up and forcibly relocated to the shores of Resolute Bay and Grise Fiord in my riding. Recognizing the mistakes in our past is difficult. However, I believe that these tragic acts should serve as a lesson and should never be forgotten or repeated. Canada's National Historic Sites are areas that tell a unique story of our history. My question is, will the Minister consider recommending the sites where people were dropped off in Resolute Bay and Grise Fiord as National Historic Sites? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the member of Nunavut for his question. Our government is committed to working respectfully with Indigenous peoples to ensure national heritage places recognize Indigenous traditions, cultures, history, and contributions to Canada, and to fully implementing the call to action 79 from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We would welcome a nomination to the Historic Sites and Monuments Board of Canada to designate Resolute Bay and Grise Fiord as a National Historic Site. Canada's National Historic Sites and National Historic designations reflect the rich and varied heritage of our nation. Thank you.
The Honourable Member rises on a point of order. Once again, I came back with more documents for the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works, who has asked us for proof that the Phoenix system was not ready. And this time, I would like to add a document that has the minutes of a conference call that says there are still outstanding technical issues.
50% fail of UAT, EDP issues are now occurring, business transformation gaps, blackout impacts, lack of morale and capacity at pay centres. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for not debate, unanimous consent to provide that proof to the Parliamentary Secretary.
Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? No, there's no unanimous consent. Tabling of documents. Order. I encourage all members to take their conversations into the lobbies. And perhaps members could assist me by saying shh. Thank colleagues for their assistance.
Pursuant to the Standing Order on the Parliament of Canada Act, it is my duty to table a report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer on the Supplementary Estimate C 2017-2018.
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 17 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Yukon.
Conformément au mandat.
Pursuant to its mandate, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 52nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. By unanimous consent, I seek concurrence. I would like to table this 52nd report later today.
Rising on presenting reports from committees?
Parliamentary delegations,
Oh, that's coming up. All right. Well, that was passed, but the members of the House agree to go back to presenting reports from parliamentary delegations? Yes. Agreed. The Honourable Member for Malpeque, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You couldn't see me waving my arms down here. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 3 reports of the Canada-US United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the Republican National Convention held in Cleveland, Ohio, United States of America from July 18 to 20, 2016. The second relates to the annual summer meeting of the National Governors Association held in Providence, Rhode Island, USA from July 13 to 15, 2017. And the third concerns the 41st Annual Conference of the New England Governors and Eastern Canadian Premiers held in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island from August 27 to 29th of 2017. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi au nom des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Monsieur le Président, si la Chambre est...
Mr. Speaker, if the House consents, I move that the 52nd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be adopted. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent for this motion? The House has heard the motion. Is it its pleasure to adopt the motion adopted? The honourable member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, there was a discussion among parties, and you'll see that there is consent for the following motion. That at the end of debate today, the motion by the member for Jonquière, there will be a recorded division which will be deferred until Wednesday after the period for oral questions, and notwithstanding the standing order and the usual custom of the House, a deferred recorded division will be taken on February 28th, but it will be deferred till the end of question period that same day. Is there unanimous consent of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Adopted. The House has heard the motion. Is at the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. Adopted.
Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present a petition signed by people of Sault Ste. Marie, Sudbury, Dorchester, and other places. These people are concerned that there still isn't a passenger train for Algoma. They say that residents and businesses are affected negatively by the lack of a passenger train, and that this affects the economy as well. So petitioners are asking the Minister of Transport to bring back passenger train service, as it is extremely important to Northern Ontario. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Almost 1,600 Canadians and petitioners call on the Minister to acknowledge the clear promise and potential of psychedelic-assisted psychotherapies as interventions for treatment-resistant PTSD, major depressive disorders, end-of-life anxiety, and substance addiction. The petitioners note that psychedelic compounds are derived from plant sources, and there's no incentive for pharma companies to invest in the development of these treatments, and so robust funding, public funding, is required. They call for significant multi-year research funding at hospitals and universities across the country. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Speaker, constituents have signed a petition calling on the government to recognize the importance of a pharmacare program, adding their voices to many others in terms of the need to look at the cost of pharmaceuticals. So many constituents are unable to afford, asking the government to look at that national pharmacare program, working with the different stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dufferin Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have a petition from a number of residents of my riding of Dufferin Caledon, and they're concerned that Canadian refugee sponsorship groups have application in progress right now at the Canadian Visa Office in Israel to sponsor refugees, and some of them have been held by the Visa Office for 2 years without any progress or notification. And they're asking a number of things, Mr. Speaker, one of which is to immediately act in response to they're asking the Government of Canada to immediately act in response to the impending humanitarian disaster in Israel, as Israel plans to forcibly deport thousands of asylum seekers beginning in March 2018.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise to present a petition from residents on Vancouver Island who call on the government to extend the legislated tanker ban on the north coast of British Columbia to extend for the entire coast. A moratorium along the entire coast will protect wildlife, ecosystems, communities, and local economies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have fun. Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to table a petition signed by hundreds of British Columbians from coastal BC that are concerned about the amount of plastic going into our oceans. They're calling on the government to create a national ocean plastic strategy to help mitigate plastics going into our ocean and ongoing funding for marine debris cleanups. They want to regulate single-use plastics, stormwater outfalls, microplastic pollution, and again, create a national strategy to clean up derelict fishing gear extend producer responsibility, and address the root problem, Mr. Speaker, redesign the plastic economy, which is necessary, and also invest in education, outreach, and beach cleanups. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to present a petition here from many Canadians that have signed this that are concerned with the increasing hostility and discrimination to Christian beliefs in Canada here. What they're asking for, Mr. Speaker, is that Section 241 of the Criminal Code be amended to provide Christians and their faith-based institutions protections from provisions that are contrary to their religious and conscience beliefs, and a policy that would provide any new legislation in future be brought to the government to ensure it does not impinge upon the religious beliefs of Christians. And again, in the same vein, Mr. Speaker, I have another petition here from Canadians from right across this country on the same vein, where they're asking the government to amend Section 241 of the Criminal Code to provide Christians and their faith-based institutions protections from provisions that are contrary to their religious and conscience beliefs, and also, again, to make sure that there's a policy enacted that would protect any future legislation from being passed that would impinge on their beliefs.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to table a petition today on behalf of citizens from Winnipeg Centre who I've had the opportunity of meeting and discussing many issues related to the education of girls around the world. There are currently 130 million girls who are out of school around the world, and the people from my riding believe that these girls should be receiving a good education because it has benefits not only for increased wages later on in life, but also there's a return for the economy, and it's also better for families. And so they call upon the House of Commons to fulfill Canada's responsibility as established by the International Education Commission to ensure that the girls everywhere have access to a quality education, specifically to increase Canada's funding on global education from its current $302 million to $592 million by 2020, an increase of only 2 cents per Canadian per day. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm standing today on behalf of members of my riding who've sent in this petition aware that the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms identifies, among other things, freedom of conscience, freedom of thought and freedom of belief as fundamental freedoms. And they're calling on the Government of Canada to defend the rights of all Canadians, regardless of whether the current Liberal government agrees with specific views held by individual Canadians. And they believe that the current Liberal government's proposed attestation requiring Canada's summer jobs programs applicants to hold the same views as the government would contravene the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you, Mr.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
That agreed. Agreed and so ordered. I have notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I bring before you today a matter of privilege that probably could more properly be characterized as an issue of contempt of this House. And I accept that the complaint I'm going to be presenting to you does not fall strictly within one of the specific defined privileges or within the confines of a proceeding in the House of Commons, but it does constitute contempt of this House and its members by the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and her staff. Now, at page 81 of the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, it states, and I quote, "There are other affronts against the dignity and authority of Parliament which may not fall within one of the specific defined privileges. Thus, the House also claims the right to punish, as a contempt, any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its function, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offence against the authority or dignity of the House, its members, or its officers." End quote. On Thursday, February 8th of this year, the Liberal government tabled in this House Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. In short, these were the government's long-awaited amendments to Canada's environmental impact review process and took the form of an omnibus bill running some 370 pages long. The Minister of Environment chose to table the bill at 10 o'clock in the morning of February 8th, and 45 minutes later proceeded to hold a formal briefing by her officials to which only the media and select stakeholders were invited. It was only at 4 p.m., some 5+ hours later, that officials held a briefing for members of this House. Now, when I became aware of those proposed timelines and circumstances, my office immediately contacted the Office of the Minister to express my concerns and to demand that I be provided with access to the first briefing, which was supposed to take place at 10:45 in the morning, to which only the media and select stakeholders had been invited. My staff were told by the Environment Minister's office that the first briefing was for invited guests only and that neither I nor any of my staff had made the cut. We were not on that approved list. Now, I did attend the second briefing at 4 o'clock that afternoon, where I was given a brief opportunity to ask some questions of the departmental staff regarding Bill C-69. And of course, during the intervening period between 10:45 a.m. and after 4 p.m. in the afternoon, the members of the media were already filing their stories, and sympathetic stakeholders were spinning theirs. Opposition MPs were left scrambling to play catch-up to understand the import and consequences of a 370-page bill. Mr. Speaker, you will have no difficulty in understanding how challenging it would be for the opposition members of this House to opine intelligently and engage with the media on a bill of that length, especially in the absence of a timely briefing from the Minister and/or her officials. The result was that members of Parliament could not adequately respond to inquiries from the media and the broader stakeholder community because we were kept in the dark by the Minister and her officials. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt in my mind that the briefing of media stakeholders hours before members of this House received one was done with forethought and mischief in mind. If not by the Minister, then certainly by her officials. What other explanation can there be for a denial of my specific request to attend the earlier briefing? There is no other conclusion. In so doing, the Minister impeded every single member of this House. Mr. Speaker, the conduct of the Minister and her staff is exactly why the tone and tenor of debate in this House has declined. Someone tried to be clever. They tried to withhold information from this House, even if temporarily. They obstructed our access to public servants who had important information to share, but granted preferential access to the media and sympathetic stakeholders as part of a plan to place a positive spin on legislation that is critically important to Canada's resource economy. Such shabby treatment of the members of this House is unworthy of this government. Now, Mr. Speaker, Milliken explained it this way in a ruling on March the 19th, 2001, and I quote, "To deny to members information concerning business that is about to come before the House, while at the same time providing such information to media that will likely be questioning members about that business, is a situation that the Chair cannot condone." End quote. In the case Speaker Milliken is referring to, the government briefed the media before the bill was even introduced. In this case, the case before you, the Minister at least waited to introduce the bill, but the principle is the same. I would argue that with a 367-page omnibus bill, such as C-69, the Minister's responsibility to this House does not end with dumping the bill in the laps of members and running off to brief the media ahead of members. Providing the media with access to information about legislation before members of this House receive it is, as Speaker Milliken ruled, a situation that the Chair should not condone. The Minister deliberately withheld information from members while providing information to the media. As Speaker Milliken also pointed out, that same media will likely be questioning members of this House about that bill. And that is exactly what happened to me, and I expect to other members of this House. Now, at page 213 of Joseph Mangwa's Parliamentary Privilege in Canada, he states, quote, "There are actions which, while not directly obstructing the House of Commons or the member, nevertheless obstruct the House in the performance of its functions by diminishing the respect due it. As in the case of a court of law, the House of Commons is entitled to the utmost respect." I repeat, the House of Commons is entitled to the utmost respect, end quote. I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. We in opposition and the members of the Liberal backbench deserve more respect from the Minister. We and not the media are the ones tasked with reviewing and shepherding this bill through Parliament. It's not the media that does that. I would now like to direct your attention, Mr. Speaker, to the directions the Prime Minister gave to his ministers after the last election. In releasing these directions, the Prime Minister said, quote, "The documents we are releasing today provide guidance on how we must go about our responsibilities as ministers, and I encourage Canadians to read them and to hold us accountable for delivering these commitments," end quote. So, what did the Prime Minister direct his ministers to do? In the Prime Minister's Guide to Ministers, which is entitled Open and Accountable Government, it states as follows, and I quote, "Clear ministerial accountability to Parliament is fundamental to responsible government and requires that ministers provide Parliament with the information it needs to fulfill its roles of legislating, approving the appropriation of funds, and holding the government to account," end quote. Did the Minister of Environment forget to read the Prime Minister's directions? Her actions clearly demonstrate that she believes that journalists take priority over members of this House. Someone should point out to her that journalists, though they play an important role in our democracy, are not the ones who will review and process her bill through Parliament. Effectively, she has failed to respect and support the parliamentary process. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister also issued to the Environment Minister a mandate letter, which, by the way, is public. In it, he states, and I quote, "We have also committed to set a higher bar for openness and transparency in government. It is time to shine more light on government to ensure it remains focused on the people it serves. It is important that we acknowledge mistakes when we make them," end quote. Mr. Speaker, just over a week ago, when the Minister was in this House opening debate on Bill C-69, I had the chance to bring this breach of privilege to the Minister's attention. I reminded her that she and her officials had scheduled a briefing for the media well before MPs received theirs. I asked her in this House to acknowledge that her actions were wrong and to apologize to the House for those actions. The Minister refused to do so, and in fact bridged into a completely unrelated answer, compounding the disrespect she had already shown towards this House. She clearly hasn't taken seriously her mandate letter, which says it is important for us to acknowledge mistakes when we make them, and she certainly made one. Now, the mandate letter goes on to say, and I quote, "As Minister, you will be held accountable for our commitment to bring a different style of leadership to government. This will include close collaboration with your colleagues, meaningful engagement with opposition members of Parliament, and identifying ways to find solutions and avoid escalating conflicts unnecessarily," end quote. I'll repeat the last part. identifying ways to find solutions, and avoiding escalating conflicts unnecessarily. Again, the minister and her government clearly have shown no intention of upholding the purported higher standards that the Prime Minister claimed he would uphold. Sadly, quite to the contrary, he and the Minister of the Environment have regularly flouted those higher standards that the Prime Minister himself set for himself in Cabinet. So I close, Mr. Speaker. Each day it becomes more and more obvious that the Minister of Environment has very little regard for Parliament and its members. Providing the media and select stakeholders with confidential briefings that have priority over those given to members of this House is a profound act of disrespect for this institution. It, in fact, obstructs and impedes the work of this House and has, in fact, obstructed and impeded the members of this House in the discharge of their duties, especially as it relates to Bill C-69. To that end, I believe you will find the Minister's actions to have been within the meaning of contempt as defined on page 81 of the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you will agree with Joseph Mangwa that this institution, Parliament, this House of Commons, is entitled to the utmost respect. As I mentioned earlier, this matter could have been disposed of with a simple, heartfelt apology from the Minister and a commitment to treat her colleagues with greater respect. Clearly, she did not see fit to do so. Therefore, should you find that there is a prima facie case of contempt or privilege, I am prepared to move the necessary motion to refer the matter to committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your time.
Député de Berthier-Masconanger.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconanger.
First off, I'd like to thank my colleague from Abbotsford for his intervention today. The question of privilege concerning C-69, he made some very interesting points. It's a very serious matter that we have at hand. I would like to take the time to review and maybe come back to the House and comment it further. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. Like my New Democratic colleague, we too would like to look over in terms of what the member has stated. We know the minister tabled the bill. At that point in time, the member has access to the legislation itself, but concerns regarding the briefing. So we will look into the matter and bring it back to the House as soon as we can, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Member for Abbotsford for raising his question of privilege, and the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masconanger and the Parliamentary Secretary for their brief comments, and I look forward to them coming back in fairly short order with their comments on this question of privilege. I remind members, of course, the question of privilege must be brought in a very timely fashion, but I do appreciate the fact, and all members must remember the importance of showing respect for this place. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders. Resuming debate on the opposition motion, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for
Des services publics.
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Et je suis heureux d'avoir
I'm very happy to have this opportunity to participate in the debate, standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Jonquière. First of all, I'd like to clarify that the problems linked to the pay system are unacceptable. We are profoundly sorry for the difficulties facing public servants and their families. As an elected official, a proud resident of Gatineau, a day rarely goes by when I'm not contacted by someone affected by this situation. And be it in this place, on the streets of Gatineau, in the bus, or on a daily basis, I have discussed this matter. I have done so as the member for Gatineau, and I'm proud to see and to note how dedicated these people are, these public servants are, to the service of Canadians. They are doing their work with pride, love, passion, and often without the recognition they deserve. And it was for that and other reasons that my passion for public service came to be. And Gatineau has a tradition of public service, of people who cross the river to go to work, and I repeat regularly that those people have helped to build Canada as we know it today. And it's thanks to them that Canada has the reputation it does internationally. Canada is renowned for the quality of its public servants. Our public servants work in a very dedicated fashion, and like all other employees, deserve to receive an accurate and timely pay. We know why they are so frustrated with the Phoenix pay system. We understand that. And as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, I spent a great deal of time talking about the problems with the system that we inherited on local media, on the streets, with people I meet, and I always say that we are very much aware that we are challenging the patience of Canadian public servants from sea to sea to sea. We want to reassure public servants that we will not stop, diminish our efforts to fix the Phoenix pay system until the final person, the final public servant receives the funds owed to him or her. That is the commitment that this government is making, despite the problems that we faced, the problems that were left to us.
I listen to my constituents, and I repeat that the problems caused by Phoenix are the main priority of our department and our government. They can count on us to defend their interests. The Minister for Public Services and Procurement can be counted upon to defend them. They can count on a team within the department and the Minister's own team, appointed by the Prime Minister, and the committee on which I have the honor to sit, which meets regularly and works at a high level throughout the government to work on fixing the Phoenix payroll system. We are determined to take the measures that are required to support employees and to find a solution to their payroll problems. In fact, all of the members of our government have the greatest of respect for federal public servants. When we have fixed this Phoenix payroll system, when we will have stabilized this system, it will have been done for public servants by public servants. We opt for the public service. We opt for people who work within the federal government. We support the public servants that are helping us to make sure that Phoenix is stabilized and ultimately fixed.
In the mandate letters he gave to his ministers, he wrote, and I quote, "Each and every time a government employee comes to work, they do so in service to Canada with a goal of improving our country and the lives of all Canadians." Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say that the previous government had a notably different attitude, especially about those who worked in the quote-unquote back office, and that includes, of course, faithfully, compensation advisors. Time and again, the current member for Parry Sound Muskoka, the former president of the Treasury Board, claimed that, quote, back office reductions, though significant, could be made without any impact on Canadians. As we know, the pay transformation project that he sponsored, that he initiated, that his government accepted, was conceived, sold cynically as a cost-cutting measure. How disastrous was that decision, Mr. Speaker? How fateful was that decision? And today, to have asked explicitly my friends in the Conservative Party, including that member, to at least, at the very least, own up, stand up in this place. Public servants are very well aware of the history. They're very well aware of the reports. They're very well aware of the chronology. They don't want to see us fighting, but they darn well want someone to take responsibility.
You're the government. Take responsibility.
We have taken responsibility, We have taken responsibility, Mr. Speaker. We have taken responsibility. We've apologized to public servants for what they're going through. We've taken responsibility for fixing this terrible mess. And what we have not heard, and what leaves public servants, unfortunately, very incredulous, is that the party the party who initiated, if you look at the chronology, that started in 2008 planning this system, has not chosen to stand up and take any responsibility for this problem. And let me talk a little bit about that. Early planning and analysis was faulty. Corners were cut, and the outcome has been predictably devastating. L'évaluation indépendante.
The independent evaluation conducted by Goss Gilroy, whom I recommend to my colleagues to consult, led to the conclusion that very few people, other than compensation advisors, understood the level of complexity required every day to ensure that exact pays were paid out. The system has to uphold more than 27 collective agreements and apply over 80,000 different pay rules. The Goss Gilroy report also said that as transactions linked to payroll were executed by compensation advisors who are subordinate employees, decision makers may have underestimated the role played by these advisors and underevaluated their expertise. Underestimating the skills, knowledge, and expertise required to administer payroll led to an equivalent underestimation of the value and importance of change management processes required to support this change. And that is the end of my quote. The implementation of Phoenix was much more than the simple implementation of new software. It fundamentally changed how human resources systems work throughout the entire government. It also fundamentally changed payroll systems. Much more would have had to be done to plan this change, to plan this important change, and to get ready for it. The decision to eliminate over 700 positions among compensation advisor as of October 2014 had serious consequences when the Phoenix payroll system was adopted. Pay is not something that we can turn on and off by pressing a button. It is a continuum involving thousands of people, business processes that need to be created, that need to be trained upon, that technology that needs years to learn. Sometimes people with decades of experience in their respective fields, whether it be Coast Guard or National Defense or Correctional Services and others, people who have acquired expertise over decades in the government. The previous government decided to get rid of them. They decided to expel 700 people who were the most knowledgeable and experienced. They just got rid of them. They decided to get rid of the expertise that they had You cannot bring that back from one day to the next. If you think that that can be done, well, I would invite my colleagues on the other side to consult and to really listen for once. The people in the public service who will tell you it takes years to train compensation advisors. All of those processes, all of that technology, and all of those people were changed, were fired by the parties I just named. The member for Parry Sound Muskoka and ministerial colleagues in Public Works. It is not a matter of pushing a button or not. It is long-term work which was developed over long years. And I question their motivations. We are determined to put the public services pay back at the heart of our motivations. That's why the Minister for Public Services acted when it became clear that to solve payroll problems, the department's capacities were not enough. The minister went to Miramichi personally to meet employees in the Payroll Services Centre and to thank them for their tireless work and their devotion despite their excessive workload. And my colleague for Miramichi Grand Lake ardently supports these devoted employees, and I would like to thank those individuals in Miramichi because they are working and devoting heart and soul to solving this problem. There are people working throughout the country in every department who are devoting themselves, heart and soul, to this matter. Our government acted quickly to hire compensation advisors and other additional employees. We set up a satellite office in Gatineau, among other locations, and then set up offices elsewhere throughout the country. Hiring employees for these offices was supported by unions in the public service, especially our efforts to rehire former compensation advisors. From the very beginning, we emphasized increasing capacity to replace positions eliminated by the Conservatives. In other words, we hired more compensation advisors in order to make sure that they could assist their public service colleagues. We also took measures to correct payroll problems and to support employees. The department created a triage system in order to grant priority to the most urgent cases, which means employees who were not receiving any pay. The Treasury Board Secretariat set up a process in order to reimburse employees any fee that they had to pay because of Phoenix problems, such as financial penalties for payments that were not made or that were made late. Public Services and Procurement Canada maintained its cooperation on many fronts with the unions and also concluded an agreement on ensuring the participation of IT specialists within the government to improve Phoenix. These measures reduced the frequency of problems that were the most serious, namely employees who were not receiving any pay. They also allowed changes to be made regarding parental or disability leave, which unions asked us to grant priority to.
While we were dealing with pay problems, other significant priorities arose that also required immediate attention. We've heard about overpayments and the extra effort needed to ensure that employees have accurate slips for tax returns. The question of repaying the overpayments is frustrating affected employees, and I am pleased to note that we are working closely with the unions to ease this burden as we work closely with our public sector labour partners across the board. The effort to deal with overpayments pales in comparison to the work required to implement 21 collective agreements. When our government came to office, and again, ask a public servant, Mr. Speaker, virtually every collective agreement we had expired, some for as long as 4 years. Our President of the Treasury Board, the member for Kings Hants, was able to negotiate new collective agreements with public service unions, which meant that 21 collective agreements representing 95% of the core public service had to be implemented within a very short time frame. This has been a massive undertaking. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, we have to go back into the old pay system. to be able to calculate retroactive payments that have been negotiated fairly and are due to those hardworking public servants. We have to go back into the pay system that they buried with the people that are no longer there, and we have to recalculate the sums of money due to them, all because, in some cases, 4 years had passed since a collective agreement had expired, Mr. Speaker. Our compensation advisors were able to make important progress on most of the collective agreements, but given the complexity of the transactions, the numbers of years of retroactivity, and the sheer volume of work, a number of agreements were not fully implemented according to legal deadlines. And we continue to process these payments on a priority basis. La fonction publique est souvent
The public service is often described as a resilient organization, which for me means that its employees are able to adapt to new priorities, to concentrate on what needs to be done, and to work together for the common good. This reflects the character of our public servants and their willingness to go beyond expectations to reach their objectives. It is important to highlight that the Pay Services Center receives nearly 80,000 new payroll requests every month. Consequently, while we are concentrating on processing the most urgent problems linked to pay and the processing of overpayments and the provisions of collective agreements, a number of pending transactions has continued to increase. IT specialists have improved the system's technology. When it was launched, certain functions of the Phoenix system, such as processing retroactive pay or acting pay, were not automated. That was eliminated. Why was it not included? It was eliminated from the project by the Conservative government to save time and money. Consequently, after the system was implemented, significant technical changes had to be made, which should have been tested and integrated into Phoenix before it was deployed. We also became aware that human resources processes are inextricably linked to employees' pay. That is why we have to use an exhaustive approach to cover all aspects of the HR pay spectrum, which takes into account all departments and organizations. Our government announced in November a series of measures to achieve this approach. They are fully harmonized with the recommendations of the Auditor General's fall report and take into account lessons learned in the Goss-Gilroy report. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude by saying that we come to this place, we want to be elected to do good for Canadians. I certainly was not expecting that I would have to dedicate as much time to resolving pay problems which we should not have had in the first place. We apologize to our public servants. We apologize that this takes time. It is the scope of the challenge which is vast. Yes, it's going to cost money. Yes, it will take devotion. That is what we are going to do, Mr. Speaker. I offer the commitment of our government that we will overcome this challenge in order to ensure that every public servant receives every penny owed to them, and that we ensure that, once again, we can come back to the task of building Canada and doing so with a public service that shines as an example throughout the world.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Parliamentary Secretary, the reality is that they instigated the process that eventually has now become what is the reality for people by agreeing to the previous plan that was administered and developed. Just because you can say, well, they built the bomb and we just happened to push the button, is an excuse for the behavior that's taken place. There was well warnings, a series of different things that had taken place that they knew about. But I do want to touch on another issue, is that we again now get this theme as just trying to push it off being the Conservative government's fault, is that their current collective agreement with the border service workers again is expired and is beyond the 3 years, and they have been in bad faith negotiation with these workers again on a regular basis, and they can't just continue to pass it off to the Conservatives again and again and again. So I'd ask specifically to this, since he's talked about inheriting a number of different agreements in his speech that were problematic. Speak to that one in particular, where the frontline men and women who serve every single day on our border and deal with all kinds of different issues are without an agreement because of his government since he's been in office. What is he doing about it, and why is that the case, given the fact that those workers are doing their job day in and day out?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, our border services personnel are among the finest in the world, do an incredible job, keep us safe, and do so every day, all day, with a great deal of determination. We have, as I mentioned, concluded collective agreements with 98% of the public service. I won't comment on a specific negotiation or contract ratification process that may be ongoing, but certainly you can bet that the President of the Treasury Board, his colleagues, the Minister of Public Safety, are all working very, very hard to make sure that these collective agreements get concluded, get ratified, and obviously implemented. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I find it passing strange that the Parliamentary Secretary is explaining how much his government respects public servants and allows them to do their job, but in the Atwell case, which involved inviting a terrorist assassin to a dinner, the Liberal government did that, Mr. Speaker. The first thing they did was throw the public servants under the bus on that one. Where's the respect there? But my question to the honourable member is actually about the issue at hand. The Auditor General's report made it very clear that the Liberal government ignored the warnings. The Liberal government didn't respond to the warnings for months. The Liberal government had no governing mechanism to deal with this issue for months and months. How can the honourable member stand in his place and say it's all somebody else's fault when they ignored the warnings, didn't set up the system to deal with the warnings, and now everybody is further into the mess on this?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Again, Mr. Speaker, look, the member across, I think everyone knows, if he were to accompany me to my riding and I were to introduce him around, I think everyone would understand very well where he's been, what he's done, what he's the author of, what are the things in his history that may characterize some of his actions, what are the things that he did, what are the things that he didn't do. We remember DRAP, dreary DRAP, we called it. We remember the layoffs, Mr. Speaker. We remember the cost cutting. We remember the 700 public servants that were let go. What leaves people incredulous, and what I very much like to earnestly try and explain to this member, is that no one is going to listen to recommendations or take lessons from the Conservative Party of Canada with respect to the Phoenix pay system until you stand up, until you have the self-dignity, until you have the self-worth to stand in your place and apologize and take responsibility for putting...
Order. 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 The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will come to order. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's getting a little intense here. Well, from what I heard the member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary say, he was apologizing, and that's in point 2 of our motion. Can he not recognize that it would be a good thing to compensate people for their suffering, to indemnify them for that? Can he get to the end of this? Can he do it all? Instead of, just sweeping things under a rock and leaving these people out to dry. Because factually, people have been hurt. There is some proof that they had information ahead of time. So, yes, the apology's there. You apologized. And we're also talking about people who have suffered harm because of Phoenix. And also to exempt those who have been overpaid by Phoenix from having to pay back the gross amount, despite actually receiving a substantially lower net amount. There's that as well. What about that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I think we were extremely clear that we support the 4 points in the motion's wording. The NDP drafted it in a way that it would get the support of the Conservative government, and I have said that we will support the 4 points in the motion by the Honourable Member for Jonquière. And we will work on all these fronts, Mr. Speaker, A, B, C, and D, and we will act so that everything, every single penny owed a public servant will be paid to the public servants involved. This government will make sure each and every penny owed to public servants is paid them.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from my colleague and friend. I think it's really important that we emphasize, yes, that our civil servants play such a critical role, and we appreciate the valuable contributions that they make, not only while they're at work, but when they're not at work. The Minister herself has made very clear that we are doing everything that is humanly possible, and it's civil servants that are in essence resolving the issues that civil servants have to endure today. And providing the resources is something that we've done. But in addition to that, I wanted to maybe get him to provide some further comment in regards to how effective this government has been in terms of just getting contracts, new contracts, union contracts signed when the former government really wasn't able to do that. Is a demonstration of respect.
Order. 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 We're running out of time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely the case. The fact is that when we arrived in government, many collective agreements had been 3, in some cases 4 years expired. So the core public service, the people that are hardworking, the people that show up at the Rapibus station in my riding and come to work every day for the people of Canada had not had a raise in some cases 4 years. 98% of the public service now has new collective agreements. The problem, as I explained, Mr. Speaker, is that we now have to go back and properly calculate the money that is due to them. We have to go back into the old pay system, the one the Conservative government allowed to collapse, retrieve manually the data that allows us to do the calculation of their retroactive payments and their retroactive salary, and process those manually. That has taken an agonizingly long amount of time. For that, we apologize, we regret, but I repeat, every public servant will get every penny that is due to them.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And before I begin, I'd like to indicate to you that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Windsor West. And I'm pleased to rise and have occasion to discuss in greater detail than I think we really have had before in this place the issue of the Phoenix pay system, because I think there's a lot of important lessons to learn from what happened. And there's lessons to learn with respect to governance and accountability and how important decisions get made and operationalized within government. And I think there's also quite a few important lessons to learn about the very real human consequences of government decisions and what happens when those decisions are poorly made, Mr. Speaker. So on the side of governance and accountability, I think what's important to acknowledge, because I think when you listen to the current government tell the story of Phoenix, you would think that when they came into government, all of this was like if you'll forgive the IT analogy, it was like a preset program, and everything was already locked into place, and there was really no way to stop this kind of slow train wreck from unfolding, Mr. Speaker. But that stands against the evidence. I mean, it stands against what the Auditor General said, which was that there were a lot of early warning signs that the Liberal government ignored and that they needn't have pressed ahead in the way that they did with the implementation of Phoenix across government. And it goes against, some of the documents that we have that show those early warning signs. So from December 21st, 2015, there was a conference call, Consulting Departments, on Phoenix readiness. And just some of the comments that came out of that, I offer up some of the comments that came out of that call, Mr. Speaker. There are still outstanding technical issues such as connectivity. 50% fail. Departments lack evidence to support readiness and must trust results from other departments. No real end-to-end testing. Departments want a demonstration. The Pay Center capacity and morale is a concern. Readiness of Miramichi, as the Pay Center is currently experiencing workload issues, how will they cope with the implementation in February and April? We agree that Phoenix should definitely be piloted and then a staggered rollout once the system is completely automated, which of course is not what happened, Mr. Speaker. So that's from December. Those are civil servants in charge within their respective departments of providing an evaluation of Phoenix and whether or not they believe it should go ahead. January 13th, 2016, there was a readiness assessment of Phoenix. Some of the comments therein, Mr. Speaker, include shift worker issue test with less than 50% success rate, where shift workers represent 40% of our workforce. That sounds to me, Mr. Speaker, like a pretty major red flag. It's not the kind of thing you read and then think, oh, obviously we're ready to go. Test less than 50% success. System readiness is questionable. Out of our 25 outstanding defects, 10 are still critical and not fixed. So that's just to give you a little bit of a sample of some of the advice and concern that existed within the world of government that was being fed back up to the minister. So in light of warnings like that, you have to wonder, Mr. Speaker, I mean, this system is a product of two governments in a row, the Conservative government initially, and then the Liberal, and then a Liberal government that decided to press ahead, I think in the face of evidence that shows the system clearly wasn't ready. And these are the parties that constantly want to talk about their business acumen and how smart they are and how they look to the private sector for examples. Well, in what private company would a manager read reports like that about the implementation of their payroll system and think, yeah, we should move ahead? And how, in a private company, could that happen without the head of that manager and those around him rolling? Because that's what we're witnessing, is no real accountability for a terrible decision that was made to roll this out across government when the system obviously wasn't ready. And I think what's frustrating about that is the lack of real accountability that we're seeing, and we're seeing that from politicians from parties who would be the first to say that stuff would never pass in the private sector, and that's exactly the standard we're going to bring into government, Mr. Speaker. And so I think there's a fair lack of shame when it comes to talking about accountability and what it means when we hear comments like that and then see it obviously not take place. I mean, maybe they got into politics because their businesses weren't very successful. One might judge that from the work that's been done on the Phoenix file, Mr. Speaker. So that's part of the frustration, and so certainly calling for the apology is part of, it's just a small part of the accountability piece. I mean, I think that's important in terms of respect for civil servants, but we know that an apology isn't enough. So, and that's a consistent message we've been offering. When the Prime Minister broke the law, he apologized, and we've said that's not enough. There need to be some tangible consequences. But so Canadians can keep that in mind at the next election, Mr. Speaker. But in terms of tangible consequences, there should be tangible consequences for the people who make the error, but there also has to be tangible redress for the people that are the victims of that error. And I'm thinking of some people who work as federal civil servants and who live in Elmwood, Transcona, Mr. Speaker, that we've heard from. We've worked on a number of cases of people who are facing serious injustice in terms of having faithfully gone into work and performed their work, done their job, and simply expect to be paid properly. So one person in my riding, and I'm not going to name names because I don't think they would appreciate that, Mr. Speaker, but one person had to go on a medical leave, Mr. Speaker. They came back. They weren't being paid properly when they returned, so they had to apply for a number of emergency salary advances in order to be able to make ends meet and to pay their bills. But before the government rectified the problem and paid them for the time they missed, for which they needed the advance, government came back to collect the advance. Well, the money isn't there. They can't repay the advance until they're paid for the time that they were given the advance that they weren't getting paid for. And so this person is in a position where they've taken on debt that they otherwise wouldn't have taken on. They're concerned about being able to make their mortgage payments and possibly losing their house. Now, you can say what you want about the story of how we got here and who started Phoenix and who made the decision to push it forward. One thing that I think obviously falls squarely on the shoulders of this government is to not put federal employees in that position where they're being asked to pay back money that they were advanced to make up for a lack of pay before they've even been paid for that. That's just an obvious injustice, Mr. Speaker, and there's no reason, absolutely no reason, why anyone should be put in that position and be made to pay back money that they never really received in the first place, Mr. Speaker. I think of another person living in Elmwood Transcona, works for the federal government, who over the course of a year was systematically underpaid, by their calculations, somewhere in the neighborhood of $15,000 over the course of the year. Phoenix has determined that at some point, although we can't really get answers or a paper trail as to how, that they owe, that there was an overpayment of about $3,000. So now they're in the position of being owed $15,000 and potentially owing $3,000. But before government figures out what government owes that employee, they're insisting that the $3,000 that they say that they're not willing to substantiate, and we can't get any answers from them out of my office on a paper trail or justification for that overpayment, they're being asked to pay back the $3,000 before they get the $15,000 that they're owed out of the system. And I put to you again, Mr. Speaker, that there's a fundamental injustice there, and that it is incumbent on this government to make sure that when they go after people to repay what they claim are overpayments, that they show evidence of the overpayment and that they ensure that they're holding up their end of the bargain and paying the employees what they're owed in the first place before they ask that those overpayments come back. Because for many people, this is making the difference between whether or not they're able to make their payment at the bank for their house or not, and they're not going to get a second try, Mr. Speaker. When that overpayment, when that payment that they're owed by their employer comes back a year later, they can't go back to the bank and say, oh, see, my employer screwed up after all, it's okay, can I have my mortgage back? That's not going to work. So there's a serious issue when it comes to the timing of these payments, and it's wrong for the government to be insisting that employees pay back money that they never got from them in the first place, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's really important that we recognize, opposition members, in particular the NDP, will talk about, well, yes, the system was broke, and all we want to do is just pass the buck, blame the Conservatives. What we agree on, what we concur on, was that there was a significant flaw in the introduction of Phoenix. The Conservative government's intent was to save something like $70 million. They blew it. There was a huge mistake, and today's civil servants are paying for it. But to try to give the impression that the government is not taking actions to rectify the problem is false. The Government of Canada is investing tens of millions of dollars. We're asking civil servants to assist us in fixing the problem. And we are moving forward in fixing the problem. Fast enough? Absolutely not. We could never move fast enough to try to justify getting that money as quickly as possible to our wonderful civil servants. But we are investing cash, dollars, we're getting our civil servants to fix the problem. Does the member across the way believe that the civil service is not capable of fixing the problem? Does he believe that we need to give more money in order to fix the problem? What does he believe is necessary in order to fix the problem that the government's not doing today?
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for pointing out what I think is a problem that you get when you get right-wing governments that don't actually understand good public administration for its own sake. They come to think that just throwing money at something and announcing a big number is good enough in itself. If he'd listened to my speech, what he would have heard is that one of the major injustices happening right now doesn't have anything to do with how much money a government throws at a problem. It has to do with demanding repayment before paying someone. The problem is that they weren't paid in the first place. They don't have the money to pay it back, and the government is asking them to pay it back. That's not even about spending more money. And I mean, the problem won't get fixed without spending some money. But the problem is the thinking there doesn't speak to what is the problem, how do we fix it, if we spend money, how do we spend it effectively. It's just, let's announce a number so that we can deflect criticism in the media, and then we're going to pretend like it's fixed. So it's not fixed for the people that are being asked to pay back money that they never received in the first place.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to address a question to my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona, because I really commend the NDP by bringing this forward. I see this, Mr. Speaker, as an extreme lack of leadership. When the system was originally reviewed, at the end of the day, the previous government decided not to implement because there were so many warning systems. And I can list about the pay modernization transition activities checklist. The government was clearly told to clear the backlog. The summary of the Phoenix testing results showed huge failure rates. The Office of the Comptroller General said huge failure rates. And this was a month before implementation. So there were so many reasons for not moving this forward, but the government chose to do it. We see a prime minister traveling around the world where, the ethics commissioner said clearly in her report that he sees himself simply as a ceremonial role, but we need leadership on this. And my colleague from Elmwood-Transcona said it right when he said it's affecting people on the ground, every single MP, because this is not fixed. We're hearing from our constituents, and constituents are hurting. So I want to ask my colleague if he could say what message is the government giving to Canadians by not giving our civil servants the respect they deserve, especially by not correcting this mistake that the government's made.
Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I mean, I think it's obvious that what's happening with Phoenix and in all these particular cases where federal civil servants are being put in a real hard spot, in some cases being asked to repay money that, as far as they're concerned, they didn't receive in the first place, is it undermines the government's own protestations or proclamations of respect for the civil service. And to the extent that the federal government ought to be an exemplary employer and set the gold standard across the country for the private sector, and I think this sends a really terrible message, which is that somehow, despite what's in law, it's acceptable, according to the government, to limp along not paying your employees properly. It's a terrible message. It's one we need to get fixed. We know that's going to take time. We heard that from the Auditor General. But in the meantime, there are issues of fairness in the way that the government is treating these federal civil servants. That's not something that needs to take years to fix. The government could stop today demanding that employees who are owed $15,000 by the government pay back $3,000. That's ridiculous. They should be writing that off what they owe to the employee and then making sure that the employee gets the difference instead of demanding everything from the employee up front. And that speaks to the issue of demanding gross payback when the employee only received net pay. There are other things that can be done today to address that human side of the issue.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, we have to talk about this issue here today in this chamber. And it's been interesting to listen to the debate that's taken place, especially given the parliamentary secretary has decided to represent the area apparently of ridiculese, because that's the only way to explain the approach that they've taken in this matter for the entire day. The reality of what's taken place is, surprise, surprise, the Conservatives decided to change the way the payroll process was going. They decided to attempt to modernize it, and they outsourced it, something that was very predictable about the way that they approach government, the way they approach the Public Service Union, and the way they approach about doing business. And that system was then evolved and created, but it became problematic and identified as problematic during that process. What did the Liberals do, though, during the election and then subsequently since then, is first of all, they dined out publicly, saying they are friends of the public service, they are friends of being fair with regards to social justice, with regards to pay equity, with regards to a number of different things that they use for their electoral success. They used it as a wedge issue during the campaign to get the seats they have today, and when they got here, they did exactly what their behavior in the past had been, is basically turn that and push it away by pressing the button to start this whole mess of Phoenix. It was simply a case of them deciding the public service was expendable, they were worth the risk, they were worth the chance, they were worth what they could do politically to expedite. Unfortunately, it's turned into a $500 million boondoggle for them, but more importantly and unfortunately, it has put people in the crosshairs of basically bad federal management of employees, bad management of employees in general. Hundreds of thousands of people are required to run our democracy, and we deserve and we should be expecting to have the best and the brightest, and people want to get into the public service for a number of different reasons. Not only just in terms of having a competent, skilled force that is doing everything from negotiating international treaties to actually processing people's claims, to actually doing work related to our environment, our health care, science, research, a number of different things. We want the best and the brightest, and people decide to come to the public service even as a sense of civic duty. Public service, whether it's municipal, provincial, or federal, are not filled with people that are settling on a career. They're filled with people that are making a difference to make sure that our economy runs well, our democracy is strong, and our civil society is moving forward. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, those people right now are the ones that we're talking about in this motion to actually get some type of balanced, fair compensation right now. It can be done tomorrow, and the government should not have to be dragged kicking and screaming to do this. It's about the fact that they are suffering the repercussions continually on this current system. So yes, we have to fix the new system that's in place right now because they've decided to pull the plug on this and make it happen in the first place. And number two is, what are we going to do about the injurious affection on all of those people that are damaged during this process? And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' attitude during this process, and I can hear it as that they're saying, oh, kind of, we're sorry, and so forth, doesn't take away from the fact that when it really actually has the rubber hit the road, it is a full still with intimidation and tactics that are known to going back to the Chrétien and the Martin area, when if you look at all the work that's been done to actually support people in whistleblowing in the federal civil service, and also a number of different people that have paid the repercussions of speaking out. If you represent people in the civic service and the civil service that are affected by this, we know from a number of different examples that people in these offices feel uncomfortable and have felt so for a long period of time, going back to the previous Conservative administration, going back to the days of Martin and Chrétien, and there's a series of problems. In fact, whistleblower legislation at one point was championed by Pat Martin, the former member from Winnipeg Centre, for many years in this House, because it's good for not only just in terms of having a strong public service, but most importantly, accountability to the powers that be that think they can get away with stuff on a regular basis. Those people right now in our service feel intimidated to even be able to raise some of the things that are happening. I'll point to one particular real example, Mr. Speaker. When there was a rally in Windsor in my community to support our public servants through this situation and this problem, and we have single mothers that are having a number of different financial problems, and you have other families that are looking at mortgages and housing payments and so forth and different things like that, and their pay is going up and down and all over the place. They're being told one week that they're overpaid and they owe money. The next week they're shortchanged. They don't even know what the regular stuff is going to be the next week or week after that. Is guess what? Management came out to a peaceful assembly at lunchtime to actually show intimidation. They came out of their offices onto the streets and watched the employees and myself do a peaceful, democratic discussion about the issues facing the workers because of the way this system is managed. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, is now the Liberals have implemented a system in place where basically for management and senior advisors for this make money by fixing the problems that they helped create by actually starting this problem. They are making bonuses off the backs of the workers that have an injurious affection that have caused a number of different problems for them and their families. That is not a healthy environment. That is also, as I said, Mr. Speaker, one of the problems that we have right now with regards to attracting people to come to the civil service, to come to the different things. And it's interesting because I've been at committee, and I always remember I was at one committee, an industry committee, where the chief financial executives of Canada came to committee and they complained about the fact there weren't enough federal supports and staff for them to apply for grants for their businesses. The audacity, after all those years of basically whining and claiming that, oh, we need another large corporate tax cut because that's what makes the economy go, and then they complained of the fact that when there actually was government programs, loans, and grant programs, that there was nobody there to help them and hold their hands through that process. They were the advocates of dismantling the actual service supports that was necessary. And what we have, Mr. Speaker, now is you have people, and we have positions that are very germane to how we spend our finances and how we run this country and how we run our democracy. You have to be looking at that and saying, okay, well, first of all, I have to go into an environment that has been known historically to have some issues. Second of all, I don't even know if I'm going to get paid, when, how, and if not too much, and what's going to take place with regards to me raising issues about that if I'm not compensated by the legal entitled agreement that I've signed. And then, there's no plan to deal with that. And that's the sad thing about the situation, but the real thing is that the amendments that the NDP has to this current process right now, as outlined in this motion, 4 amendments, are ones that are helpful to the situation. They actually can lead to individual results for people to restore justice in the sense of having some type of compensation for people that have been injured by this, and it's a small, modest one. We're not talking about massive payouts. We're not talking about a number of different things. We're talking about simple things that could be identified for, say, for example, the cost that you've incurred from not receiving a paycheck and having to borrow a credit card rate that's been up at 17, 18% just to make your rental payments. These are the things that have become real to people that have actually been affected by this. And this government's responsible for that. They're the ones that decided to drive the car off the lot when it was made and developed and manufactured, and it was a lemon from day one. It was, wrought from the idea of just saving money and basically making sure that we can get rid of pensions and public servants and so-called legacy costs, all those different things. They decided, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, they decided to drive it off the lot. They decided to do that. And they were told the test drives were no good. They were told not only that by the people that are involved in there, but internationally, they were told by another country that the problem that they were just basically going to do was there. I'll conclude with this, Mr. Speaker, is that our Customs Immigrations Union and our Border Service workers are without an agreement again. This has been several years this has been going on, particularly the agreements now. These guys in today's terms of talking on this issue had talked about the fact that they have cleaned up so many messes with the Conservatives left behind and collective agreements and so forth. Our Border Service men and women are being made to go through legal hoops and hurdles to get a proper collective agreement. And the reason being is that because they're standing up for themselves, because the government right now is attacking their benefits, and they're standing up for themselves. If they want to do something, lead by example, settle an agreement with our Border Services workers, to respect the men and women that are serving us every single day.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services and Procurement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the honourable member, despite the playful language for his intervention. I would refer the member to my speech, where I outlined on technology, on human resources, certainly on financial resources, and other areas of supreme effort on the part of this government that we are putting together the stabilization of this pay system, a pay system that I would add, and again I direct the member to my comments, that started in 2008 as a cost-cutting measure, and after several weeks in government, we were told it was ready to go. It's that simple. And since then, the work of 7, 8, 9 years of conservative cost-cutting is slowly but surely being fixed, and again I reiterate that we are determined that every public servant will get every penny that is owed to each and every one of them. The honourable member, I think, ignored much of what we reported to this House in terms of tangible efforts. I would also express that items A, B, C, and D in the motion we quite agree with. But the thing that has mystified us all day, Mr. Speaker, and my question for the member, is they wrote this to, and I'm still very incredulous about this, to attract the support of the Conservative Party of Canada. Turn down reasonable proposals of amendments from our party that would, in fact, have agreed with the spirit of their motion, the substance of their motion, but they wrote things that they know to be specifically wrong in order to attract the support of the Conservative Party of Canada, of all things in this. Can this member, I've asked this 4 times, I will ask again, produce a shred, an iota of evidence that this government failed to listen to public servants in their assurances that the Phoenix pay system was ready?
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the Parliamentary Secretary is continually whining about the fact that he feels that, oh, well, we did this to appease the Conservatives on the motion, and feel so sorry for him and for putting this position today, and we feel so bad for you for having to do this when you should have come to us or whatever. It's a motion. It's the spirit of the will of the House of Commons. You could act anyways. And maybe that would be helpful to do so. We wouldn't even need this debate had you actually done that. Had there been some sense of humility and some sense of respect as just moving on with this, I would have expected the government to come in and said the first thing is that we're going to agree with this and we're going to offer some more supports to get something done. Not to basically have some type of empathy for the situation of having to deal with the reality that he drove the car off the lot that was a lemon and has to deal with this. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, is that this situation right now has been developed by this government in terms of the ownership, and they need to finish it by agreeing with the motion and moving on with practical results. Tomorrow we should actually see some tangible things the Minister of Finance can do, specific things. Will we see them?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just say how disappointed I am at the Parliamentary Secretary over here. Because I can tell you in this House, I've worked with the member from Windsor West, and I respect that member, and for him to suggest that he's doing something just to appease the Conservatives, guess what, Mr. Speaker? We can have disagreements in the House and disagree with each other and still have respect. And you know what that member does? Just like the members over here are doing. They're hearing from their constituents. They're hearing that people are hurting. They want action from this government, and this government is ignoring the pleas from the civil servants that are hurting from this, Mr. Speaker. So I want to give my colleague from Windsor West an opportunity to answer a question about leadership, because that's what this is about in this House today. This is about leadership and lack of leadership of that government. We see the Prime Minister going on another vacation to India, spending 8 days with his family, taking photo ops, spending tens of thousands of dollars on costumes, and instead of dealing with the issues that are important for constituents, he's going for the photo op. So I'll ask my colleague over there, how important is it for this government to come up with a plan? Instead of asking the NDP and the Conservatives to come up with a plan, this government needs to come up with a plan because people are hurting. And what does he want to make comments about that for this member over here that is abdicating all responsibility for that?
Hear, hear. Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the question. And, here's the thing, is that the people that came out to the rally that we had in Windsor were people that go to work every single day in a small office, in a small city, that know each other, and they have to raise uncomfortable issues and personal issues about how the fact that their paycheck is hurting them and their family. And for the parliamentary secretary not to understand the personal grief on that and those individual situations and the humility that is involved in that is unacceptable. And Mr. Speaker, that type of an attitude is real. People feel it every single day. They have to face each other across from the cubicle. They have to deal with those managers every single day. What have they chosen to do is to give people bonuses at this time. At a time what they should be doing is compensating the people that are hurt by this.
Alors, conformément.
Order, please. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Rocky Ridge on taxation, the Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie on foreign affairs, and the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières on aviation safety.
Resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, as has been, the false allegation has been repeated that there's no evidence. I would seek unanimous consent of the House to table the documents obtained under access to information that indicate the date since the Liberal Party was elected that the Phoenix system doesn't work.
L'honorable député...
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly, does he have unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? There is no unanimous consent.
Debate. The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Vancouver Quadrant. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that we have the utmost and deepest respect for the public service employees. The work they do is vital to Canada's economic, social, and cultural prosperity, and we deeply regret that they are experiencing pay issues and that these issues are affecting them and their families. All of us in government take very seriously our responsibility to ensure employees are paid accurately and on time. From my time as a member of the Government Operations and Estimates Committee, I can speak to issues of employee pay that we inherited on Election Day and have been seized with ever since. To that end, I welcome the opportunity to speak of our government's efforts to stabilize and correct the pay system. We can note that this issue has been around for quite some time, and even in the period prior to 2008, pay issues affected the public service. And we have cases from Lapointe, Murchison, Baldock, Prosper that all point to problems with government pay that need to be corrected and have for a long time. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take each aspect of the motion in turn, beginning with the first clause of the motion that calls on the government to pay all employees correctly, on time, every time, for the work they do. Let there be no doubt our government is committed to doing just that. That is why our government has been giving the matter our full attention and applying the necessary resources to fix the problem. Our priority is to get public servants paid accurately as soon as possible. We are listening to the concerns raised by employees, and we are working as quickly as possible to resolve them. We will continue to work with all stakeholders, including union leadership, to find efficient solutions to the pay challenges for the short and for the long term. Mr. Speaker, since the launch of Phoenix, the government has dedicated significant financial resources to address the problem. The government has foregone $210 million in savings booked prematurely by the previous government, leaving those funds with the 45 departments and agencies served by the Pay Centre to help them assist them with the pay issues within their organizations. Let me explain. As part of the original 2009 implementation plan for Phoenix, the new pay system was supposed to generate savings across government departments. These departments were expected to transfer the savings they generated from Phoenix to the government. Given that employees need more support and departments need more resources to help resolve pay issues, our government has decided to leave this money with those organizations so that the funds can be used to resolve the issues for employees. That is not all, Mr. Speaker. Last spring, our government announced $142 million in investments in capacity and technology. This included hiring more employees to process pay transactions, and most recently, $56 million was allocated to further help stabilize the pay system. Mr. Speaker, these measures are part of our government's commitment to doing everything it takes to ensure employees are paid what they are owed on time, every time. Now let me turn to the second part of the motion, calling on us to exempt those who have been overpaid by Phoenix from having to pay back the gross amount despite actually receiving a substantially lower net amount. Mr. Speaker, I would like to report that the government is implementing measures to help ensure that employees do not experience any permanent impacts because of Phoenix. First, the government is working with unions to ease the repayment burden on employees. Second, we are reimbursing employees whose income is being taxed at a higher tax bracket. Third, we are reimbursing employees whose Canada Child benefits and other income-tested benefits are being reduced. And fourth, we are also offering to refund employees who need to consult experts to sort out their income taxes because of errors in their pay. In short, Mr. Speaker, we are very aware of the potential tax implications and other implications of Phoenix and are taking actions to mitigate any negative effects on employees. We are, in fact, taking the holistic approach advocated by the second part of this motion. I would now like to address the third part of the motion that calls on government to compensate those in the public service who have experienced damages from Phoenix, both financial and otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is doing everything possible to ensure that no employee remains out of pocket because of the errors caused by the Phoenix pay system. In July 2016, bargaining agents advised the government of employee concerns about the potential for inconsistent treatment of compensation claims for the financial hardships they experienced due to pay problems within Phoenix. The Government of Canada responded by establishing an out-of-pocket claims process. For example, if an employee used their line of credit to cover regular payments while they were underpaid and have incurred interest charges, they can claim those expenses. The process has been designed to resolve employee claims quickly, and each organization has a Phoenix claims officer who is available to answer questions and guide employees through the process. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to address the final clause of the motion before us today, that the government publicly apologize to all of those who have endured hardship as a result of the government's error. Mr. Speaker, the government has done exactly just that. In November, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement sent a letter of apology to federal public employees. Let me quote now from that letter, and I quote, "This issue is the most important file on my desk, and I apologize to those of you experiencing pay issues that are affecting you and your families. Your stories of hardship caused by the backlog of financial transactions keep me awake at night." And it goes on. I am working with dedicated officials as well as the Minister's Working Group to make sure that our government remains open and transparent and that we take concrete action to resolve the pay issues that have very real consequences on your day-to-day lives. Mr. Speaker, as I have explained, the motion before us today calls on the government to take 4 actions that the government has already completed or are underway. As my honourable colleagues have already highlighted, the government is taking extensive action to ensure that this unacceptable situation is cured as quickly as possible, and the government is leaving no stone unturned because we agree that it's completely unacceptable that the proper pay of this country's excellent public service is at stake. I would also note that in respect of what's before us today, that if not for the preamble, the government would be perfectly prepared to support the motion. But as it stands, we cannot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank my colleague for for his analysis of the motion in each of its parts. We've been hearing from members of the third party outrage around the experience of our civil servants, which I know we all share on this side of the House. We've also been hearing allegations of neglect and undermining of the public servants and their collective bargaining agents and the unions. And I would like to ask my colleague what his thoughts are in terms of the kinds of efforts that our government has made to show respect for and within the civil service, including their bargaining agents.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you very much, my colleague from Vancouver Quadra. In addition to the backlog that we found ourselves in, the employment deficit within the data entry capacity of Phoenix that we found ourselves with following the election, there was also a massive backlog in negotiating of contracts with public service employees. In order to implement all those new rules with the old contracts, the backlog of retroactive pay associated with the contract negotiations, and then the new contracts as they entered into force, it was an extremely complicated and difficult task. No one on our side has anything but the utmost good faith in the work that the unions have done in this. We support their efforts to make sure that the system is holistic and that it functions well and that all the rules are implemented. And we place the blame squarely on those who failed to make sure that we had a robust system. If you look at what the Auditor General had already put forward in his comments on what has happened, since the June period of 2016 following, we can see there that there was a real gap in data entry. It points to the fact that they tried to do too much, too soon, and take all the financial rewards before they'd accrued them. This is a process that really should have been broken up into 2 steps. One, getting a new functioning electronic pay system that works within the confines of the systems that existed within the government, within the departments, and then had that proven correct, then look at a process to possibly centralize it if that had made sense. But they did not, and this is what we're left with.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's easy to pass the buck back, but the reality is that the warnings were there, and they decided to proceed. But I think that I want to talk about what we can do about another upcoming labour issue that's currently there, and the fact that the Parliamentary Secretary and others in the Liberal Party have bragged about how many collective agreements that they've actually signed from the previous government. But at the same time right now, when I have the most outstanding one for several years now, for a number of years, that's also involving a court system, is the issue over CBSA workers and the fact that we still do not have an agreement despite there being a number of different attempts. And so perhaps the member can shed some light on the fact that we have our CBSA men and women on the front lines not having a contract right now and the government using the courts as opposed to actually using process.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I can't necessarily speak to the negotiations at the bargaining table because I'm not there. But I will say that these problems related to employees not being under contract or their pay not being appropriately accommodated or the data not being properly entered or the rules not existing in the electronic system, those situations existed before Phoenix. In my riding, I know the member is interested in the CBSA workers in his riding. There are some in my riding as well as Coast Guard workers who didn't have appropriate pay, and that issue predated Phoenix, and it was only compounded by Phoenix, where without having the rules in place, without having the good data entry, it's garbage in, garbage out in any electronic pay system, and that's what we were left with, garbage.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague from St. John's East for his mostly factual comment. We served a long time together on Operations Committee and dealt with Phoenix nonstop in a mostly nonpartisan way, and I appreciate that. I want to bring up the issue again. In November, when we had the minister in committee discussing Phoenix, we broached the idea of resources for the constituency offices to help people affected by Phoenix. The minister at that time committed to having an answer for us by December 15th. And Marie LeMay, her deputy minister, stated in that meeting, I understood ministers say that we'd get back to you in 2 weeks as to what the process will be. That was over 2 months ago. We still don't have the process. I understand this gentleman's concerned for his constituents as well. I wonder if he can stand up and say he will pursue this issue with the minister so that she fulfills her commitment that she made November 28th to have an answer for MPs by December 15th on how the government is going to allow extra resources so we can help our constituents affected by the Phoenix system.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I acknowledge the wonderful time we had together working not only on this file, which was quite difficult, but also on Canada Post. And it's a very cordial House of Commons Standing Committee that is the Government Operations and Estimates. I have not sat on it since the break due to some scheduling conflicts that had me moved. So I was not aware until just now that the answer had not been forthcoming to the committee. And I do undertake to reach out to the minister to determine whether or not additional resources will be provided to MP staff in their constituency offices. Obviously, some people have more federal employees affected than others, and it's something that I'm happy to get back to the member with offline. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, thanks for the opportunity.
speak about the government's response to the problems with the Phoenix pay system. And first, permit me to say that I personally share our government's deep regret that federal employees, in other words, so many people and their families are experiencing pay issues that affect their lives. All of us in the Government of Canada feel the same way about this. On a le plus grand respect pour les employés.
We have the greatest respect for public service employees. We appreciate the work that they do for the social, economic, and cultural prosperity of Canada. And we take our responsibilities very seriously. We negotiate in good faith with unions, and we commit to paying employees on time and correctly. That is why we have worked diligently and will continue to do so to implement a signed collective agreement as quickly as possible. We have dedicated teams of compensation advisors who are processing salary increases, compensation, and retroactive payments linked to collective agreements. However, let me put the situation into context. In 2015, our government came to power. All the collective agreements for which the Treasury Board is responsible had expired. This means that they had to be negotiated simultaneously.
Unprecedented situation of essentially all collective agreements having expired, we made it clear that we would work collaboratively with the bargaining agents and negotiate in good faith, restoring a relationship of respect after a decade of antagonism and animosity between the government and the representatives of the employees. And we did that. And we will continue on that track until collective agreements with all the unions representing all of our employees have been signed. After just 2 years, thanks to the hard work and good faith negotiations, we have now reached 21 out of 27 agreements for the core public service. That means more than 90% of unionized public servants for which Treasury Board is the employer now have collective bargaining agreements that were negotiated in good faith. As a result, there are many signed collective agreements that must be implemented. Mr. Speaker, we do regret that despite our best efforts, we have not met our obligations to process a number of collective agreements within the agreed-upon deadline. That said, we will not let up on our efforts to work with the unions to resolve our employees' pay issues. We're taking action on a number of fronts. When it comes to pay increases, allowances, and retroactive payments related to these collective agreements, let me assure you that we are making every effort to process these outstanding payments as quickly as possible. Just as we have worked with bargaining agents in good faith to sign the new collective agreements, we are also working with them to fix Phoenix. In fact, we are collaborating regularly with unions to help identify the fastest and easiest possible way to resolve all outstanding pay issues. We are doing everything possible to ensure that no employee remains out of pocket because of the pay system. And this is not only our common goal, it is our moral responsibility as the employer to resolve these issues on behalf of public servants, and we will. I'd like to itemize the concrete actions we've taken to make this situation right. In September 2016, we set up a process to reimburse employees who've incurred out-of-pocket expenses, such as interest charges and late fees. And we have made sure that they can request in advance while their situation gets sorted out. In addition, we will reimburse costs incurred by employees seeking tax advisory services during both the 2016 and the 2017 income tax years to address tax implications caused by problems with Phoenix. In fact, employees may seek up to $200 in reimbursement for each of the 2 tax years. For the 2017 tax season, we are implementing measures to help ensure employees don't experience any permanent impacts because of Phoenix. So firstly, we will not seek reimbursement of any overpayments before summer 2018 to allow the Canada Revenue Agency and Revenu Québec to complete their tax assessments. Secondly, we are reimbursing employees whose income is being taxed at a higher tax bracket. Thirdly, we are reimbursing employees whose Canada Child benefits or other income-tested benefits have been reduced. And finally, employees who were underpaid in 2016 and who received greater amounts for social benefits and credits can rest assured that they will keep those amounts as they were rightfully entitled to them. Mr. Speaker, concerning compensation for hardship, we are committed to treating employees fairly and to compensating them for expenses that they've incurred because of Phoenix. In fact, all the tools are in place for departments and agencies to support employees with emergency salary advances or priority payments if they are having pay problems. Deputy heads have been told to ensure they are aware of their options. In particular, they've been encouraged to issue payments where the amounts owed to employees have been accumulating over an extended period or have resulted in financial hardship. As I mentioned, the government is working in good faith with the unions to address the issues and make sure employees' pay issues are processed and that they are receiving their correct pay. In June 2017, under the direction of the senior-level Phoenix Union Management Consultation Committee, a joint union management subcommittee on damages was established to explore the issue of damages for all those whose compensation was affected by the implementation of Phoenix. Mr. Speaker, the pay problems experienced by too many Government of Canada employees are completely unacceptable. We understand that. We are taking responsibility. We're taking steps to fix the situation and to do the right thing for federal employees. In fact, the clerk of the Privy Council has made addressing employees' pay issues a top priority for all government departments. In a country like ours, no one should have to worry about being paid for their work, for their government. Our government is committed to positive and responsible relationships with our employees and the bargaining agents that represent them. From day one, we have been committed to restoring a culture of respect for and within the public service. We've accomplished a great deal together, and this will continue. We're focused on fixing Phoenix and the pay problems it has created, and we're pulling out all stops to ensure our valued employees are paid what they deserve. And, Mr. Speaker, on a personal note, in a previous political period of my career, I was the minister responsible for the BC Public Service Agency, and I had the opportunity to work closely with the agency that was responsible for the management and well-being and training of British Columbia's public servants. I had the opportunity to award the public servants the Premier's Excellence Awards for their amazing innovation, hard work, and accomplishments. I have a great deal of admiration for the work that public servants do in provinces across the country and for the federal government. And so I'm personally committed to working with the Treasury Board's Secretariat, with our minister and the other ministers to ensure that the pay issues and the inequities that are affecting our employees and their families are resolved as soon as humanly possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. La députée de Beloy.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we see just how much the government must be ashamed of its track record when we're talking about the way that we're negotiating collective agreements, as though to change the topic, it would seem. Like my colleague for Windsor West said, when it comes to public safety, there's often been an opportunity to meet with border guards who have been waiting for quite some time. It must be said that verbally there's a different approach, but what's actually put on the table for public servants is not that different than the previous government. What I'd like to ask my colleague, and I thank her for her speech, I would like to ask why the government is refusing to take responsibility The parliamentary secretary tried to present excuses, but I'm not buying it. They're not apologizing for not living up to their responsibilities. We're sorry that you have to go through this experience. We're sorry that the system is not working. They've done everything except take responsibility. Why is the government stubbornly insisting on saying that we are not the ones who made the mistake? Why are they not apologizing?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would repeat what my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, already said, which is that we accept responsibility for having accepted the advice of the leaders, the public service leaders who said that everything was ready. We know that we accepted that advice. But what I would mention is that the conditions were not acceptable. The number of workers who were laid off was a surprise, and that is why we are working so hard with officials and with unions to solve this problem and to help those who were affected by the problem.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the Treasury Board for her comments. Now, we've been dumping on public service and procurement all day, rightfully so, for their poor handling, and the Minister as well, for the poor handling of the Phoenix issue. But I want to go over to Treasury Board, since we have the Parliamentary Secretary here. We actually have a notice to Treasury Board, January 13th, stating a lot of the issues with Phoenix, training issues, failure issues. We have the Pay Modernization Project, which is addressed to the Treasury Board, stating very clearly, clear the backlog before you go live. And we actually have information from this Liberal government stating not clearing the backlog was the main issue with the whole Phoenix fiasco. One of the issues, one of the smoking guns with the issue was the Gartner report. The Gartner report very clearly laid out so many issues with Phoenix about not being ready, the training not being done, the testing very clearly showed it's not ready. It went to the Treasury Board. Treasury Board sat on that report, did not pass it on to public service. They apparently sat on the report from the Office of the Comptroller General about all the training failures and other issues. I'm wondering, so complicit is the Treasury Board with the Phoenix fiasco, what changes have they made to address the problems that they've inflicted upon the Phoenix system, and that we can be assured they're not going to continue with this level of incompetence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has, of course, been a learning experience for all. Those lessons are being put into a framework of accountability and oversight that this government was quick to move to when it became clear that the problems were growing and not being reduced. I want to go back to the record of what transpired when the decision was taken to go ahead. Initially, the problems that were emerging, which will always, in such a large change, will always occur, were being managed. But gradually, it became clear that there were additional problems, and that ties into, amongst other things, the fact that there were no collective agreements signed under that member's government. Instead, they were busy trying to change the law to undermine the collective bargaining process and to reduce the options that the unions had, and to create situations where the president of the Treasury Board could unilaterally decide issues around sick leave. And so that's what they were busy with, not actually negotiating these collective agreements, which meant there was a massive backlog of new collective agreements with all the changes in pay, the retroactivity, and the changes in rules that was laid onto a new system that was in itself a challenge.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Saanich Suk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I should let you know I'll be splitting my time today with my most excellent colleague, the member for Windsor-Tecumseh. As the member parliament for Esquimalt, Saanich Suk, the view of this Phoenix pay crisis looks quite a lot different than what we're hearing from the Liberals when you're actually on the ground. My office has been inundated with cases from federal employees whose lives have been turned upside down because of the Phoenix pay system implemented by this Liberal government. Despite objections from the public service employees and their union representatives, the Liberal government decided to roll out the Phoenix pay system in 2016, knowing full well that there remained a host of unresolved issues with the program. And as we've learned, they did so without looking at the case of Queensland, where the government of the state bought a similar system from IBM and had already abandoned that system before the Liberals put Phoenix in gear. In fact, in 2013, a Queensland Commission of Inquiry put out a report detailing how a pay system that was supposed to cost the Queensland government $6 million ended up costing them $30 million to purchase and $1.2 billion to fix. The Premier of Queensland called this, quote, the worst public policy failure in the state's history. So why did the Liberals proceed with information about this cautionary tale so easily available? And why, when it took the Queensland government just 4 months to get a comprehensive fix in place, albeit a very expensive one, why 2 years later is this government still saying only that the situation remains unacceptable and that they will do various things? According to data that the member for Jonquière has been able to get from the government, 78% of the 22,375 federal employees in British Columbia have experienced pay problems since the Liberals decided to implement this system. In my riding alone, over 1,000 federal employees have been overpaid, underpaid, or not paid at all. Many have been forced to max out their credit cards, dip into retirement savings, or incur late fees because they are waiting on their hard-earned paychecks. This is having impacts on real people in every community in my riding, and I've asked some of those affected if I could share their stories publicly today. It's a stark contrast to what we just heard from the last speaker saying all the wonderful things the Liberals are going to do. They have not fixed these problems. One of those people who agreed to speak publicly is Dana Hawley. She moved from Salmon Arm to Esquimalt for a new and exciting job as an addictions counselor at CFB Esquimalt in March of 2016. As a social worker who was considering a master's degree, this was an incredible opportunity to be of service and also seemed worth the move to a more expensive city. The problem started as soon as she arrived. Within 6 weeks, she realized she was being underpaid hundreds of dollars on each paycheck, and she was not receiving health, dental, or any of the other benefits she was supposed to be getting as a civilian employee. She began to struggle to pay for housing and living costs after moving to one of the most expensive places to live in the entire country. She also put her plan of enrolling in further education on hold, as she had no assurances she would be ever able to save the money to pay the tuition fee. 19 months later, Dana finally got the nearly $18,000 owed to her. Meanwhile, fellow employees had quit, and their work had been added to her own workload, and her department was struggling to recruit to fill the vacant positions. Dana's story is emblematic of hundreds of others in Esquimalt Saanich Suk, and it's important as their member of parliament that I do everything in my power to help those affected. So I hope by bringing their stories here today in this debate, we will finally get the attention of the Liberal government and prompt some real action to solve this problem. A Service Canada employee from my riding also agreed to share her story. Her name is Roseanne. Roseanne lives with her retired husband in Saanich and has been working for Service Canada as a benefits officer, ironically, for 17 years. She was thinking about retiring, and so in 2016 she enrolled in a Pathway to Retirement program that was supposed to allow her to work for 3 days a week for her final 2 years of employment. That's when the problems began. Very quickly she noticed that Phoenix was continuing to pay her at her full-time rate, and then, without warning, she received a paycheck with almost nothing on it, as the system tried to collect the gross overpayment all at once, even more money than she'd actually been overpaid. So from one pay period to the next, she never knew what she was going to receive. And this in the months when she was trying to prepare for her retirement. Roseanne was supposed to retire by the end of this month, but she became concerned about finalizing the process, as she knows that would put her at the end of a list of hundreds of thousands of Phoenix cases across the country, and that she might not get the pay that she's still owed before she actually retires. And today, I have to say, I don't know what decision she made. Roseanne's story is emblematic of hundreds of others. Many have fallen behind in their rent or mortgage payments. Some have even had to quit because they couldn't continue to pay the bills while not being paid for work they were doing. Others have had to pull their kids out of post-secondary education programs because they could no longer afford the tuition fees because they hadn't been paid what they'd earned. And so we hear today that there's all kinds of provisions being made that those people can apply for this help and assistance. But in fact, on the ground, that is not happening. Another federal servant who agreed to share her story is Nicole Gervais. She's been working for Service Canada as a benefits officer again for old age security for 27 years. As a single parent, she's tried to work hard, manage her finances well, and was able to get a mortgage on a house in Souk. In 2016, she agreed temporarily to take on a higher role at work. However, instead of getting a bump in pay, the Phoenix pay system actually decreased her pay and removed the bonus she received for being bilingual. From one pay period to the next, she never knew what she was going to receive. Every month, she had to decide which to pay, her mortgage or her utility bills. Planned family vacations were canceled. Eventually, Nicole's daughter had to quit her languages program at Camosun College. Even though her daughter had a part-time job and she and Nicole were trying to make it work, they decided they couldn't keep going into debt if they didn't know when or if they would ever be able to repay that debt. Quote, "It was a difficult decision to have with my daughter," Nicole said, "but we both agreed that first and foremost we needed to keep the roof over our heads." I don't think anyone who's been working in the public service for 27 years should have to be asking themselves these questions. And it's clear that we are losing the talent and experience of many who aren't able or prepared to survive the financial crises imposed on them by the Phoenix pay system. Leroy Wade lives in Colwood, and he's been working for the Government of Canada for more than 13 years. In 2016, he switched jobs, and he began working as a civilian employee for DND. However, Phoenix never changed his status. Not only was he never sure if he was being properly paid at his new rate, he was no longer receiving pay stubs, so he couldn't even check. Meanwhile, he never received the $7,400 transfer pay he was supposed to get. Leroy told me, quote, "All the guys I was working with were facing similar problems. We would spend hours on the phone trying to reach a pay advisor instead of doing our jobs. And if you ever got a hold of someone, they would pass it on to someone else, and that person probably wouldn't be able to help you either. It was like chasing a ghost," end quote. Eventually, Leroy had had enough and quit. Quote, "I have a family and bills. I couldn't deal with their nonsense any longer. Who knows if I'll ever see the back pay they still owe me," he said. So Dana, Roseanne, Nicole, and Leroy's stories are emblematic of hundreds of others. And I have hundreds of stories from lighthouse technicians, DFO and DND employees, and Service Canada staff, all trying to continue to serve Canadians while their lives have been upended because of Phoenix. In 2016, the government claimed the Phoenix pay system was going to save taxpayers $70 million a year. Now, the minister responsible for this file has not ruled out the possibility that the costs of this fiasco will surpass $1 billion, and we still have no timeline for the government on when it will be fixed. And we continue to see new problems arise every week in my constituency, new cases coming through the door. So it's not like this has been solved and we just have to take care of those old cases. New cases crop up each and every week. Last November, I took 3 particularly egregious cases from DND civilian employees directly to the Minister of Defence at the National Defence Committee. I was asking him to act to protect morale among DND employees, to end the time they were wasting on the phone trying to get a hold of someone to fix their pay, and to forestall impacts on retention and recruitment. After several months of hounding, including a question-and-question period last month, I finally managed to get a minister's attention. And that minister promised those 3 civilian DND employees would soon have their issue resolved, including a single parent owed more than $20,000 in back pay. The minister's office then called my office and said, "Give us all your priority cases." And my staff laughed. We have 690 cases. So they gave him the 12 worst cases. None of those have been solved yet. what's apparent here is this case-by-case approach is not one that will ever be able to address the over 1,000 more cases pending in my riding in a timely manner. It is time the Liberals recognize their failure and, in collaboration with employees and their unions, consider a Plan B that either allocates significant additional resources to pay employees properly or moves on to a different payroll system that does not include Phoenix. In the meantime, my constituency office will continue doing what we can for individual cases, and New Democrats will continue to demand that the Liberal government apologize to public servants in a meaningful way, not just a few nice words, but with actions that will help fix the disruption of their lives, compensate them for their losses, and take action to finally fix this debacle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, in the conclusion of in the last few minutes of the member's comments, he made reference to the fact of just how big the problem is. And I don't want to do anything to underestimate the size of the problem. What I rather do is emphasize that as a government, we have invested millions of dollars more into fixing a problem that no one's denying that is there. We have some of the best civil servants in the world trying to address this problem. We are working with union representation. We are working with other stakeholders. Surely to goodness the member across the way, Mr. Speaker, would recognize that if you find a mistake, sometimes you still have to work it through. And it is not going nowhere near as fast enough for the constituents that I represent or the member represents. The minister herself has said that this is priority one in terms of resolving. My question to the member is, does he not believe that the government providing the resources that we have given and having trust and faith in our civil service to fix the situation as quickly as possible is good enough? What would the NDP do differently? Would they outsource different people to come in to replace the civil servants that are trying to fix it? Would they give more money towards trying to...
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank the Honourable Member for his question. And I guess the incredible thing to me is that the Liberals just keep saying the same things, when on the ground what we see is additional cases appearing all the time. They clearly have not fixed this problem. They do not have enough resources assigned to pay properly those people who have to pay the mortgage, have to buy the groceries, and yet are public servants, and so they still continue to come to work each and every day and do their work in good faith. I had a woman that we worked with who hadn't been paid. She'd been paid zero for 3 months. We finally got her a check just before Christmas, and she was quite relieved, except that her January check was zero again. So there's clearly something that's not being fixed here, and we just pile up case after case after case. The government needs to apply the adequate resources to get this fixed. It only took the Queensland government 4 months to get a system set up. This government has taken more than 2 years.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton, from Esquimalt, Wanda Puka, for his caring thoughts, and I appreciate him sharing the stories of his constituents, and I appreciate his constituents allowing his stories to be made public, because we need to get this more out in the open for the government to take it seriously. I spoke earlier about one of my constituents, a Sebastian Critchley, who has probably the worst Phoenix problem I've ever seen. I've been dealing with the Phoenix issue for 2 years now in committee. Now, we had to force the Minister of Public Services and Procurement to come to committee to address the Phoenix issue in November. We had to force it by going through a filibuster, shutting committee down before she finally showed up. I brought forward the issue of the Critchley family, and at that meeting, the minister promised us within 2 weeks she would get back to us with an answer on how they were going to deliver extra resources to the constituencies so that we can help out these people. Even with the top person in the government with dealing with Phoenix helping, I still have over 100 pages of emails back and forth. We heard today from the Minister of Public Services, when I asked about that commitment, she said we don't want to give the extra resources to the MPs because we want them to go to their bosses and their supervisors for help. Do you think that is the answer, shutting down services to people and just letting the people affected by Phoenix to just go to talk to their bosses?
For Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. And The problem is when you say go to your boss and you've got 660,000, which the government admitted at the end of the year, pay problems. So how can the local bosses handle 660,000 pay problems to fix? And so I had a similar experience in late November. We took some of my constituents to see the Minister of Defense and the Defense Committee. Promised he would get back to them and fix their problems by Christmas. They never got a phone call, they never got an email. So this case-by-case, we'll fix it, we'll lend you money stuff does not work, will not fix the problem, unless the government gets serious about either dumping this pay system or applying adequate resources. We're still going to have these problems which employees have to deal with each and every day in their families.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the privilege of rising on behalf of my riding. Excuse me, I'm going to grab this. Thank you. I'd like to thank Canadians who are tuned in to watch this debate here as well. A strong democracy depends on an informed citizenry, even though it is extremely painful to watch the Phoenix saga unfold. Earlier today, we heard the Liberal Government of Canada offer its feeble response to our NDP Opposition Day motion that it can't support fixing the Phoenix problem and pay people properly without an amendment that blames the Conservatives more blatantly. Shame. So the real problem is arrogance. And we know that this kind of immature squaring off is what their politics is reduced to time and time again. However, this is the most egregious example of why we use such strong language as epic fail to describe this governance. 2 long years of this bungled payroll implementation. 2 long years. And who in their right mind tells these employees that they have to pay back overpayments in the gross amounts? And who in their right mind awards performance bonuses to that kind of out-of-touch performance? I'm telling you, our government, the very people who can stop this whirling dervish, are so dizzy with their own spin they can't even do their jobs, and this is darn scary. I can establish that real quick with this anecdote from a civil servant on leave who keeps getting paid, and it keeps impacting a variety of different issues in her income tax. Finally, her income tax preparer suggested what she did do, and that is close her bank account. Just stop it, to stop the direct deposits. She changed banks and still couldn't escape. She had a check delivered by Canada Post. So they took time to see that the payment into her bank account bounced back, took the time to issue a paper check, but couldn't see that she was on leave and shouldn't be paid. The Liberals were told that the system wasn't ready, but they implemented it anyway. In February of 2016, the Liberal Canadian government laid off some 2,700 payroll clerks while the Phoenix payroll system went live across 34 government departments, serving 120,000 people. Problems that had been spelled out well in advance were blissfully ignored 4 months in, as this fatberg kept growing. The Auditor General noted that a similar, yet less complex system implemented by an Australian health authority took 7 years and $1.2 billion to get working. In actuality, in Australia, they scrapped the system after 4 months, and they engaged in a long-term implementation plan, and they are 5 years into an 8-year plan right now. Meanwhile, yes, for us, first under the Conservatives and then the Liberals, the folks calling the shots did not listen to the experienced advisors who met weekly. They met weekly for over 2 years. And if they had, much of this could have been avoided. In media coverage on the Phoenix pay system crisis, this adversarial approach to advice on development was explored, about how pay files were cleaned out, and then consequently at the Miramichi Pay Center, they have to spend so much time and effort in reconstructing a file. And the fact is that decision makers at the Pay Center were the ones who provided these exhaustive lists of all the documents that they wouldn't accept, all the files still containing documents that would have to be deleted. They had to have further cleaning. In the implementation meetings, the rank and file insisted for over 2 years that this was a really bad idea, but they were told that there was no room to store the files. And all those pension documents removed had to be shredded because there was no other option. Now, when you dig deep into this issue, how many of these compensation specialists, their time is being wasted having to reconstruct files, when all we had to do was remove these arrogant blinders and actually use a culture of communication. That can be done right now. There is absolutely no reason that you can't apologize at the same time as you remove your arrogance. They didn't accept that criticism or advice at any level, and that's what happens when you put people in charge with no compensation experience, but you give them that rhetorical arrogance. So that even now, today, we hear that we can't move forward on this issue without more finger pointing. It's a human issue. This is a real human issue right now. It's not about economics or streamlining. And ultimately, what happens is people's lives have been affected. People can't pay for funerals. They can't pay mortgages. They can't get mortgages. Like me, Canadians are asking, what is wrong with you people? It takes more than a heartfelt apology. At the same time, it requires the minister, the Prime Minister, to muster the strength and the courage to stop Phoenix, to hire an adequate amount of compensation specialists to troubleshoot these botched files while an interim payroll that relies on human resources is engaged. Not only has the Phoenix pay system created huge problems for payment of federal employees, but those payment problems have also created tax problems for them. May I remind you of the colossal mismanagement of CRA that has forsaken human beings as well? We are just exacerbating one problem after another because of the denial that what is really needed is an influx of human resources, not cutting staff to expedite and save money. As noted by the NDP's defense critic, as noted by your no, actually, I just need to make a clarification here that 2,700 people were laid off when this was implemented. And it's hard, very difficult to stand here and listen today to some of the arrogance that shows me the actual research and the actual information is maybe perhaps not being provided to the governing party's members, just based on what I'm hearing in terms of the quality of the questions and the heckling. As noted by the NDP's defense critic, the honourable member from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke this past November in committee brought to the Minister of Defence members from that were Department of National Defence civilian employees. The Minister of Defence promised to look at Phoenix pay issues that were brought forth by these three employees and fix them before Christmas. These employees came to Ottawa to represent more than 1,000 federal employees in his riding alone with serious pay issues. Still today, as we heard from the honourable member, there are, despite the personal assurances, no one has been contacted and no one's pay problems have been fixed. Unfortunately, this failure of response has become an embedded pattern in this government as it's chosen to continue to deal with the staggeringly mismanaged program. We've heard that the Government of Australia dealt with a similar crisis and we've ignored their lessons learned. The recommendations of expertise inside and outside of government we have ignored continuously and continue on this destructive path because our Minister and Prime Minister, having it made themselves face the facts and muster the courage to do the right thing. More than a heartfelt apology is necessary. and it can certainly be done in tandem, much like walking and chewing gum at the same time. As of the 30th of June 2017, as we've heard here today, there was over $520 million in pay outstanding due to errors for public servants serviced by Phoenix. They were paid either too much or too little. And the overpayment has resulted in harsh tax implications. People have until January 31st to avoid return gross pay. It's the most utterly ridiculous aspect of this saga that I've heard. And I really think that part of our job here today is to create that awareness and raise that advocacy. Behind the numbers and statistics, there are Canadians who are suffering from chronic stress and anxiety and relationship breakdowns, escalating health issues, and, as I've said, more financial insecurity issues. Some people just want to be able to pay for their groceries. What we can do...
The time is up for, and it's going to be time for questions and comments, so I'm sure that the member will be able to incorporate anything that may be left over into her questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government of the Treasury Board.
Thank you.
To the President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the member opposite laying out the fact that this is a human matter, the impact on employees of the pay system, the cascade of complexities that has mounted is of deep concern to our government. And what I want to say is that our government is doing everything it can to resolve pay issues as quickly as possible and working hand in hand with public servants, their managers, their directors, their bargaining agents. We're doing everything that we can. We've invested over $140 million for training. We've opened extra processing centers, have hired people, have put in place changes in government and governance and processes. So does the member not believe that she's actually impugning the civil servants that are working so hard to correct this, as she impugns the government and all of the work that...
I have to allow for other questions and comments, so the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Okay, yeah, that was, I love how these snide little passive-aggressive comments get in when you know that you've been caught. Actually, if we were to engage properly, and by the way, in the 2017 budget, we were stunned, and public servants who are supposed to be giving advice were stunned that there was nothing in that budget to address this issue properly. 4 months. It took Australia 4 months to suck it up, Buttercup. It has nothing to do with the actual civil servants' actions. It has to do with the direction of this government. Yes. This government has to commit. This government has to commit more than it's doing now. You're getting your feet wet, so to speak, as a saying.
I just want to remind the member she's to address to the chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that we are capable of doing much better. Our civil servants do. They've had media releases and they've been to the press conferences here and expounded very responsible statements. We know that we're capable, and I expect to see something in our budget now that shows the responsiveness of this government.
Here. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have the great pleasure of sitting, as you can see, right near the member for Windsor-Tecumseh. It's very rare that I get a chance to compliment any other member on their superb conduct in this place. I, as you know, hate heckling, the constant heckling. And I can say, so that her constituents hear me, I've never heard the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh heckle, so it was unfortunate she was interrupted in her remarks. I just wanted to give her a chance to pick up where she left off in talking about the difficulty that some of her constituents are facing paying for their own groceries.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you. The Honourable Member I want to find that spot because what I really wanted to talk about is how our constituency offices need to be able to work effectively with whatever moves forward. We do this for employment, we do this for immigration, that our 338 constituency offices are used. They're a point of contact. And we could be maximizing that when we are implementing a plan moving forward. That's some of the advice that I think that we need to include. Don't forget that our offices also need to be maximized, and they can't be left out of a triage process.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Brassard-Saint-Laval. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll share my time with my colleague for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Opportunity to participate in the debate on the motion put forward by the honourable member from Jonquière. First, let me say that pay issues are unacceptable, and we are deeply sorry for the hardship being felt by the public servants and their families. Fixing Phoenix is our government's top priority. Public Services and Procurement Canada is responsible for administering the pay of more than 290,000 federal employees in more than 100 departments, agencies, and organizations that make up the federal public service. A number of years ago, it had become clear that the federal government's then 40-year-old pay system was inefficient and at risk of failing. In 2008, House of Commons Government Operations Committee report recommended support for pay modernization. In 2009, the previous Conservative government initiated plans for transforming pay service administration by acquiring a PeopleSoft-based payroll system from IBM and consolidating frontline pay services from across government to a new public service pay center in Miramichi, New Brunswick. The goal of the project was to attain a functioning, customized, off-the-shelf pay system that would improve productivity and save money. Obviously, we failed to achieve these objectives. Although PSPC, other departments, and IBM spent 6 years preparing for the deployment of Phoenix, we have learned some painful lessons about critical errors, false savings, and miscalculations. We now know that the original planning for this major transformation project failed to consider its full scope and complexity. In fact, the Harper government removed a key functionality such as acting pay modules and opted for a cheaper training option. Critical linkages between pay and associated HR processes and systems were not properly understood. Technology was stripped of important functionality, and training and change management were ineffective and insufficient. As well, important experiences in Australia, although different from our situation, were not carefully studied to inform decision-making.
Shortly after the deployment of Phoenix, in February 2016, pay problems emerged, but they were considered ad hoc challenges linked to its launch. However, in June 2016, it became clear that there were major problems. The growing number of pay issues went beyond our capacity to deal with them. That capacity had been reduced when, in preparation for Phoenix, over 700 compensation positions were eliminated by the Harper government. When pay compensation and compensation were transferred to Miramichi, the department hired additional staff in Miramichi, set up satellite pay offices throughout the country with over 250 pay advisors, and opened a contact center to deal with requests from employees for assistance. Pay issues continue to happen, but these measures have reduced the number of pay issues, the most serious pay issues, those who weren't paid at all, and has brought down wait times for parental leave and sick leave. Unions identified those as being the priority issues.
To manage ongoing pay issues, we also examined the root causes of problems and the needed solutions. Two important realities emerged. First, because HR processes are inseparably linked to employee pay, it was essential to take an integrated HR and pay approach to addressing these issues. Second, it was clear that Public Services and Procurement Canada alone could not identify and implement solutions. We needed to take a whole-of-government approach. That is why the Prime Minister established a working group of ministers last spring. And last November, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and the President of the Treasury Board announced a string of measures designed to bring the pay system to a point of stability and, in the short term, reduce wait times and late transactions for missing pay. These measures, in essence, represent the foundation of an HR2Pay integrated plan, which respond to the Auditor General's fall report and fully align with his recommendations. They also reflect lessons learned, as outlined in the independent report prepared by Goss Gilroy. Validated by employees, unions, and departments, the measures are grouped within 4 broad areas. First, we have strengthened accountability and informed decision-making. A joint PSPC Treasury Board Secretariat team is now leading the overall pay stabilization effort, both at the Pay Centre and across the government. As part of our focus on accountability, we are committed to transparency. We provide all departments and agencies with monthly dashboards to track our progress, and we are improving our performance measuring reporting. The second area of action is improving processes and technology. Pay processes and human resources systems are inextricably linked, and technical conflicts between Phoenix and the patchwork of 32 HR systems across government have contributed to slowdowns. Therefore, we need a comprehensive approach that covers all aspects of the HR2Pay spectrum and includes all departments and agencies. In addition to technology, I am pleased that Public Services and Procurement is looking at how work is organized to become more efficient. The Miramichi Pay Centre has piloted a new approach that organizes compensation experts into pods that specialize in specific departments or transaction types. Early results are promising in terms of helping reduce the backlog of transactions. Third, we are increasing capacity and service. We are adding more pay staff at the Pay Centre to address the backlog. And we are making improvements to our call center where agents will have access to Phoenix and be able to provide employees with more information about their issues. Last, we are ensuring strong engagement and partnership at every level. Union management committees meet regularly to share information and discuss the issues. Additional mandatory training on best practices, roles and responsibilities, and how to prevent pay delays is now available online to employees and managers.
We are committed to keeping employees up to date on progress made in resolving these problems. We have a monthly dashboard that provides the number of transactions being processed at the Pay Centre. As you know, the problems are more complex because of the fact that last year the government had 21 collective agreements to negotiate, and many of them had been waiting for years. Calculating retroactive pay over several years is complex, and it is a long process. Compensation advisors have to go into old systems to extract data. There, we also have staff that are responsible for overpayments so that people receive correct T4 slips. We also want to make sure that employees do not undergo any difficult financial circumstances because of these overpayments. We are speeding up the processing of transactions. But the question is this: why not abandon Phoenix and have a new pay system? Well, a new system for complex transactions such as these would take years before it became operational. We have to keep in mind that we have to pay over 300,000 public servants, and our immediate priority is to stabilize Phoenix so that the correct amounts are paid and on time. In terms of exploring new solutions in the long term, well, public servants will be able to count on a sustainable, strong system.
Public servants who have suffered from pay issues. We are doing everything we can as quickly as we can to put an end to their frustration. To be clear, there is no quick fix, but we will make steady progress until those missing pay receive it. As we proceed, we are grateful to the dedicated employees at the Pay Centre in Miramichi, at the satellite offices and those across the country who are working hard to help ensure their public service colleagues receive the pay they have earned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her remarks. One of our main concerns is this. There are many cases that have to be resolved, including those for MPs, and the question has been raised many times today. In the House, much has been said about measures that have been implemented to help MPs help their constituents who come to the riding offices with specific problems. But unfortunately, what we're seeing, in fact, is that all those resources that are supposed to help aren't really helping my constituents. Their constituents that we have referred to the phone lines, for example. There are many difficult cases where people might be losing their homes, but it doesn't go anywhere. And the MP, regardless of their party, is dealing with many of these complex cases. So I'd like to ask my colleague how they reconcile what the government is saying in terms of resources being implemented with the reality on the ground, which is that these files really don't go anywhere. The Honourable Member for Brossard-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, and I share your frustration. I have constituents in my riding who are also frustrated, and they come to my office to ask for assistance. And oftentimes they don't necessarily get fast answers and no change happens. But all I can say is that I continue to speak about this with my colleagues to see how we can better serve as that link to provide assistance, as we should be as MPs, so that we can help people who are experiencing these difficult pay circumstances.
Member for Coquitlam, the honourable member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her intervention, her speech. But if you listen to what she's saying, you wouldn't think there's a problem at all with the Phoenix Pay system. So I just have a simple question for the member. What do you say to the over 190,000 public sector workers who've had an issue with Phoenix Pay?
The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Laurent.
What we've been saying for many months, we are sorry, and we know there's a problem. I don't think I said anything that presumed to pretend that we don't have a problem. We do. We acknowledge it, and we do say we are sorry. We're trying to work at it as best as we can. And we are taking proposals and solutions and ideas from people all around us, both from unions, from the employees themselves. We are very open to proposals to try to find a solution. And it's not an easy one, and it's not an easy fix. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech and welcome her to the Operations Committee, where she's going to spend a lot more time on Phoenix, I'm sure, than she has in the past. I'm glad that she's open to looking for solutions to Phoenix and how we can help. One of them we brought up to the minister was to allow resources for the members of Parliament helping their constituents to help them with Phoenix. She promised us that in November. It was supposed to be delivered by December 15th. But we heard today, we've heard nothing from her, but we heard today from the minister that constituents with problems with Phoenix should not go to their MPs, they should go to their supervisors and bosses. Now, this is not a solution, so I'm asking my colleague if she will contact the minister on behalf of all members of Parliament and everyone affected by Phoenix, if she will stick to her promise of setting up those resources for MPs so we can help our constituents affected by the Phoenix fiasco.
The
honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert.
Well, our colleague from Belleuil-Chambly, I will tell you that I will do my best to pass the message and ask for the solution to the problem. Thank you.
The honourable government house leader has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, an agreement cannot be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-69 and to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the said stage. And while I'm on my feet, Madam Speaker, an agreement could not be reached on the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the second reading stage of Bill C-68, an act to amend the Fisheries Act and other acts in consequence. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings of the said stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and participate in the present debate. My colleagues who have spoken before me have given a good overview of this complex issue. There are inherent problems to the Phoenix system, and there are many steps that the government are taking to resolve them. Now, let's be clear. It's absolutely unacceptable that civil servants not be paid when they are supposed to be, or that they receive the wrong amount of pay. We have seen the consequences of these pay problems, and we understand perfectly why people are so angry and frustrated. The Minister of Public Procurement and Public Services has apologized for the exceptionally difficult circumstances that civil servants and their families find themselves in. As a former civil servant, the minister knows how precious the work of civil servants are and what they do on behalf of Canadians. She has said many times that she is determined and she will move heaven and earth to resolve this unacceptable situation. There is no priority more important than that for our government. That is to pay civil servants the correct amounts and on time based on a reliable system. Madam Speaker, our public service is one of the best in the world. As MPs, we see on a daily basis the kind of work that our civil servants undertake to help us in our duties. For example, members in this House have work to do, and that work depends on the skills of our interpreters, who allow us to communicate in the language of our choice. And even though I have a very strong Acadian accent, they still do an excellent job, Madam Speaker. These employees, like all civil servants, deserve a correct pay and to be paid on time.
that we are dealing with two issues, separate but very much related. The first is pay modernization. Here, the old public service pay system was replaced by a new system, Phoenix, which is now used by approximately 100 departments and agencies. The second is pay consolidation, involving 46 departments, agencies, representing roughly 70% of the public service. And as the Auditor General reported, 1,200 pay advisors were eliminated in those organizations and replaced with 460 pay advisors and 90 support staff at the Public Service Pay Centre in Miramichi. This consolidation began in May 2012. Once Phoenix was launched, it meant that the centre was responsible for accessing Phoenix to initiate change and terminate pay for employees based on requests from these 46 departments and agencies. The over 55 organizations which retain their pay advisors have direct access to Phoenix and enter pay information for their employees into the new system. And as we know, Phoenix was fully implemented in April 2016. As the new system was rolled out, there were problems. But as the officials from Public Service and Procurement have told us, those cases were taken to be one-offs. It's also worth mentioning that in addition to these new cases, the Pay Centre was already dealing with a large number of cases, over 40,000, that had not been resolved prior to the launch of the Phoenix. There is no doubt that the hard-working employees at the Pay Centre and across the department were doing their very best to respond. And I might add, Madam Speaker, that I have toured the payroll centre, as it is in my writing. I have toured the payroll centre 5 or 6 times since it was open, since I am the MP, and I witness the hard-working people at the Miramichi Centre. They are very hard-working people and take it very personally that people are not getting their paychecks on time. They were determined to help their fellow public servants who were facing terrible situations without pay and wanted to know when they were going to be paid. Their first priority was the employees not receiving any pay at all. These included new hires and students or employees returning to work from extended absence. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize the efforts made across the public service to provide employees with emergency salary, advance, and priority payments. The next priority were employees who were going on leave or leaving the public service. It would become abundantly clear that the calls for assistance had outstripped the department's capacity to respond. This was a very difficult situation for the employees at the Pay Centre. They have worked nights and weekends to assist their colleagues. Every day, they demonstrate tremendous dedication and character in very trying circumstances. The
department immediately set up a satellite office responsible for pay. Then the department added 3 other satellite pay offices in Shawinigan, Winnipeg, and Montreal to provide more support. More than 250 compensation advisors were recruited, and a call center was also established. Madam Speaker, I believe it is very important to understand the scope of the challenge that public services and procurement had to face when it came to hiring so many people in such a short time. We have felt the consequences of the loss of about 700 compensation experts caused by the previous government. This loss had heavy consequences, and it could have relieved the burden of the problems we're currently experiencing. I'd like to salute the work of the public service that helped recruit compensation advisors for the Pay Centre. The government decided to speed up training so that they could help fix the Phoenix problems. Over the following months, supplementary resources were provided for technological updates, for targeted training, and these also help deal with the priority issues. Unions also called on the department to first manage transactions related to disability and parental leave. After that, wait times were reduced, Madam Speaker. There was also a decrease in the number of files waiting to be processed. However, compensation advisors also had to spend time on other priorities. The tax season was approaching, and therefore the staff were legitimately worried about incorrect amounts on their T4 slips and therefore their income tax returns. Resolving those problems, especially overpayments, required considerable effort on the part of the staff. After tax season, there was another huge challenge waiting. Madam Speaker?
Inherited a situation where many employees did not have any collective agreements. In fact, some of the collective bargaining agreements were expired for 4 years. Negotiators for the unions and the government were able to sign 21 agreements. However, this triggered the need to process retroactive payments, salary increases, and other allowances negotiated as part of these agreements. To meet this demand, more pay advisors were dedicated to working almost exclusively on these payments. This work also proved much more complicated than expected. Calculating retroactive payments going back as far as 4 years required data to be pulled from the government's now decommissioned pay system. With this additional work, the backlog of outstanding transactions grew. Madam Speaker, it is also apparent that a more comprehensive approach to stabilizing the pay system was needed. The Minister Working Group was established to bring a whole-of-government perspective to the table. The government also allocated $142 million for investment in people and technology. Another $56 million in new funding provided in this year's supplementary estimate. In November, the Minister of Public Service and Procurement and the President of the Treasury Board Secretariat announced a series of measures aimed at stabilizing the pay system. Madame la Présidente, je sais qu'il n'y a...
Madam Speaker,
I know there's no better defender of civil servants than the minister. I was pleased that the Minister of Public Services visited Miramichi as soon as she came to office. Stabilizing the Phoenix pay system is now the #1 priority of all ministers and deputy ministers. Once again, I want to underline how passionate and dedicated our workers are, even though they're dealing with this difficult problem. And they don't know when they will be receiving their pay. I also want to thank the devoted civil servants who are working in the satellite offices and in departments throughout the civil service. Madam Speaker, we are aware that civil servants are facing pay problems and that they're under enormous stress. We are supporting these employees, and we will not give up. I'm sorry, but the time is up. So perhaps the member could add some further comments during the questions and comments period. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his speech. It's interesting. He was talking about the pay center in his riding. And one of the documents obtained through an access to information request was the minutes of a telephone call that happened. And one of the points that was raised during this call, this is December 2015, so after the Liberals came to power, it was the lack of resources at the pay center. And also the fact that team morale was already very low. So is my colleague not aware that launching such a big change is their fault? They're blaming the Conservatives. They talked about bombs, but even if this was a time bomb, the Liberals are the ones who struck the match and lit it. So does my colleague not think that it's problematic that these civil servants in his riding are now suffering from the consequences of a decision made by his government? The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for having raised those points. But I will always stand up to support the workers of my region and the workers at the pay center. I can tell you that they are working day in and day out, including on weekends, to solve this problem. So I really want to tip my hat to the people working there, because it's certainly not their fault. Now, Madam Speaker, there was a lot of backlog in the system when we inherited it. People worked hard with what they had in order to solve the problem, and we are continuing with training, and we are continuing on the right path.
And comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Miramichi for his comments. I've been working on this file for 2 years now with my colleagues from the NDP. We first actually broached this in January 2016. February, we brought it up about the issue, and that's when we heard from the Treasury Board that they wouldn't go ahead with the second part. And this was the President of the Treasury Board there. We won't go ahead with the second part of the Phoenix rollout unless we're 99% certain it's going to work. Very next month in March, we hear from Judy Foote that this is an outstanding success.
Sorry. You're right. She's not in here anymore. Sorry. I apologize.
Which is good, because she wasn't doing a great job in Phoenix. We've heard again and again and again from this government, they denied there was an issue. We heard in March 2016, there was only 57 outstanding issues, when we knew there were already 40,000 outstanding items in the backlog, which they didn't touch, even though in December 2015 they were warned to do it. We heard later, it's no problem. Then we hear from the current minister, we're working on it. Today, when we asked her about her promise in November about providing resources to the MPs in their constituency offices so we can help people with Phoenix, we were told by the minister, they should just call their supervisor. We've heard it again and again, the Liberals blowing off and underestimating the issues. Why should we actually believe the government now that they're actually serious about fixing Phoenix?
The
Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, you don't have to be a carpenter to know that if you don't have a foundation on a house, it's hard to build a house. So we are right now building the foundation and also keeping the house going. I want to, because the honourable member talked about Minister Foote. I was in the riding 3 times with Minister Foote, and you could not find a better, more dedicated person. She put every resource available to make sure that we would solve and fix the problem that we inherited. We inherited from the previous government. So to say that nothing was done and over the time is completely fabrication by a government that really.
I just want to remind members that somebody has the floor. That includes the parliamentary secretary, who should know better. So again, let's allow the member for Miramichi Grand Lake to finish his thoughts on this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will just conclude that by saying that considering I'll use the same word, the bomb that we were left, I think our ministers have done a tremendous job, and we are working incessantly to fix that problem, and we will fix it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in today's debate on the NDP motion regarding the Phoenix pay system, or as it's known by many public civil servants, the Phoenix nightmare. It's been 2 long years, and through it all, public servants have been unwavering. They kept showing up for work, despite the fact that they were not getting paid correctly. They continued to deliver outstanding service to Canadians. Madam Speaker, they deserve to be paid accurately and on time. When they are not at work, they are spending hours and hours of their time trying to fix pay problems. In September, I met with a constituent in my riding of Port Moody Coquitlam who is an employee of the federal government. She returned to work December 12, 2017, after 1 year of maternity leave and 3 months leave without pay. She contacted my office because she was experiencing, quote, significant anxiety and stress regarding my pay issues, end quote. Here are some of the highlights of her email. Quote, I have 2 young children, ages 1 and 3, who are full-time daycare at a cost of $2,000 a month. I pay for a large mortgage and strata fees on a townhouse. I return to work at 80% capacity 4 days a week in order to balance my duties at home, and therefore have a 20% reduction in pay, which is my choice, but necessary to care for my children in order to return to work. I needed to purchase snow tires for my vehicle at a cost of $1,200 to ensure my children are safe in my vehicle. I also pay daily parking fees to be at work. Therefore, I have considerable monthly expenses, and every dollar missing from my paycheck causes me stress and anxiety. How can I be expected to perform my job well and serve the needs of Canadians when I cannot be paid properly and on time, end quote. Madam Speaker, I met with her, as I am sure you can understand, this experience has been extremely frustrating for a busy mother, trying to achieve a work-life balance. She completed the mandatory Phoenix Pay Center training, which took her 2 hours. In the end, it resolved nothing. She called the Pay Center numerous times and filed many tickets, and still zero resolution. Here are some of the issues she has been having with her pay. There were erroneous union dues deducted while she was on maternity leave, totaling $180 in 2016 and 2018, and an overpayment of union dues in 2018. She was not paid for work on December 12th and 13th. Merry Christmas indeed, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. There have been deductions for benefits over multiple pay periods which were incorrect and total almost $400 when they should be less than $100. On top of those issues, she's trying to buy back her pensionable service for when she was on maternity leave, but the pension center has informed her that the pay center miscalculated her pension buyback amount. Oh. As her MP, I'm baffled as to why no one has met with her to review these issues and why they can't be resolved. My office has intervened and written on her behalf, but we still have no resolve. I have another constituent who works at Service Canada and was issued an incorrect T4 for 2016. She was told to use the incorrect T4 to do her taxes, which she did, and as a result, she received a refund in excess of $18,000, which she knows she isn't entitled to. Now it's 2018, and not only is she waiting for her 2017 T4, but she is still waiting for a correct T4 for 2016. Oh. I'm sure if it was the other way around, and she was owed over $18,000 in taxes, her issues would be resolved by now. What a shame, Madam Speaker. All public servants are asking for is a payroll system that will pay them accurately and on time. Every time. Is it really too much to ask? Here's another example, Madam Speaker. Quote, I'm a resident of Coquitlam and a federal government employee. I've been experiencing ongoing issues with my pay since last July. I've diligently followed all of the required protocols to resolve these problems with the Pay Center and Trusted Source to no avail, and it was recommended to me that I contact my Member of Parliament. I'm writing to you to seek your assistance in having my pay problems resolved and to express my frustration with the pay problems that I've experienced since Phoenix was implemented. I'm writing this on behalf of my colleagues who are also experiencing pay issues, including getting paid at all, end quote. Not getting paid at all. Madam Speaker, that is unacceptable. Can you imagine how quick Phoenix would be fixed if MPs and senators weren't getting paid at all?
Oh, no kidding.
Madam Speaker, this has been going on for 2 long years. Public servants deserve to be paid correctly and to be paid on time. Instead, they've had to push Treasury Board to compensate workers for penalties, interest charges, and other fees incurred due to Phoenix pay problems. They've had to hire tax professionals to help them with tax problems. They've had to apply for priority payments to try and alleviate financial hardship from not being paid. And they've had to take the government to court and to the Labor Board. All that to get their paycheck back. Madam Speaker, it's ridiculous and it's as bad as it sounds. How did we get here? Well, this wasn't some random accident. The government has known since 2011 that implementing the Phoenix pay system would be a mistake. They were told by the union representing federal public servants that it wouldn't work. But the previous Conservative government decided to merge their pay and benefits services of all federal departments into one centralized service, located in Miramichi, New Brunswick, anyway. Then the Liberal government hit the start button and rolled out this disastrous program. Despite repeated warnings that problems were occurring and a request from the union to slow down the rollout and transfer of new files, they just kept going full steam ahead. Requests from the union were ignored, and public service workers are paying the price. Phoenix was supposed to cost $310 million, Madam Speaker, to implement, and the Conservatives claimed that it would save taxpayers $70 million a year. According to the Auditor General, it's going to take years, Madam Speaker, and more than $500 million to fix. That's just an estimate. In the meantime, workers and their families are suffering. Madam Speaker, I urge all members of this House to do the right thing and support our motion. I just want to finish by adding one thing, Madam Speaker, that many employees are now refusing promotions or to go on parental leave for fear of losing their salary completely. So, Madam Speaker, what kind of a workforce have we created when there's this kind of an issue, where there's this kind of prolific fear of advancing or looking to a promotion or going on parental leave? And sure, this isn't everybody. This is a number of people. But this is out there. I'm hearing about it. I'm sure there's every member in this House that is also hearing from members in constituents in their riding, public servant workers that are just doing their job, that want to get a good pay, a decent pay, on time, and for what they deserve. Madam Speaker, I urge this House to vote in favour of this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 6:15, pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed to put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Wednesday, February 28, 2018, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find it unanimous consent to call at 6:30 at this time.
Do we have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? Agreed? Agreed. Carried. Conformément à l'ordre adopté de...
Pursuant to an order made on Thursday, February 15th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Mr. McColman relating to the business of supply. Calling the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. McColman, seconded by Mr. Deltel, moved that the House call on the Prime Minister to apologize to veterans for his insensitive comments at a recent town hall in Edmonton and show veterans the respect that they deserve by fulfilling his campaign promise to them when he said on August 24, 2015 that if I earn the right to serve this country as your Prime Minister, no veteran will be forced to fight their own government for the support and compensation they have earned. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse, des Etchemins-Lévis.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Monsieur Polius.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Brown.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundell, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon, Stormont, Dundell, South
Mr.
Glengarry.
McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk. Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Massey, Windsor West.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Trudel.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Sen.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Monsieur Duboul.
Mr. Duboul.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Anna de Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Aria.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Boissonneau.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Ms. de Bruzen.
Ms. de Bruson.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Demoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edkoudi.
Mr. Edkoudi.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elfson.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fregascatos.
Fregascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Greywall.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, La Matisse, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé Avignon, la Métis Matane, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Wallet.
Monsieur Wallet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Picard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Monsieur Rabillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Sangha.
Mr. Sangha.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamatski Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Mishamatski Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Sabera.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Ebard.
Monsieur Hebert.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Kung.
Mr. Kung.
Yeas pour 120, 120. Nays contre 155, 155.
I declare the motion defeated. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. In a moment, we'll start the adjournment proceedings. I would encourage members to take their conversations, which I know are very valuable, into the lobbies, and I'm confident that members will assist me by saying shh. Thank you, colleagues. L'honorable député de Laurier.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The government likes to say that Canada is back. But we're wondering where they're back at, actually, because we don't see them much on the international scene. Or at least we don't necessarily see them for reasons that give good news. Let's take peacekeeping, for example. During their campaign, the government promised that it would re-engage with peacekeeping priorities. Now, what's re-engaging? I don't think we necessarily have the same definition of engagement. What I see is disengagement. In November, just before an international conference, do you know what Canada's contribution went down to? 62 peacekeepers. That was the lowest number since peacekeeping started and since these kinds of missions started more than 50 years ago. What happened between November and December? Well, we went from 62 to 43. And despite all the speeches on women's opportunities in peacekeepers, well, out of the 43, there are only 6 women. Yet the government had made very specific promises. In 2016, they promised 600 troopers and 150 troops, rather, and 150 officers. But down to 200 in 2017. And we still haven't seen anyone in those troops anywhere. The government said they're going to do training. They're going to provide equipment. Madam Speaker, there are many developed countries that provide equipment and training, but they also do the difficult work on the ground. Canada What's it doing? It's not doing its fair share. And there are two problems with that. The first problem is a substance problem. Canada could be contributing to peacekeeping and security in the world as well as civilian protection, but it's not doing that. They're fine giving speeches, but they're not necessarily acting, and that also affects the reputation of Canada. We're not respecting our commitments. It's true for peacekeeping, and it's true for things like climate change. We won't even meet our Paris goals. And for the international community, well, when you see a country saying one thing and doing another, you know that you can't necessarily trust that country. I don't know if the government thinks it's going to be able to maintain its credibility and get a seat at the United Nations that way, but I don't think they're heading down the right path. So I would like to know what this government is going to do. It needs to stop talking and act. They keep delaying their commitments. When are we going to see Canada really back in peacekeeping? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
My honourable colleague, for being here this evening to talk about our re-engagement within the international community, and specifically about the issue that she first raised in the House of Commons, which led to this late show, which is around nuclear disarmament. Of course, Canada is committed to re-engaging in UN peacekeeping missions. She will know of our Women in Peacekeeping Initiative, the ELSI initiative, which is receiving tremendous support from other countries around the world, and certainly we see a role for Canada to play in increasing the number of women who play important roles in peacekeeping missions. And as part of our larger women, peace and security agenda, we know that engaging women and girls in conflict and post-conflict affected areas is tremendously important for peace building, peacekeeping, and maintaining peace over the long haul. And certainly Canada is already actively working in these areas and will continue to reach out to other partner countries around the world as we build coalitions of support for this. And this is all a part of what underpins our Feminist International agenda and our Feminist Development Assistance agenda, where we understand the importance of supporting women and girls and other vulnerable communities, including members of the LGBTI community, and that underpins everything we do in support of human rights around the world. But let me just speak briefly about nuclear disarmament, because that was the reason we were gathered here this evening in the first place. Just 2 weeks ago in Munich, the Minister of Foreign Affairs met with Beatrice Finn, the director of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, ICAN. ICAN won the Nobel Peace Prize for their important advocacy on spreading awareness about the true and terrible consequences of using nuclear weapons, and for their work on the Ban Treaty. Their hard work and the hard work of these women on this important issue must be acknowledged and commended, and we certainly do that here now and wherever we have the opportunity to do so. We certainly recognize the catastrophic impact that any detonation of nuclear weapons can have, and we remain firmly committed to ensuring that our children inherit a world free of nuclear weapons. Canada shares the deep frustration expressed by many regarding the slow pace of nuclear disarmament. We remain committed to advancing tangible progress through a pragmatic, step-by-step approach that strengthens the international framework for nuclear disarmament. This includes the universalization of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, or NPT, the entry into force of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, and the negotiation of the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty, or FMCT. While the NPT may be imperfect, it has been effective in limiting the spread of nuclear weapons. Among the 186 non-nuclear weapon states party to the treaty, only North Korea has violated its obligation to not develop nor acquire nuclear weapons. Madam Speaker, most importantly for Canada, the priority for us is advancing the Fissile Material Cutoff Treaty. Ending the production of the explosive fissile material used in nuclear weapons is critical for ending proliferation and preparing the way for nuclear disarmament. This is exactly why Canada is currently chairing a UN expert preparatory group on the FMCT, which includes all 5 nuclear non-proliferation treaty nuclear weapon states, India, and 19 other nuclear weapon states. We are counteracting growing international divisions by uniting both nuclear and non-nuclear armed states and making genuine practical progress on nuclear disarmament. Disarmament is a goal for Canada to see the world free of nuclear weapons, as is our re-engagement in peacekeeping initiatives around the world.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, there seems to be some confusion. I believe I was talking about peacekeeping. Now, our colleague spoke to us about re-engagement. I don't see that re-engagement. He spoke about nuclear disarmament. But what I would say is that there are 120 countries that approved a nuclear ban convention, but Canada withdrew from that exercise. My colleague also raised the issue of women in peacekeeping. Well, only 6 out of our peacekeepers, out of our 43 peacekeepers, are women. He spoke about women, peace, and security. However, there's no money for Canada's plan for women, peace, and security. He spoke about the feminist agenda. Well, arms are being sold to Saudi Arabia. They also talk about women in international development, but no more money is being provided. The international development budget actually is being reduced. If that's re-engagement, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as I said earlier, we are firmly committed to a world without nuclear weapons. And we continue to sustain our efforts on that.
Concrete progress in building important trust. We're pursuing inclusive, pragmatic initiatives that bring the international community together behind our common goal of nuclear weapons-free world. That's why Canada is leading international efforts to prepare the way for a fissile material cutoff treaty that halts the production of the fissile material used in nuclear weapons. Canada is determined to show leadership in such initiatives and is taking real action that counts. We understand more must be done, and we remain committed towards nuclear disarmament as part of our broader re-engagement in the world, promoting and protecting human rights, focused on women and girls and those who find themselves in vulnerable situations. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking all my colleagues from all parties who accepted at the Transport Committee to undertake a study on aviation security. That was a subject that I was very concerned about. I was both surprised and disappointed by the answer of the Minister in the House on this very same topic. And just to give you some background, I'd like to remind you what the question was. It said that according to internal documents from Transport Canada, pilot proficiency tests will be conducted by the airlines themselves rather than by Transport Canada inspectors. And so my question to the Minister at the time was whether or not he was going to end that practice, which was the same practice as the Conservative government before that of the Liberal government, and that is to allow for more and more self-regulation, which doesn't necessarily lead to desired outcomes when it comes to safety. In fact, 90% of the pilots are assessed not by Transport Canada inspectors, but by the airline companies themselves. The Minister's answer to my question was very perplexing. He said, we assess from time to time. So when you say from time to time, that's already a problem. He said, we periodically conduct an airline safety audit using a risk-based approach. In other words, you don't do an inspection if all seems to be well. But when you're talking about aviation safety and accidents, you're talking about injuries and deaths. And it's not just by looking at statistics afterwards that you can decide how often you should do inspections or not. You can't just all of a sudden decide that because the number of deaths rises that you should inspect more. And what makes his answer more confusing is this. Transport Canada, which, like I said, has reduced the number of inspectors, is going to continue that. And the Liberal government has reduced the budget for aviation safety by 15%. As well, Transport Canada documents show that in 2016-2017, the number of inspections increased after accidents. However, there were not enough inspections before those accidents, and it seems to me that it's important to do those inspections before an accident, not afterwards. There are also experts who have spoken, for example, Mr. Mozensky, who said that Transport Canada has completely abandoned regulatory monitoring. The inspections in our aviation system have been reduced. So I'm going to jump over a few more examples, and I'd like to come back to my basic question, which was the one I put to the minister at the time, and I'm hoping this evening I'll get a more fulsome response that reflect the numbers, because the numbers of accidents are increasing, which means we're not on the right track. Will the Liberal government cancel that decision and give inspection powers back to Transport Canada inspectors? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Trois-Rivières for having raised this issue. Canada's air transportation network is one of the safest in the world, and our government works on a daily basis to maintain that level of safety and improve it even further. Transport Canada has a program for rigorous monitoring that meets very high standards and requirements, including the program for certified check pilots. Under Transport Canada's rules, professional pilots have to be monitored for their skills, and that is undertaken by experienced certified check pilots. The purpose of this test is to ensure that the pilots have the necessary skills and abilities for piloting specific types of planes. The frequency of that monitoring depends on the type of operation, the size, and the complexity of the plane. The requirements and standards of Canada are aligned with those of other aviation authorities, such as the Federal Aviation Administration in the United States, and they meet and even exceed the requirements of the International Civil Aviation Organization. This program has existed for more than 25 years, and under that program, monitoring the skills of pilots can be delegated to experienced pilots of the industry, which Transport Canada trains and supervises according to the highest standards so that they comply with Canadian aviation regulations. The practice to use experts is a process that is included in many other types of activities as well. For example, when it comes to certifying airplanes, pilots are monitored for their licenses and they have to take written exams. Thanks to a very detailed analysis of the data, our government can make sure that delegating those powers provides fulsome monitoring. The data that was collected over the last 5 years showed that the certified check pilots have been effective in controlling, monitoring compliance, rather. Transport Canada recently undertook 2 assessments, risk assessments of the certified check pilot program in commercial aviation. These assessments confirmed that periodical inspections, risk-based periodical inspections, are more effective than inspections that have been planned. Our government will continue to monitor the program as a whole in order to ensure that it continues to be an excellent safety program. Canadians can rest assured that monitoring and resolving high-risk situations will be properly undertaken by Transport Canada inspectors, whereas compliance monitoring for low-risk situations will be delegated to the most experienced monitoring check pilots.
Honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. It doesn't necessarily answer my question, and if it's true that there have been budget cuts that aren't necessarily noticeable by travelers, the statistics tell a different story. For example, and in response to his statement regarding the International Civil Aviation Organization, that organization has asked Transport Canada to establish monitoring for pilots twice a year. And I'm sure that to their minds, that's a responsibility that falls under Transport Canada and not to the airline companies. And just to give you another example of what has happened in terms of accidents and various events, I'm going to give you some numbers that compare 2016 to 2017. They're for the most recent numbers. For example, when you're talking about injuries or deaths, there was 1 in 2016, 9 in 2017. So if that's not an increase, a tenfold increase, and if that's not a reason to ask yourself questions about it, I'm wondering what the government's waiting for.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Passenger safety for Canadians is Transport Canada's #1 priority. Far from seeking to end the Air Safety Approved Check Pilots programs, Transport Canada will be monitoring different domains that present a high risk based on data. For example, we know that risk-based spot checks are more useful than planned inspections. Transport Canada can ensure compliance with regulation, and its practices are long-standing. This is a part of the program, and this is why Transport Canada has delegated part of its activities, part of its pilot check activities to industry professionals.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Rock Ridge is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice has been given. Accordingly, the notice is deemed withdrawn. La motion portant qu'à la...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.